doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
I move so much better because of Cosentix.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2020
Need to prepare for unpredictable adventures. You need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours.
We're here.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Why did we choose Safelite? We were loading our SUV when crack. Safelite came right to us, and we could see exactly when they'd arrive. With a replacement we could trust. That service the way we want it.
Safelite repair, Safelite replace.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again work for another man or woman. I abandoned my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with Consumer Cellular for up to half the cost.
Let's go, birds.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Today, 15 aid trucks entered the Rafah crossing area between Egypt and Gaza. A security official now tells CNN the trucks are being prepared for further security checks before they can move into the Gaza Strip, and we're watching that very closely. 20 trucks made their way into Gaza yesterday, dropping off much-needed supplies, including food, water, and medicine. But aid groups and Palestinian officials say they need a consistent stream of aid. That's the only solution to what they already described as a great humanitarian crisis. CNN Scott McLean is following all these developments for us. Scott, is the aid that's making it into the Gaza Strip right now enough to really meet the needs of the population there?
Palestinians will tell you, Wolf, that it is a drop in the bucket compared to what is actually needed. I should tell you as well that those 15 trucks that you mentioned earlier that had entered the border crossing area were caught up for most of the day in border checks, the Israelis demanding more information about what they were actually carrying. We now understand from our colleague on the ground at the border crossing that those trucks are now preparing to move into Gaza itself if they haven't moved already. None of those trucks, though, are actually carrying fuel. There were some images that we saw earlier today of fuel trucks around the border area. The UN, though, says that they were simply taking fuel from a depot inside Gaza to distribute to hospitals, and they also say that that fuel will be gone in a matter of days. Most of the healthcare facilities inside Gaza have shut already. The ones that are remaining open are operating because of generators, and they are having to ration. One hospital, for instance, the main hospital in northern Gaza, says that it is having to cut short dialysis sessions for kidney failure patients in order to save energy. Another hospital in central Gaza says that it is simply overwhelmed by the number of bodies showing up after overnight airstrikes. And I should warn you that some of the images that you are about to see are extremely hard to watch. Those who arrive at the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in central Gaza alive are the lucky ones. There were 5 airstrikes this morning near the hospital. This video shows the smoke from one rising nearby. Some 110 bodies were brought here overnight and this morning, one medical source tells CNN. The morgue is now full. The rest of the bodies, wrapped in white sheets, now lay outside in the heat of the day. Relatives try to identify their loved ones. Finding them confirms their worst fears. Inside the hospital, children, including a toddler, are among the dead. Several of these victims were found with their names written in Arabic on their legs, an increasingly common marking as parents try to make identification easier if they or their kids are killed. This hospital is located outside of the area of northern Gaza that Israel has been trying to get civilians to evacuate. On Saturday, the IDF dropped leaflets telling people that everyone who chose to not evacuate from the north of the Strip to the south of Wadi Gaza might be considered as a partner for the terrorist organization. In a statement, the IDF confirmed it dropped the leaflets, but said it has no intention to consider those who have not evacuated from the affected area of fighting as a member of the terrorist group. Even those who have managed to avoid the bombs are not out of danger. A trickle of aid, 20 trucks, were allowed to cross the Rafah border crossing from Egypt on Saturday, but that's a tiny fraction of what is needed.
20 trucks of aid to Gaza will not change much. Gaza needs at least 500 trucks daily of fuel, food, medicines, and water. As a matter of fact, for 14 days, Gaza got nothing under the Israeli siege. And its immediate need now is 7,000 trucks.
Satellite images show dozens of trucks waiting at the border and dozens more a quarter mile down the road, all unable to get in. Aid groups say that the death toll could skyrocket because of disease and hospitals that are overwhelmed and undersupplied. With no electricity or generator, this shopkeeper in central Gaza is keeping the store open by candlelight as the shelves look increasingly bare. The World Food Program says the shortage of basic supplies is pushing Gaza to the edge of catastrophe. The IDF says it killed dozens of terrorists overnight, but vows that the number of airstrikes will only increase ahead of an expected ground operation. Meanwhile, conditions for the people of Gaza worsen by the hour. And Wolf, Israel, for its part, says that those 5 airstrikes in and around that hospital that you saw there in central Gaza, Israel says were intelligence-led and resulted in the killing of a high-ranking Hamas official whom it claims had ordered strikes on Israel just the day before. The Israelis also stressed that none of those strikes were targeting or actually hit the hospital itself. Wolf?
All right, Scott McLean reporting for us from London. Thank you very much. Up next, investigators are looking for a motive after the president of the Detroit, Michigan synagogue was found stabbed to death outside her home. We'll have the latest on the investigation right after a quick break.
Nothing can prepare you for this kind of brutality.
None of us wanted this to happen.
They took babies after they killed their parents. Something you can't imagine.
There's still bombardment ongoing inside Gaza.
Humanitarian conditions there grow more dire.
Are you hopeful still that Hezbollah will stay out of this war?
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
You keep dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
For a dog.
For Hank.
Whatever her name is, it's just wrong.
Mom?
You're so lucky you're single.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com. An official message from Medicare.
Let's give her a minute before we start. You know how she is.
Y'all check your Medicare plans? It's open enrollment.
No, why?
Because plans change each year. So can your health. Make sure you choose the right plan for you and your budget. You might save some money or get a few extras.
What I missed?
Open enrollment ends December 7th. Compare your prescription drug and health options at Medicare.gov. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
They line up by the thousands, each one with a story that breaks your heart. Like Rivette, every step brought her pain. Their only hope, Mercy Ships, the largest floating civilian hospital in the world, bringing free surgeries to people who have no other hope. $19 a month will help provide urgently needed surgery for so many still suffering. So don't wait. Call 877-426-8845 or donate at mercyships.org.
With Circle, your water is deliciously flavored at the turn of a dial with 0 sugar and 0 calories. And Circle has over 40 flavors, so your water can be as unique as you are. Try Circle. Your water, your way. Now with even more flavors. Available at Walmart or drinkcircle.com.
The all-new Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring. So no more hiding under your pillow, because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it. Experience the mattress ranked #1 in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power 4 years in a row.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Did you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
Sleeping with all those pillows, my back hurts. But with the Contour Swan, when I wake up in the morning, I feel great.
My snoring disappeared. I wake up, I'm rested, I've had a full night's sleep. It's fantastic.
Order now, and you can get the Contour Swan all for 2 easy payments of only $29.99. Complete with washable mesh cover. We'll even ship it for free. So don't delay. Order the Contour Swan today.
I'm Rafael Romo in Tel Aviv, Israel. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
We'll get back to our Israel-Hamas coverage in a moment. Back here in the United States, investigators are now looking for a motive in the death of a synagogue president. Samantha Wool was found stabbed to death outside her Detroit home. Police say they found a trail of blood leading to her home where they believe the crime happened. The FBI is now assisting in the investigation. I want to bring in now CNN's Omar Jimenez, who is in Detroit. Omar, so considering the heightened anti-Israeli tensions, Detroit police are asking the public not to draw conclusions about Wool's death. What are you learning?
Yeah, Fred, I think just from the headline alone, Detroit synagogue had found stabbed to death makes people maybe jump to conclusions quickly, but right now we just don't have those conclusions, and it's why police are cautioning against people jumping to any. And specifically, the Detroit police chief said in a statement that understandably this crime leaves many unanswered questions. This matter is under investigation, and I'm asking that everyone remain patient while investigators carefully examine every aspect of the available evidence. It's important that no conclusions be drawn until all of the available facts are reviewed. Now, that statement also said they would be giving an update today, but we haven't heard anything from police so far. What we do know is where I am right now, we're just outside or just next to downtown Detroit. Samantha Wool, her body, the 40-year-old Samantha Wool, her body was found just behind me here on this particular block, and it's why actually detectives are on the scene right now. We've seen them going in and out of a home on that particular block, likely trying to piece together why this happened. Bottom line, though, this did happen, and she's being remembered by the people that knew her best. The memorial service is getting ready to get underway in the next hour or so. She was 40 years old. We know she was politically active. Officials from the state attorney general, Dana Nessel, talked about how she was one of the kindest people that she knew. Also, another state senator said that she had actually just been with Wool at a wedding Friday night, which was the night before Wool's body was found. And so a lot of still unanswered questions at this point, and you mentioned some of the details that her body was found outside of her home on this block behind me. Police followed that trail of blood to her residence, but no suspect is in custody, and most importantly, police say right now they don't have any motivation.
All right, very sad. Omar Jimenez in Detroit, thank you so much. Next, Republican lawmakers had until noon today to declare if they were running for Speaker of the House. We'll find out who made the list and what's next in the race to replace Kevin McCarthy after a quick break.
Introducing Seneca Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
it's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Seneca Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
I wanna hold you. I'm gonna love you forever. Come on, baby. You don't have to worry. Be by your side.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts fix my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. And they felt dramatic and fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
All clear, all clear. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean!
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? It's so light, don't touch it. Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
I don't expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
CeraVital is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at CeraVital.com.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Nariva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from 1 serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Nariva Ultra. Think bigger.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive contains ALA to relieve nerve aches and B-complex vitamins to fortify healthy nerves. Try Nervive and try Nervive Pain Relieving Roll-On.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head. Add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
All right, welcome back. The deadline to enter the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker's race is now closed. 9 House Republicans will make their case before the Republican conference tomorrow. The House has been paralyzed without a speaker for nearly 3 weeks now, which former Speaker Kevin McCarthy calls, quote, embarrassing. CNN anchor-in-chief, congressional correspondent Manu Raju has the latest on the race.
House Republicans remain in turmoil almost 3 weeks after the unprecedented ouster of a sitting speaker. Kevin McCarthy was pushed out after 8 Republicans joined with Democrats and voted out Kevin McCarthy as speaker. This was initiated by House Republicans, and they have not been able to coalesce around anyone to replace McCarthy as of yet. And the House can't do any business, no legislating at all, until a speaker is elected. And they have been unable to unite behind any candidate. First, they nominated Steve Scalise, the House Republican Majority Leader. He was unable to get the votes to be elected Speaker. He bowed out before going to the floor. Jim Jordan, the House Judiciary Committee Chairman, was nominated then to be the next Speaker of the House. He did go to the floor 3 times, and he failed to win over enough support. He could only afford to lose 4 Republican votes on his party line vote. He lost 25 on his 3rd ballot. Ultimately, he bowed to reality and stepped aside. Now, 9 Republican candidates have filed to run for Speaker. Unclear which of those 9 will ultimately get the Republican nomination, and more importantly, who can get the 217 votes that they would need on the floor of the House to be elected Speaker. It is unclear if any of them can, given the sharp divisions within the ranks.
It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen.
This conference is absolutely broken.
Americans are sick of it, and I know most members of the House are sick of it. It is time for big boys and big girls to stop with the nonsense.
As swampy as swamp gets.
We need to get over it and we need to move on.
We cannot have an entire branch of government offline.
We got to get our act together because I'm getting calls from my constituents and saying, what the hell's going on with you Republicans?
I think history will assign the blame in the right places.
Now, a bit here about the timing. On Monday evening, that's when the House Republicans will meet behind closed doors yet again. Those candidates will try to make their pitch to the conference. They'll answer questions from their members. They'll do that one by one, and we'll see how that ultimately goes. And Tuesday morning is the significant vote. Behind closed doors, Republicans will have a secret ballot leadership election. That means a majority of their conference will vote to nominate the next speaker candidate. That person, it will be a secret ballot election, so it's unclear exactly who's the front runner and who might emerge here, but we'll see how close that person who gets the nomination is to the magic number on the House floor. 217 votes to be elected speaker. This is challenging for any Republican candidate because in the narrowly divided House, there are only 221 Republicans. Democrats are going to vote for Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader. That means that person, the candidate, the Republican nominee, must limit defections in the ranks, and it is unclear if any of them will be able to do that after we have seen just Republicans going after each other after McCarthy was pushed out, unable to get behind anyone, unable to do the nation's business, and much business is waiting, dealing with aid to Israel, calls for aid to Ukraine, avoiding a government shutdown by mid-November. None of that can be dealt with. The Republican agenda is completely stalled amid this GOP leadership infighting. Can they get it resolved this coming week? That remains a huge question, but a possibility it could still be unresolved and slip into another week if they can't get their act together behind the nominee. Manu and Capitol Hill.
Manu, thank you so much. All right, the former number 3 House Republican Liz Cheney is tying the House Speaker chaos to former President Trump. Here's what she told Jake Tapper when asked what a second Donald Trump term would look like.
He cannot be the next president because if he is, all of the things that he attempted to do but was stopped from doing by responsible people around him at the Department of Justice, at the White House counsel's office, all of those things he will do. There will be no guardrails, and everyone has been warned. I think Donald Trump is the single most dangerous threat we face. I would imagine that there will be a number of other candidates in the race.
Would you be one of them?
I think I'll tell you what I am definitely going to do. I'm going to spend the next year between now and the election certainly helping to elect serious people.
All right, Cheney didn't directly answer the question of whether she would enter the presidential race. She also says decisions made by Kevin McCarthy after the 2020 election and January 6th helped elevate some members who were, quote, white supremacists and anti-Semitic. All right, coming up, Hamas fighters and Israeli troops clashing inside Gaza in what appears to be one of the first skirmishes between the two sides since the Hamas attacks October 7th. Details next.
Tonight, how did Hamas orchestrate their massive attack on Israel? Sarah Seidner explores the history of this secretive and dangerous terror group and what comes next. The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN. It's electric. It's gas.
Quite the paradox.
It really is both. The first ever Lexus RX plug-in hybrid.
Hi, I'm Sharon, and I lost 52 pounds on Golo. On other diets, I could barely lose 10 to 15 pounds. Thanks to Golo, I've lost 27% of my body weight, and it was easy.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile. It only costs $50 at T-Mobile. Just one cord to set up. Say goodbye to that truck. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. They won't raise your rates at T-Mobile. You'll get a great deal every day.
Home internet from T-Mobile, just $50 a month.
Meet Martha.
Martha is 75 years old and has been on Medicare for 10 years now, but she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period, and she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Why should I call and check up on my Medicare plan?
Hi, Martha. Plans and benefits can change each and every year. That's why it's important to call to get your free 2024 Medicare benefits checkup.
I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2024 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if a Medicare Advantage plan may be better for you. You can even call to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the coming year.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-882-0987, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan options and see if there's a plan that will better fit your healthcare needs.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, 2024 plans are now available, but you won't get a 2024 Medicare Advantage plan automatically.
I think I called before, so I'm not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2024 plans are now available, so now's the time to call. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your free Medicare benefits checkup today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits checkup is free. They can look up your plan options and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a 2024 Medicare Advantage plan available in your zip code. Call now and we will see what plans may be best for you.
It's time for me to call and get my free, no obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987.
Messy happens. When it does, there's Home-A-Glow. For just $19, Home-A-Glow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Tailor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the M-Tailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. M-Tailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. M-Tailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
I'm Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Hamas fighters clashing with Israeli troops earlier today, this time inside Gaza. It appears to be one of the first skirmishes between both sides from inside the Gaza Strip since Hamas unleashed its deadly terror attacks on October 7th. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin responded by voicing deep concerns over a possible escalation, his words, of the conflict. The U.S. is now urging its ally, Israel, to delay a ground incursion into Gaza so hostages may get out and aid can come in. I'm joined now by retired U.S. Army Colonel Peter Mansour for his analysis. He served as a former top aide to General David Petraeus. Colonel, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for all your service. What do you make of the clash today between Hamas and Israeli forces inside, on the ground, in Gaza? What does that tell you?
Well, before a ground invasion begins, the first action would be reconnaissance that goes in ahead of the main body. And after that, there would be shaping operations, certain combat actions to make it possible for the main body to enter Gaza and succeed in destroying Hamas. So I think what we're seeing now are the first actions of ground reconnaissance that are crossing the border and making it possible, shaping the battlefield and getting ready for the main invasion, which probably is a matter of days away.
Yeah, I suspect you're right. Why do you believe the U.S. is pressing Israel right now, Colonel, to delay a full-scale ground invasion into Gaza?
I think we're seeing the impact of world opinion, which is turning against Israel after backing Israel once they learned of the tragedy of the attacks by Hamas. But now, given the number of deaths that the Palestinians are suffering at the hands of Israeli airstrikes, that opinion is shifting. And the United States wants to make sure that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza and that diplomatic efforts to release the hostages can proceed, because once a ground invasion occurs, I think all diplomatic efforts to release the hostages will be for naught until the ground invasion ceases.
So should Israel delay its ground invasion in order to try to get more of those hostages out?
You know, this is up to the Israelis and the calculation they have to make. I doubt that Hamas will give up the 200 or so hostages, at least not all at once, until it receives some significant political benefits. So my guess is that Israel will make the calculation that the hostages can't be released through diplomatic means, at least in the short term, and that they will go ahead with this ground invasion.
Earlier today, your former boss, retired General David Petraeus, called a potential full-scale Israeli ground assault into Gaza, and I'm quoting him now, exceedingly difficult. What do you see as the main challenges the IDF would face?
Well, there are many. First is its mission, which would be to destroy Hamas. That's a tall order, given the urban environment in Gaza, the depth of the tunnel system there, the ability of Hamas fighters to blend into the civilian population. This is going to be almost an impossible order for the Israeli troops to succeed in carrying out. Beyond that, there will be a lot of civilian casualties. The infrastructure will take a beating. We've seen this in previous urban battles in Fallujah in 2004 and Mosul in 2017. And so this is an exceedingly tough mission. And I'm afraid that the Israeli government has given its defense forces a mission that they can't succeed in carrying out, at least to the full benefit of what the Israeli government wants, which is the destruction of Hamas and its military capabilities.
So let's say the Israelis succeeded in that mission to destroy Hamas, to destroy their infrastructure, their weapons. Who would be in charge of Gaza after Hamas?
Well, this is precisely the point. After 9/11, we invaded Afghanistan in an act of revenge with no thought as to what government would follow the collapse of the Taliban. And I think right now the worry is that Israel is doing the same thing here in Gaza. If Hamas goes, who will replace it? Will they have the support of the Palestinian people? Will they be able to maintain security over this enclave? And what the Israeli government really needs to do now is start thinking long term. If they want the Palestinians to stop these incursions onto Israeli soil, they need to think about a long-term solution to the Palestinian people and give them some sort of sovereignty that can make them stop these attacks on Israel.
On top of all of this, as you know, Colonel, the IDF now says Hezbollah in South Lebanon is playing what they call a very dangerous game and could drag Lebanon into a full-scale war. What are your concerns about Israel's northern front? Because it's very tense up there right now.
Well, first, it would be a tragedy for the Lebanese people. I mean, their state is near collapse anyway, and a war with Israel would further that process. But in terms of Israel's defense, Hezbollah's capabilities dwarf those of Hamas. They have 130,000 plus rockets trained on Israel, and this would be a very, very deadly attack if Hezbollah joins Hamas in attacking Israel. Israel would respond and would be fighting a war on two fronts. It's very difficult to do that, and there would be a lot of death and destruction in southern Lebanon to go with that's now being rained down on Hamas.
And those Hezbollah rockets and missiles in South Lebanon, they have an extensive range. Many of them not only could reach Haifa in northern Israel, but Tel Aviv and maybe even Jerusalem. So this is a really serious problem that we all have to watch for right now. Colonel Peter Mansour, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
President Biden speaking with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu just moments ago. We have new details. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time, weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I feel free to bare my skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy. I'm celebrating my clear skin my way. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. In another study, most people had 90% clearer skin even at 5 years. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Thanks to clearer skin at Sky Rizzy, this is my moment. There's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
We will no longer be prisoners to you, Winter. We shall fly south to where the courts are eternally bright, and we will do so with Consumer Cellular. The same coverage for up to half the cost. When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
How white do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test.
Oof, still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much.
There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips White. They whiten like a $400 professional treatment. So much whiter. Crest.
People thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. With CeraVital Advanced, I wake up refreshed.
CeraVital Advanced is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at CeraVital.com.
I suffer with psoriatic arthritis and psoriasis. I was on a journey for a really long time to find some relief. Cosentix works for me.
Cosentix helps real people get real relief from the symptoms of psoriatic arthritis or psoriasis, serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
I move so much better because of Cosentix.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentix.
If there's pain when you try to prove and going, sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. #2 should be easy to do.
Colace Clear, soften stools for comfortable relief. No dyes or preservatives.
Dude, dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food. It's Fresh Pet. Real meat, real veggies.
Real weird.
He was bad luck anyway.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who scans this QR code. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Scan the QR code. Don't wait. Scan the code now and ask about the Bosley Guarantee.
I'm Pete Muntine at Reagan National Airport. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Frederica Whitfield in Atlanta alongside Wolf Blitzer in Washington. Wolf will get to you in a moment. We begin our special coverage with new developments happening in Israel's war against Hamas. And a warning, what you're about to see is graphic. New action on the ground as Israel Defense Forces say their troops clashed with Hamas fighters inside Gaza. It marks just the second time Israeli forces have confirmed operating inside the enclave since the Hamas terror attack 2 weeks ago. It has been another violent day across central Gaza, where a new barrage of Israeli airstrikes hit several targets. One Gaza hospital saying they are being overwhelmed by the number of bodies. Videos obtained by CNN show dozens of dead people wrapped in shrouds surrounding the hospital. The morgue already filled to capacity. Israel also launching a rare aerial assault on a mosque in the West Bank. The IDF claims the strike thwarted an imminent terror attack, but the Palestinian Authority calls it a dangerous escalation. IDF is vowing to increase its aerial bombardment of Gaza ahead of a potential ground incursion against Hamas. With the bloodshed mounting, this afternoon President Biden held phone calls with Israeli President Benjamin Netanyahu and Pope Francis. That call comes as more critical aid appears to be on the way into southern Gaza. 15 trucks carrying food and supplies from Egypt are now being inspected at the Rafah border crossing, just one day after the first convoy was allowed into Gaza. Wolf, let's send it back over to you.
All right, Fred, thank you very much. Let's get some more right now. Our team of reporters are covering all of the late-breaking developments. CNN's Alex Marquardt and Priscilla Alvarez are joining us first right now. Priscilla, what more are you learning about this phone conversation just a little while ago between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Wolf, this is the 8th phone call that the two leaders have had since those attacks on October 7th. And while we're still awaiting a readout from the White House about this call, the two have spoken multiple times, including this past Friday. And in the course of those conversations, the two leaders have talked about the ongoing support by the U.S. to Israel, the fact that the U.S. wants to see that innocent civilians are protected and that humanitarian aid is making its way into Gaza. Now, just yesterday, the president here in Rehoboth was asked about whether the administration is trying to delay any invasion by Israel. And to that, he said he was talking to the Israelis. So clearly a working weekend here for the president, not the only call of the day. The president also spoke to Pope Francis today, according to the White House, where the two also discussed the situation in Israel and Gaza. White House officials watching all this very closely, and the president himself being briefed regularly by his national security team. Wolf?
A huge, huge issue, obviously, facing the President of the United States. Alex, there is some question, as you well know, about whether the Biden administration is asking Israel to delay any ground incursion into Gaza, but a senior Israeli official is flatly denying that claim. What more are you learning?
Well, Wolf, this is a major priority for the Biden administration to get these American hostages out, to get all of the hostages out. This is something that the U.S. has asked Qatar to talk to Hamas about, and clearly the U.S. is encouraged by the fact that these two Americans were released, mother and daughter, on Friday. And so there is hope here in the U.S. And certainly elsewhere, including Israel, that more progress can be made on the hostage front, as well as getting aid into Gaza, which is underway, but it's certainly far from mission accomplished. And so what I'm hearing from different sources is that there has been some pressure from the Biden administration on the Israelis to delay their looming ground incursion into Gaza to allow for more progress on both those fronts, on the hostage front as well as on the aid into Gaza. Now, as you noted, a senior Israeli official has denied that this is the case, but when you put the question to Biden administration officials, as Priscilla was just noting with the president, but also Secretary Antony Blinken earlier today, he did not deny that. He said that this is a decision for Israel to make in terms of the timing of their ground invasion. But clearly, this is a major concern for the United States. Every time we hear a Biden administration official talking about support for Israel, that is quickly followed by concerns over the humanitarian condition in Gaza for Palestinians fleeing the fighting, for the aid getting in there, and for the hostages. Wolf?
Alex, also today, the State Department here in Washington ordered all non-emergency U.S. government personnel to immediately leave Iraq. What's happening there?
And this follows a very similar warning that we heard from the State Department for Lebanon. And so it reflects this growing concern about potential attacks on U.S. targets in the Middle East, potential attacks against American citizens. And so right now, the State Department has a level 4 travel advisory. That's as high as you can go. And the State Department's saying, do not go to Lebanon, and now do not go to Iraq. At the same time, families that are associated with those embassies in those two countries are coming home. Non-emergency personnel are leaving as well. And so what this advisory says is that the U.S. citizens in Iraq face high risks to their safety and security. And this is something we heard from the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin earlier today, Wolf, that there is the prospect for increasing violence by Iranian proxies against U.S. targets in the Middle East. Wolf.
And the State Department also issued what's called a worldwide alert for Americans traveling abroad to exercise, in their words, increased caution. We're watching all of these developments very closely. Alex Marquardt, Priscilla Alvarez, guys, thank you very much. I want to turn right now to CNN's Matthew Chance. He's on the ground in northern Israel for us. Matthew, Israeli troops clashed with Hamas today inside of Gaza. First of all, what more are IDF officials saying about this incursion, this skirmish going on inside Gaza?
Well, I mean, first of all, Wolf, this is not necessarily the start of the big sort of land invasion that everybody's been anticipating and bracing for which Israel has deployed tens of thousands, if not more, of its troops near Gaza in order to undertake. But it is an example of the kind of pinpoint operation that Israeli forces have been conducting inside Gaza on the land, of course backed by those very heavy airstrikes, particularly in the north of the Gaza Strip as well, to try and find information perhaps on the location of the various hostages that are being held by Hamas inside the Gaza Strip. It also underlines just how hazardous a land operation is going to be inside the Gaza Strip, because with this first confrontation on the ground between Hamas militants and the Israeli military, we saw at least one Israeli killed, the others who have been injured, and of course, again, Gaza is an area which has a very dense population. It also has very close, tight-knit streets. Much of them have been demolished by airstrikes over the course of the past couple of weeks. There's also that network of underground tunnels that has to be contended with, and I don't know exactly what happened today, but undoubtedly some of those factors came into play and resulted in at least one Israeli death, and so it sort of indicates just how difficult it's going to be when there's a full-scale invasion into Gaza involving a lot more Israeli soldiers, Wolf.
And on top of all of this, Matthew, there was a rare Israeli airstrike in the West Bank targeting a mosque. What more are officials saying on that front?
Yeah, I mean, this airstrike on a mosque, actually, in the town or the city of Jenin in the West Bank, I think indicating just how, serious the Israelis are at the moment about tackling militarily any threat that they detect. And what they say, the Israeli military says, is that they believe that a terrorist plot was being hatched or being planned from the basement of that mosque, and so between including Hamas militants and militants from another Palestinian group called the Islamic Jihad, and that they took action to stop that before it took place. That's not the version of events that Palestinian officials are putting out there. They're saying that this was an escalation and they've condemned it. But nevertheless, again, it underlines just how much violence there is at the moment across this entire region.
Matthew Chance, stay safe up there in northern Israel for us. Matthew Chance reporting. Meanwhile, Israel's ambassador to the United States, Michael Herzog, is standing by live now. He's joining us for a conversation. Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start with the news. CNN, as you know, has learned that U.S. officials are pressing Israel right now to try to delay any full-scale ground offensive in Gaza. Would you like to comment on this report?
Yes, that is not true. There's no U.S. pressure on Israel to reconsider or delay the ground operation. We have a very close dialogue between us and close consultations. Many questions come up during these consultations, but as the White House said, and as we said, Israel is a sovereign nation and they do not ask us or tell us what to do. They understand the situation. So there's no real pressure. There is a dialogue. All questions come up in this dialogue. They give us advice, but they are not telling us what to do or what not to do.
Well, is the advice to delay a ground invasion?
I'm telling you, the U.S. The operation has to do with tactical operation, Israeli considerations. In the dialogue with the US, they raise a lot of questions, but they are not telling us what to do or what not to do, and they said as much in their public statements.
So if Israel is unwilling to delay any potential ground offensive inside Gaza, Ambassador, what is the plan to try to get the other hostages, and there may be as many as 200 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza? What's the plan to get the rest of the hostages out?
I'm not going to discuss such plans in public. This is very high on our agenda. We are concerned about the situation of the hostages. We call on the international community to press Hamas to release them unconditionally. We hold them accountable for any harm. Hostages, that's all I can say at this point.
Why do you think Hamas actually released these two American hostages, a mother and daughter? What did they hope or expect to get in exchange?
Obviously, I think they are concerned about the public opinion and what's coming their way. So it's their way to release some pressure to show that they are humane. After all, we've all seen the terrible scenes from the beginning of the war, October 7th. And I think it troubles them, and they want to show that they can take care of humanitarian issues. We welcome the release of any hostage, but we remind everybody that there are over 200 people out there, including women, children, elderly, and sick people.
What is the potential end game, Ambassador, of an Israeli ground offensive into Gaza? Does Israel have a coherent strategy for what would come next if it were able to remove Hamas, destroy their military equipment, their infrastructure? What would happen in Gaza after that?
Given the fact that Hamas launched an all-out war against the state of Israel, and we've seen what they did, Israel has no option but to go after Hamas and to destroy their military capabilities and the governance body that directs these military capabilities inside Gaza. That's the goal of this war. This goal cannot be achieved without a ground operation. Now, what will be the end state or the end game? This is something we are thinking about. This is something that we began discussing with some of our friends. Discuss it in public, but it's not something that we neglected or didn't think about. It's very much on our mind.
But you're unwilling to tell us what your preference would be, at least not now. Is that right?
All I can say is that we want an end game without Hamas ruling Gaza and being able to threaten the state of Israel. We will replace Hamas. There's room for discussion, and we are entering this discussion.
Ambassador, I know this connection is a little upset right now, but is Israel open to allowing a steady stream of humanitarian aid to come into Gaza from Egypt?
Well, this is the second day that humanitarian aid is going from Egypt to Gaza, yesterday and today. So as you can see, we are facilitating that, mindful of the fact that Hamas might want to put its hand on those humanitarian supplies and feed its own war machine. But we're doing it in close coordination with the United States, with Egypt, and with the UN.
The IDF has engaged, as you know, with various groups along Israel's northern borders with both Lebanon and Syria. What's your level of concern right now, Ambassador, about this escalating conflict moving towards a much wider regional war?
We're watching the situation in the north very closely, as everybody knows. Since we began the war, since Hamas launched the war against Israel, Hezbollah attacked us along the Israel-Lebanon border. Every day we have the firing of anti-tank missiles, and they also allow some Palestinian factions to take action and infiltrate and attack us. I think no party wants an all-out war. I believe Hezbollah, it's not in their interest as well, because they know what will be the outcome, what price they are going to pay. But I take the opportunity to warn that there's room for miscalculation and things could get out of hand, even though we do not want to engage out in a full-scale war. We are very mindful of that situation, and we have sent deterrent messages to Iran and to Hezbollah.
And so what do you see as the role of Iran in all of this?
Obviously, Iran is a leader of the so-called resistance axis, in which Hamas is a member, Hezbollah is a member, the Houthis are a member. So when the Houthis fire rockets, obviously it couldn't have happened without Iranian green light. It couldn't have happened without Iran providing them with the weapons. And the same for Shiite militias in Syria and Iraq, and the same for Hezbollah. So obviously we all understand that the leader of this axis is Iran. It doesn't mean that Iran and Hezbollah want to enter the fray and go into full-scale war with Israel or the United States. I don't think so. But they are playing a dangerous game.
Ambassador Michael Herzog, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Wolf.
And still to come, protests continue to erupt across the world as the Israel-Hamas war escalates. How the Israeli Arab community is reacting to the conflict. That's next.
Missing punches. Unnecessary. Check reversals. Unnecessary. Timesheet correction. Unnecessary. Unentered sick time. Unnecessary. Go! Unnecessary. Go! Unnecessary. When you can take this phone, you'll be ready. Make the unnecessary unnecessary. Let your employees do their own payroll.
Sleep more deeply and wake up rejuvenated. Purple Mattress's exclusive Gel Flex grid draws away heat, relieves pressure, and instantly adapts. Sleep better. Live Purple. Visit purple.com or a mattress store near you.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one? The one with titanium? It's so light, don't touch it. Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. What? Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
That first time you take a step back and see everything you've accomplished.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy with GoDaddy.
I am doing this.
With a partner that puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com/sell.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Mornings. Cough? Congestion?
I'm feeling better. All in one and done with new Mucinex Kickstart.
Headache?
Better now.
New Mucinex Kickstart gives all-in-one and done relief with a morning jolt of instant cooling sensation. It's comeback season.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool. You're all set.
So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home.
Our miss system, we should go.
Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Thanks to Skyrizi, I'm playing with clearer skin. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
With Skyrizi, nothing on my skin means everything. Ask your dermatologist about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
If there's pain when you try to poo and going sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colis is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
Bye-bye, cough.
Later chest congestion. Hello, 12 hours of relief.
12 hours? Not coughing? Hashtag still not coughing? Mucin XDM gives you 12 hours of relief from chest congestion and any type of cough, day or night. Mucin XDM. It's comeback season.
There are more identity threats than you realize. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
Protests over the Israel-Hamas war continue to erupt around the globe. Today in Bosnia, for example, a crowd of thousands of pro-Palestinian protesters gathered in Sarajevo to demonstrate against the violence unfolding in Gaza. A similar march took place in Belgium today as pro-Palestinian demonstrators marched in front of the EU Commission headquarters in Brussels. These come after several days of protests with pro-Palestinian and pro-Israeli demonstrators marching in cities and public squares around the world. I'm joined now by Yusuf Haddad. He's an Israeli-Arab activist and CEO of Together, Vouch for Each Other. Yusuf, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, tell us how the Israeli-Arab community is reacting to this conflict with Hamas right now.
I mean, it's very obvious when it comes to the Israeli-Arab society, the majority of it took a very solid decision. We are against Hamas. We're against ISIS Hamas. That's what we're calling them right now. Because on the 7th of October, we saw the atrocities, the massacre, and the horrific things that the terrorist organization Hamas did. And I had some calls with my friends, Arab friends from Israel, and when we spoke about it, we literally felt that Hamas could have conquered the south and then the center and also the north of Israel, where the majority of Arab Israelis are staying. And we had a very bad feeling about it. And immediately my friend and colleagues here said, that's the last thing that we want. We don't want to live under a terrorist organization. We want to live in a democracy, and that's what the state of Israel is. Of course, unfortunately, we have a tiny minority within our society that support Hamas, and we are lucky that the Israeli police, which people need to understand, the Israeli police have Arabs and Jewish officers in it, and they're dealing with the extremists in the best way that they can do in order to maintain them silent.
I know your organization, Yusuf, Together, Vouch for Each Other, works to promote partnerships and tries to bridge the gap between Arabs and Jews. How has this current conflict complicated that relationship?
But here's the thing, it's not. And in fact, it made us more united. I have to even share with you stories that I'm not sure that the international media knows that. But for instance, I can give you the name of Yusuf Zaidan, which is he's from the. He is an Arab Muslim, and only him by himself saved more than 30 Israeli Jews in that happened on the 7th of October. And when he was asked why you didn't escape, because bullets were flying all over the place, why didn't you escape? And he answered, and I again want to make sure everybody understands, he's an Arab Muslim Bedouin Israeli. He said, I am an Israeli and there were Israelis there. Why would I run? My obligation is to save them. That's one story. Second story that I have to do is actually from Officer H. I can't say his full name, it's classified, but Officer H is actually an Arab Muslim as well. And he managed, with a bit of exception, to eliminate a lot of Hamas ISIS terrorists because he took his IDF uniform out in order not to expose himself, and then he called them in Arabic to come to him. He said, "Ta'alu landi, which is come to me. And once they revealed their hidden place, he eliminated it immediately. There are countless stories of Arab Israelis helping today even the civilians, sending supplies from the north for the soldiers and for the citizens of the north, of the south, of Israel. So in fact, people are talking about how is it complicating things between Jews and Arabs, and I will tell you, it's quite the opposite. The relationship between Jews and Arabs in Israel is getting stronger, but we also must keep looking at the minority extremists in order for them not to, intimidate us. This is one of the crucial things, because I've been working as a social activist with my organization, working on bridging gaps between Jews and Arabs, working on bringing the Arab society closer to the Israeli society for several years. And time after time, I've been targeted and I've been threatened by those minority extremists. The only reason why I did not stop is because of what I call the silent voice from the Arab society, which always send me messages and telling me, you know, Yusuf, we are thinking exactly like you, but we don't have the guts to say it because of those extremists. And those extremists really scary. They threaten your life. They're willing to do things. I got attacked on the way back to Israel from Dubai, and my mom broke her hand because of an extremist who have a problem with my views and my activity. So that's why a lot of the Arab society, a lot of people from the Arab society are scared of them. I'm happy to tell you that step by step we are getting out, and many Arab Israelis, after the atrocities that ISIS Hamas did, they came out and they said to me, Yusuf, please, we want our voice to be spread all over the world. And so please use your social media. Here's a video from me. Share it with the world. Share it with the Arab world. Let the Arab world know that the Arab Israelis are not supportive of Hamas in any way. Hamas is a terrorist organization, and we need to destroy it as fast as possible.
It's so important what you're doing, Yusuf. Thank you so much, and thank your organization as well. Appreciate it very much. Yusuf Haddad, appreciate it very much. Still to
Thank you
come.
very much for having me. Super.
Thank you. A closer look at the devastating consequences of the Israel-Hamas war on children living inside Gaza.
Nothing can prepare you for this kind of brutality.
None of us wanted this to happen.
They took babies after they killed their parents. Something you can't imagine.
There's still bombardment ongoing inside Gaza.
Humanitarian conditions there grow more dire. Are you hopeful still that Hezbollah will stay out of this war?
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
The all-new Hyundai Kona with class-leading advanced tech features.
Al, did you make that call?
Honey, we already have Medicare. Why do I need to call?
Alan, the Feldman said we may be able to get additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan right here in our zip code.
Honey, what do you mean additional benefits? We turned 65, we got Medicare. That's all there is to it, right?
I'm talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. We have traditional Medicare, which is only Medicare Parts A and B, but not Part C.
Wait. So not everyone on Medicare is a Part C plan?
No. That's why we need to call, because there may be plans available with additional benefits.
What kind of extra benefits?
If you're on Original Medicare, call 800-679-8057 now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period to speak with a licensed insurance agent. Give them your zip code and see if there's a Part C plan with additional benefits available to you in your area that may better fit your needs. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans with additional benefits available. Medicare plans and benefits can change each and every year, and that's why it's important to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the coming year. If you're on Medicare, you can call now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period, even if you called last year. If you feel like your original Medicare plan isn't giving you everything you need, call to find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so call to speak with a licensed insurance agent right now during the Medicare Annual Enrollment Period. Remember, you don't get Medicare Part C plan benefits automatically. Call now for your free 2024 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-679-8057. 800-679-8057.
HPV is a virus that typically has no signs and symptoms, and it's spread via sexual activity. Unfortunately, condoms aren't giving us full protection from HPV. There's still those other body parts that are touching. HPV can stay asleep in a person's body for up to 40 years before it wakes up, and it's linked to a long list of cancers.
The HPV vaccine is a cancer prevention tool. We know it is very safe, it is very effective, and it's giving you long-term protection against cancer.
While it supports healthy cholesterol and insulin sensitivity guaranteed.
Take the first step to making sure your next checkup is better than your last and hearing those 3 wonderful words. Blood sugar, normal. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BUSY to 231231. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors preferred. Better science. Better results.
I'm Kayla Tausche at the White House, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
The death toll in Gaza continues to rise as more than 4,600 people have now died in Gaza. That, according to the territory's Hamas-controlled Palestinian Ministry of Health. And tragically, about 40% of that number is made up of children. CNN's Jomana Karacha has their story and a warning to our viewers. Some of the images and stories in this report are very graphic and difficult to watch.
Why have you gone, my son, he wails. You wanted to be a pilot. You're only sleeping, he says, kissing his boy's lifeless body. Every day of this war has brought pain, pain no parent wants to ever live through. Every 15 minutes in Gaza, a child is killed, aid groups say. More than 1,500 children killed so far in a war that's only just beginning. A war they didn't choose, one for which they are paying the heaviest price. Those who live haunted by what they've survived, the lucky ones still have parents to hold their hands. 10-year-old Abdurrahman still doesn't know. The strike that left him injured took away his mom, dad, and 3 sisters. His aunt, the only one left to try and comfort him. He wakes up, he cries, they give him painkillers, and he goes back to sleep, she says. I'm worried about him, the shock when he wakes up and finds out that his mother and father are gone, his aunt says. He's the youngest. He was so attached to his parents. He used to play football with his dad. He would go with him everywhere. Families here say they all heeded the Israeli military's warning and moved south, thinking it would be safe, but it wasn't. Malik's injured in the hips and legs. She lost her mother and siblings in an airstrike. A girl in the 3rd grade. What did she do? Her aunt asks. Did she shoot Israelis? She didn't. We're peaceful people in our homes, she says. We didn't launch any rockets or shoot. We didn't do anything. 9-year-old Mahmoud was out playing when his family home was hit. He's in hospital with head and leg injuries. We were playing in the garden and suddenly a missile landed on us, he says. Trees fell on me. My mother, my father, my brother, and grandfather are injured. My uncle brought me unconscious to the hospital. Most of the injured in Gaza, doctors say, are children and women. With no power, no water, and medical supplies running out, the healthcare they need is on the verge of collapse. Around half of Gaza's population are children. Most have only ever known life under a blockade and war. Now in this kill box, no place safe from Israel's relentless bombardment. Desperate for any promise of safety, many have flooded Shifa hospital grounds. The constant buzz of military drones overhead has become part of existence in Gaza. Some find a little escape from this living nightmare no child should ever endure. Though Jane and Julia say their neighborhood was flattened by airstrikes. We've been living in so much fear, panic, and anxiety, she says. Whenever I hear airstrikes, I don't know what to do. I hug my mom. 7-year-old Julia says she holds her mom too and hides. They're now living under the stairs. I get upset when I see injured here in the hospital, Julia says. When I grow up, I want to become a doctor so I can treat them, so they can get better. It's a war on Hamas, they say, but it is the youngest who bear the brunt. Ensnared in violence they can't control, trapped in this race against death. Jomana Karacha, CNN, London.
And thanks to Jabana for that important report. Coming up, leaving everything behind to work as a medic in the war. Why an Israeli-American doctor is now traveling to Israel to volunteer at a hospital. Stay with us.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time? That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Botox.
As a cardiologist, I advise patients to maintain a healthy blood pressure. I recommend Qunol blood pressure support with the power of beets. Its unique 3-in-1 complex helps you maintain a healthy blood pressure. Qunol, the brand I trust.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987. Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-882-0987. 800-882-0987.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, for a better night's sleep. So now, he wakes up feeling like himself, the reigning Family Room middleweight champion. Better days start with ZQL nights.
Welcome back. A 27-year-old Israeli-American medic is risking her life by joining the humanitarian efforts in Israel's war against Hamas. Kinneret Levine said goodbye to her family and flew to Israel, where she plans to work at a hospital, nursing homes, and hotels to treat some injured Gazans. CNN national correspondent Camila Bernal joining me live with more on this. Camila, so why did Kinneret choose to put her own life at risk?
Fred, she tells me that as an American, this is her way of pursuing justice. She said,
Even her father didn't want her to go to Israel. She left everything behind at her home in Fredericksburg, Texas. She stopped here in Los Angeles. That's when we were able to talk to her right before going to Israel. She actually texted us. She's still almost in Israel. She says she'll land in about a half an hour. But she told me, look, as an American, again, the only time I've ever felt this way was during 9/11. And she said that she had those feelings all over again. And so she decided that this is what she needed to do. She wants to volunteer her time at these hospitals, even though she does tell me, look, I am scared. I don't know what's going to happen, but I want to help. Listen to what she said.
Fight doesn't mean being on the front lines. It also means being in the hospitals and helping and talking to people and children who've gone through the most horrible thing that's happened. So,
are you ready to see that?
I don't think anyone's ready. I don't think anyone truly is ready or truly is prepared, but it's a conscious decision that I have made, and I will stick through it.
Now, she also told me that she's made peace with a number of possible outcomes here. She says that she understands that maybe she won't be able to come back to the U.S. She could be in the middle of an attack, and she told me, I also know I could face death. But she says that as long as there is blood running through her body, she wants to be there to volunteer, to do anything she can, because she says, look, I can't stay in the U.S. I need to be there and donate as much as I can of my time and of my abilities to help the people of Israel. But again, she considers herself an American who is there to help the people of Israel, Fred.
So Camila, we had said she also wants to treat Gazans. Does she plan to cross into a border and go to the Gaza?
No, she told me that she knows that there's many people from around that area that will go to a lot of the hospitals and a lot of the nursing homes that are taking care of people. So she said she's willing to treat and help anyone she can, but no plans as of now of going into Gaza, Fred.
All right, Camila Bernal, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, coming up, the president of a synagogue in Detroit found stabbed to death outside her home. What we know about the investigation next.
Tonight, how did Hamas orchestrate their massive attack on Israel? Sarah Seidner explores the history of this secretive and dangerous terror group. And what comes next? The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
We asked real customers what they love most about Consumer Cellular.
What I love? The pricing was fantastic.
The coverage is great.
It was the same, if not better.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers for up to half the cost.
Consumer Cellular offers really great coverage. It's the same.
The price is remarkable.
Get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at $20 a month.
They are always concerned about my needs.
Our customer service team is 100% based in the U.S., and we've received the J.D. Power Award for highest customer service again.
I got a great phone, and I got to keep my number.
And AARP members get exclusive discounts.
You'd be surprised how much you can actually save.
Switch today and save up to half on your wireless and add extra lines anytime for just $15 each. Call 1-800-918-5095. Go to consumercellular.com or visit a Target store today.
Trust me, you'll be satisfied.
I'm pushing myself harder than I ever have before, and I need to feel 100% every day after training. As soon as I take my ski boots off and I wear my UFOs, my feet, my ankles, my knees feel so much better. I wear UFOs because it's the easiest part of my recovery. It's a game changer.
Are you still struggling with your bra? It's time for you to try Nix, makers of the world's comfiest wireless bras. For revolutionary support without underwires and sizes up to a G-cup. Find your new favorite bra today at Nix.com.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi. Feel significant significant symptom relief with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Oh, yeah. Love your necklace. It's Gloriana. Who'll serve that? Cheers. Gloriana. Jewelry you'll love. Visit us in-store or online.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
I'm Zachary Cohen in Washington, and this is CNN.
Investigators are looking for a motive in the death of a synagogue president. Samantha Wool was found stabbed to death outside her Detroit home. Police say they found a trail of blood leading to her home where they believe the crime happened. CNN's chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst John Miller is joining us to discuss. So disturbing, John. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer has assigned Michigan State Police to assist the local Detroit police, and now the FBI is also assisting in the investigation into Samantha Wool's death. What does that tell you?
Well, not a surprise. You know, Samantha Wool was a well-known and influential figure in the Jewish community of Detroit, personal friends with the Attorney General, so they are looking very closely at the obvious burning question, which is, does her brutal murder have anything to do with events unfolding on the other side of the world and calls for violence against Jewish leaders and Jewish institutions? So far, Wolf, no indication there. You have a crime where she is at her condominium, and the LaSalle condominiums in Lafayette Park. No forced entry, apparently, is what we are told at the scene. The crime occurs inside her apartment, and she flees bleeding from the apartment. A trail of blood leads to where her body was found. So the questions are, was an attacker somebody who pushed in behind her as she came home? Was the attacker already inside the apartment? Was it someone she knew? Was it a stranger? To put that together, they're going over her cell phone records, looking for video in the area in a canvas that they hope will show them who was coming and who was going at the time. But so far, nothing to point to any connection to any of the events on the other side of the world.
How though do the escalations in Israel right now in Gaza complicate potentially this investigation?
Well, it complicates the tensions in Detroit, which is very much like New York, or Los Angeles, which has a large Arab American community, a large Jewish community, and those tensions are being felt in the streets, especially as we're seeing bombing continue, hostages being held, people being killed.
Let me also ask you about various law enforcement agencies, as you well know, across the country right now, being on a higher state of alert for what they call lone offenders inspired by the Israel-Hamas war. This week, the New York Police Department ordered all officers, for example, to report in uniform and be prepared for deployment. So what does that tell you, John?
That tells me that law enforcement in New York, Chicago, Los Angeles, Washington, D.C., Las Vegas, across the country in the major cities are reacting to the meetings they've been holding with their intelligence commanders, trying to assess what is it we have to be ready for. Certainly, as we saw in New York over the last hours, protests in the street where there were clashes with police, 22 arrests with pro-Palestine demonstrators in the Bay Ridge section of Brooklyn, but also being ready for the potential of something happening that is unscheduled. Hamas has never called for attacks on U.S. soil before, but we've seen a deluge of these threats coming from ISIS, coming from Al-Qaeda. Al-Qaeda re-released every issue of Inspire magazine online. These are rife with instructions on how to commit terrorist attacks. ISIS called for practical ways to support the Palestinian people, in their words, in articles in their magazine, Al-Naba, by their leader, Qureshi, talking about attacks on Jewish people, Jewish economic interests, Jewish nightclubs, synagogues across the world. So police are trying to figure out how to have as many people in uniform, in reserve, no matter what their assignment is, in case they have to be called out in the event of either civil disorder or an attack.
John Miller reporting for us. John, thank you very, very much. And to Samantha Wool's family, our deepest, deepest condolences. May she rest in peace, and may her memory be a blessing. Coming up, Hamas fighters and Israeli troops clashing inside Gaza in what appears to be one of the first skirmishes between the two sides on the ground in Gaza since the Hamas terror attacks October 7th. We'll get analysis with a former senior U.S. defense official. That's coming up.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT. There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
Not that into saving, are you? Whoa, dude, money. Because you paid too much for those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free quality eye exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The Chunky!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one? The one with titanium? It's so light, don't touch it. Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday board's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down could be a sign you're not getting enough daily fiber. Metamucil capsules can help. Psyllium fiber gels to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down, promoting digestive health for a better you. Metamucil capsules, an easy way to get more daily fiber.
As a cardiologist, I advise patients to maintain a healthy blood pressure. I recommend Cunol blood pressure support with the power of beets. Its unique 3-in-1 complex helps you maintain a healthy blood pressure. Cunol, the brand I trust.
I got the cabin for 3 days. It's gonna be sweet. What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Was that necessary?
No, neither is a blown weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick and try Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
Instaflex Advanced is so powerful. I had better knees in just 1 week.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample by texting yoga to 321321. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief in the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free. Text YOGA to 321321 today.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Page Publishing. Want to publish a book? We'll review your manuscript for free.
If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 800-563-0741.
Hamas fighters clashing with Israeli troops earlier today, this time inside Gaza. It appears to be one of the first skirmishes between both sides from within the Gaza Strip since Hamas unleashed its deadly terror attacks on October 7th. I'm joined now by Evelyn Farkas for some perspective. She's a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense and now the Executive Director for the McCain Institute. Evelyn, thanks so much for joining us. What does today's clash inside Gaza between Hamas and Israeli forces signal to you?
Yeah, I mean, it signals to me what the Israelis said, that they are now moving into a new phase of their operation against the Hamas terrorist fighters, and they're going to try to root them out. It doesn't sound like they had tremendous success, at least in this skirmish, but we can expect to see more of this going forward.
Evelyn, why do you believe the U.S. is now pressing Israel to delay a full-scale ground invasion into Gaza?
Well, there are several reasons. I think the immediate top reason is the fear that the conflict will spread. So as you know, and you and your colleagues have all been reporting, there have been attacks on Israel coming from the Hezbollah from the north. There's a fear that the Hezbollah fighters might be interested in ratcheting up the pressure. That could get Lebanon involved. And again, many other actors then, including the United States. So that's number one. Number two is, and I think you had earlier this morning, you had some excellent people on, General Petraeus, you had former foreign minister, defense minister rather, and then Prime Minister Ehud Barak. They all talked about the fact that there's a lack of a strategy. You need to provide a future vision to the people of Gaza. Otherwise, you're going to lose in the long run. Israel cannot occupy Gaza, so they need to have a transition plan, a political transition plan. And launching into a full-scale operation without knowing how it's going to end is very risky.
Are there other lessons Israel can learn from the U.S. conflicts in the Middle East?
Yeah, clearly. I mean, when we went into Afghanistan and certainly in Iraq, we were so heavy-handed and we were not as able to distinguish the good guys from the bad guys. And frankly, in our operations, because we were so heavy-handed, we ended up creating more militants as we were eliminating them. So you have to be very careful when you're going in to take out the fighters. Israel has to destroy Hamas, destroy the terrorist organization. But it cannot do that and then create a whole nother opposition. So they have to, again, as I said, offer the people of Gaza and frankly the Palestinian people writ large a hope for a better future so that maybe they won't turn against Israel. And certainly broadening the conflict is very dangerous because the Israeli military is not as strong as it should be at this point in time for various reasons, most of them political.
Evelyn Farkas, thank you very, very much.
Thanks, Will.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Frederica Whitfield in Atlanta alongside my colleague Wolf Blitzer in Washington. We'll get back to you, Wolf, in a moment. So let's start with our continuing coverage of Israel at war. New fighting today inside Gaza. Israel Defense Forces say they clashed with Hamas fighters, marking only the second confirmed Israeli operation in the enclave since the beginning of this war. But beyond that skirmish, it has been another bloody day across the Gaza Strip. Israeli airstrikes ripping through the enclave with deadly results, the grim reality of this war scene on some of its most vulnerable. Video obtained obtained by CNN showing the lifeless bodies of a toddler and 3 children killed in overnight airstrikes. Their parents had written the children's names on their legs to identify them. And there was also a rare airstrike in the West Bank. The IDF saying that it hit a mosque there to prevent an imminent terror attack, but the Palestinian Authority calls the strike a dangerous escalation. The IDF is vowing to increase its aerial barrage in Gaza ahead of a potential ground incursion. And with the casualties and humanitarian crisis mounting, this afternoon, President Biden held phone calls with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Pope Francis, and leaders from Canada and across Europe. Those calls coming as more urgent aid has now made its way into Gaza. CNN has confirmed at least 14 relief aid trucks carrying vital supplies have entered the enclave today. Wolf.
Very much. I want to go on the ground right now in Israel. CNN diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is joining us from Sderot in Israel, not far from Gaza. Nick, what more are you learning, first of all, about the fighting between Israeli forces and Hamas that took place inside the Gaza Strip today?
Yeah, Wolf, we don't know the precise reason for this incursion. It wasn't announced in advance. No surprise there, because operational security is paramount for the Israeli forces. There's been so much discussion about a full-scale incursion. This was not that. This, it appears, was a limited operation to prepare the ground for potentially for a larger incursion, and it seems to have run into some Hamas operatives who we understand fired a grenade, a rocket-propelled grenade missile at one of the tanks. Hamas is sort of claiming this as a limited victory, that they hit a tank, damaged 2 of the mechanized bulldozers that were in with that advance unit as well. 1 soldier killed, 3 injured. The IDF says they've informed the families, but it does look as if this indicates that there could be a larger ground offensive coming. However, traveling around the border region today, we can see those troops ready. It just doesn't appear as if they're being moved close to the border for an immediate incursion. Obviously, things change with time, and that's a picture from about 6 hours ago, Wolf.
Interesting. Israel's aerial assault, as you know, Nick, it continues across Gaza today. What are you seeing? What are you hearing today?
Yeah, well, the IDF has said that they will ramp up airstrikes ahead of a ground incursion to protect the troops when they go in on the ground. This afternoon and into this evening and tonight where we are now, we have heard a massive, you're listening to it there, escalation in the number of airstrikes, missile strikes and artillery fired into Gaza. This is perhaps the highest level of sustained fire into Gaza that we have experienced here in the past week. We've been here for about 2 weeks. That first week it was very heavy, and the tempo right now is back where it was then. Some of those detonations that we're hearing are close enough and loud enough to rattle the doors and windows on our building that's a mile away from Gaza. So that gives you some idea of what the experience inside Gaza will be at the moment for these very heavy strikes that we're witnessing behind us, Wolf.
We've also seen today an Israeli forces launching a very rare air assault, air attack on over in the West Bank. What are officials saying about that?
Yeah, it was the town of Jenin, and we know earlier this year the IDF has had 2 incursions there to go after groups of terrorists there from the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group. Hamas has operatives there, and what the IDF is saying is that they had a real-time active intelligence that told them 2 operatives were in the mosque that had a network of tunnels that could be used for storing ammunition underneath the mosque, that these operatives were in the mosque, that they were planning a military operation, and the IDF targeted the mosque, killing these two fighters.
Nick Robertson reporting from Sderot in Israel. Thank you very much. Stay safe over there. Today, President Biden held phone conversations with several world leaders, including the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Pope Francis. It comes as the Biden administration is pushing for Israel to delay its likely ground incursion into Gaza. CNN's chief national security correspondent Alex Marquardt is joining us right now. Alex, Israeli officials deny these reports. Tell us what you're learning.
Yeah, Wolf, Israel doesn't want to be seen as being told what to do, and the U.S. certainly doesn't want to be seen as telling Israel what to do. What we're hearing from the Biden administration is that they are simply giving advice, offering their best judgment about what Israel should do when they do undertake this ground invasion. But, Wolf, what I've been told by two different sources is that part of what the U.S. is telling Israel is pressing them to allow for more time, to delay this ground incursion, to allow for more progress on both the hostages and the aid going into southern Gaza. There has been progress on that. We saw the 2 American women released on Friday, part of the 200 or so hostages still being held by Hamas. We've also seen these trucks moving towards southern Gaza today. So there has been progress. We know that a major priority for Israel and for the United States is to get these hostages out, particularly the foreign nationals and the civilians, and to allow that aid to get into Gaza. Israel doesn't want to be seen as being told what to do, and certainly Hamas knows that pressure will build on Israel if they continue to sort of trickle out these hostages, or if there's a sense that hostages may be released. And that kind of pressure could get in the way of what Israel's planning, Wolf.
In Iraq, meanwhile, the U.S. is ordering all non-emergency government personnel to leave the country immediately. Tell our viewers what's happening there.
Well, this really speaks to concerns that are growing here in Washington about what Iran and its proxies across the region could have in store for U.S. troops and diplomatic facilities and citizens around the Middle East. So the State Department has issued a new travel advisory for Iraq. It is at a level 4. It's the highest level, telling American citizens not to go to Iraq, and also saying that the families of U.S. diplomats are coming home, that non-essential personnel are leaving Iraq. This comes after a strike on a U.S. diplomatic facility in Baghdad on Friday, Wolf. We've also seen this in Lebanon, a very similar advisory. And so this really does speak to the growing concern that the Iranian proxies may be ratcheting up their efforts to target U.S. interests. That's something that we heard from the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, earlier today, Wolf.
In recent days, we've also seen the State Department issue a very rare worldwide alert for all Americans traveling overseas. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so the advisory I was just talking about for Iraq, these things happen all the time. They change. We get them fairly regularly. The worldwide alert that you're talking about does not happen very often, and it happens really around major world events. The last time was around when the leader of Al-Qaeda, Ayman al-Zawahiri, was killed by the United States last year. So now what the U.S. is doing is essentially telling American citizens around the world that they could be under threat, they could be under attack. And Wolf, that comes as a result of the real support that the U.S. has been showing to Israel in the wake of these attacks by Hamas and this looming invasion into Gaza. There are a lot of people around the world, particularly in the Middle East, who are really angry, who are furious, really, with the level of support that the U.S. has shown Israel. Wolf.
Alex Marquardt reporting for us. Alex, thank you very much. Barak Ravid is a foreign policy reporter over at Axios. He's joining us right now. Barak, you've got excellent sources. What are you hearing? Should Israel really delay its full-scale ground operation to allow for the release of more hostages and more aid to come into Gaza?
Good afternoon, Wolf. I think that the hostages issue is an issue, but when I spoke to several Israeli officials today, what they told me is that they're not looking for another gesture like the one we've seen a few days ago with 2 hostages that were released. They're saying that they are willing to give more time if we're talking about a big deal, meaning all the hostages, all the women, all the children, all the elderly in one tranche. It doesn't seem at the moment that such a deal might be possible, so I think a ground operation in Gaza is just a matter of when and not if, but there's another reason for the delay that it doesn't have to do with the hostages. It has to do with the threat for U.S. forces in the region. And what I heard from Israeli officials is that the U.S. asked for more time in order to get more forces in the region to protect U.S. troops and take preparedness measures in U.S. bases in the region, because I think the Pentagon and the White House are concerned that once an Israeli ground operation in Gaza starts, the threat for U.S. forces in the region will increase dramatically.
Yeah, the U.S. has already deployed, two U.S. aircraft carrier battle groups in the eastern Mediterranean, so clearly the U.S. is worried. They're trying to deter a further escalation of this war. Do you believe the U.S. is also pressing Israel to delay this full-scale ground assault?
I don't think so. I think, when I spoke to several White House officials, again, about the bigger picture of whether there will be a ground operation or not, they admitted that Israel is undissuadable, meaning there's nothing the U.S. can say or do that will prevent such a ground operation. It's just a matter of time until it happens. And when I ask Israeli officials, are they in a rush? They say, no, we're not in a rush, because Hamas, the time is not on Hamas's side. Hamas officials, Hamas leaders, Hamas commanders are in the tunnels, in the bunkers. Their situation is not getting better each day that passes. So they say, if not today, then tomorrow, not tomorrow, the next day, we're not in a rush. This thing is going to take a long time anyway.
What's the potential end game of a full-scale Israeli ground offensive into Gaza? Are Israeli officials saying anything, at least privately, about what would come after that if the Israelis were successful in destroying Hamas, removing their leadership, and eliminating their weapons?
So first, Wolf, this is a big if, meaning, we hear a lot from Israeli officials that they're going to dismantle Hamas, that in a few months Hamas will not exist. I would put a very big question mark on those statements, but let's say it does happen. So in the Israeli government right now, there are 2 or 3 different teams that are talking or thinking about the day after, but it's very low level, and the political echelon still did not have a serious discussion about it. And when both President Biden and Secretary of State Blinken asked directly both Netanyahu and the members of his war cabinet, they said, okay, what's your plan for the day after? They heard the same answer, and the answer was, we don't have one.
Yeah, it's very interesting indeed. The U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is warning about what he calls a potential escalation throughout the Middle East as a result of what's going on between Israel and Hamas right now. What's your level of concern with respect to that potential risk?
I think it's a very high risk. I mean, look at what's going on already before a ground operation. We see the border between Israel and Lebanon. We have, at least just today, I think, there were 7 or 8 different firefights between Israel and Hezbollah on the border. This is something that hasn't happened in years. Look at the situation in Yemen with the Houthis firing rockets and drones at Israel. Look at the situation in Iraq with threats against the U.S. Embassy. Look at the situation in Syria with attacks by Iranian proxies on U.S. bases. So you see it from almost every direction, and this is before a ground operation. So just imagine what's going to be the situation when Israel invades Gaza. It's a very, very dangerous and volatile situation.
You're absolutely right. Barak Ravid, thanks for your excellent reporting. Appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you, Wolf.
Still to come, much more needed aid has now entered Gaza from Egypt as this humanitarian crisis there grows more and more dire. We have new details. We'll share them with you right after a quick break.
It's nothing.
Sounds like something.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, systemic diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast relief when you need it most.
Unnecessary action here.
Missing punches.
Unnecessary.
Check reverses.
Unnecessary.
Timesheet correction.
Unnecessary.
Unentered sick time. Unnecessary. Go! Go! When you can take this phone, you'll be ready. Make the unnecessary unnecessary. Let your employees do their own payroll.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado.
Just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
You keep dog food in the fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
For a dog.
For Hank.
Whatever her name is, it's just wrong.
Mom?
You're so lucky you're single.
For fast sore throat relief, try Vicks VapoCool Drops with 2 times more menthol per drop and powerful Vicks Vapors to vaporize sore throat pain. Vicks VapoCool Drops, vaporize sore throat pain.
Sleep more deeply and wake up rejuvenated. With Purple's new mattresses, fall asleep 20% faster, have less aches and pains, and sleep uninterrupted. Visit purple.com or a store near you.
We all have obstacles, challenges at different points in life. I still push myself every single day, and the harder I push myself, the more I find myself drawn to wearing OOFOS. The first time I put on a pair of OOFOS, it was like someone released the pressure. It was so crazy. When you are recovered and can do more, that has a compounding effect on all aspects of your life. Stepping into a pair of OOFOS, they're truly one of a kind. There's nothing like them.
Stars Play in Abu Dhabi is the region's leading streaming service that brings you the magic of films and the excitement of sports to your favorite device, be it a television or your mobile phone. With a business like ours, we need a range of talent from technology as well as creative. We found Abu Dhabi to be our hub for accessing that type of talent.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Your shipping manager left to find himself, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? It's so light, don't touch it. Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
Feeling sluggish or weighed down? Could be a sign that your digestive system isn't at its best. Metamucil gummies make it easy to get the fiber you need, promoting your digestive health for a better you. Metamucil gummies, the easy way to get your daily fiber.
At least 14 more aid trucks entered Gaza just a little while ago. Encouraging news for those calling for a more steady stream of humanitarian supplies into the Gaza Strip. 20 trucks made their way through the crossing yesterday, dropping off desperately needed food, water, and medicine. But officials and aid groups say the occasional convoys aren't nearly enough to meet the enormous needs of the many civilians caught in the crossfires of this war. Scott McLean reports.
Those who arrive at the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in central Gaza alive are the lucky ones. There were 5 airstrikes this morning near the hospital. This video shows the smoke from one rising nearby. Some 110 bodies were brought here overnight and this morning, one medical source tells CNN. The morgue is now full. The rest of the bodies, wrapped in white sheets, now lay outside in the heat of the day. Relatives try to identify their loved ones. Finding them confirms their worst fears. Inside the hospital, children, including a toddler, are among the dead. Several of these victims were found with their names written in Arabic on their legs, an increasingly common marking as parents try to make identification easier if they or their kids are killed. This hospital is located outside of the area of northern Gaza that Israel has been trying to get civilians to evacuate. On Saturday, the IDF dropped leaflets telling people that everyone who chose to not evacuate from the north of the Strip to the south of Wadi Gaza might be considered as a partner for the terrorist organization. In a statement, the IDF confirmed it dropped the leaflets, but said it has no intention to consider those who have not evacuated from the affected area of fighting as a member of the terrorist group. Even those who have managed to avoid the bombs are not out of danger. A trickle of aid, 20 trucks, were allowed to cross the Rafah border crossing from Egypt on Saturday, but that's a tiny fraction of what is needed.
20 trucks of aid to Gaza will not change much. Gaza needs at least 500 trucks daily of fuel, food, medicines, and water. As a matter of fact, for 14 days, Gaza got nothing under the Israeli siege. And its immediate need now is 7,000 trucks.
Satellite images show dozens of trucks waiting at the border and dozens more a quarter-mile down the road, all unable to get in. Aid groups say that the death toll could skyrocket because of disease and hospitals that are overwhelmed and undersupplied. With no electricity or generator, this shopkeeper in central Gaza is keeping the store open by candlelight as the shelves look increasingly bare. The World Food Program says the shortage of basic supplies is pushing Gaza to the edge of catastrophe. The IDF says it killed dozens of terrorists overnight, but vows that the number of airstrikes will only increase ahead of an expected ground operation. Meanwhile, conditions for the people of Gaza worsen by the hour. Scott McLean, CNN, London.
And thanks to Scott McLean for that report. I'm joined now by Mohammed Kabia. He's an Arab-Israeli Muslim who served in a special unit of the Israeli Air Force. Mohammed, thank you so much for joining us. I know you've seen some of these difficult images coming out of Gaza, like all of us, showing the suffering of the Palestinian people. We all saw the horrific attacks by Hamas terrorists on Israeli civilians back on October 7th. Is Israel doing enough, do you believe, to limit civilian casualties in Gaza?
Israel doing everything to not targeting the Palestinian innocent people, but the big problem is that Hamas using these people, the civilian people, for their agenda. They hiding the Hamas leadership hiding behind the hospitals and the mosques and the UNRWA sites and using the people there as a human shield. What happened in the October 7th was a horrific crime and against the humanity. It's contrary of the standards humanity and the Islamic Sharia. I, as a Muslim that grow up in the Islamic rules in the Islamic home, I think that is the most horrible thing that I saw ever. What Hamas did to the Israeli people, to the Israeli innocent people, is like what ISIS did for the women that raped ISIS raped in the Yazidis women in Iraq, and what ISIS murdered children in Syria. This is what's happening in Israel.
As you know, Mohammed, there are about 2 million Israeli Arab citizens of Israel right now. They're living in Israel and they're reacting, obviously, to what's going on in this conflict between Israel and Hamas. Tell us what the reaction generally has been.
After what the Arab-Israeli saw what Hamas did to the Israelis, I think that the most reactions of the Arab-Israelis is to support Israel. The Arab-Israeli, they understood that Gaza have to be free from Hamas, free from the terror organizations, Hamas and the Jihad Islami. Because the Palestinians suffering not because Israel, the Palestinians suffering because Hamas and because the terror organizations. And while Israel extend her hand to support and to help the Palestinian people, the leaders of Hamas, they're using the people of Gaza and the people of the West Bank as a human shield for a terror agenda. While the people in Gaza, they under attacks, the leadership of Hamas, they living and staying in luxury hotels in the Arab countries' capitals. This is the situation.
Has the current war between Israel and Hamas, Mohammed, complicated the relationship between Israeli Arabs and Israeli Jews right now? What's your analysis?
I think that who is live here in Israel, he see every day that the Arabs and the Jews here, they living together, study together, and also joining to the IDF together. How I did. the Arabs and the Arabs and the Israelis, the Arab Israelis and the Jews Israelis, they know that they should to live together, and they know that Hamas is the big danger to the Palestinian people. If we want to get peace with the Palestinian people, we have to eliminate the Hamas and the terror organizations, because Hamas is the big danger to the Palestinian, and not only to Israel, also to the Americans. When you hear in your campuses in the States, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, you should remember the photos from Be'eri and Gaza, what Hamas did to the women and the children there, how they murdered them, how they raped the women, and how they killed the old men there.
Are you concerned, Mohammed, that we will see more division that will develop as a result of this cycle of violence that's going on right now?
I think that the solution to stop the violence is to stop the corruption of these organizations. We have to stop the terror activity in Gaza and the West Bank. This is the solution. When Hamas and the PLO stop their corruption and their terror activities in Gaza Strip and the West Bank, I think we will have the solution. The Palestinian people and the Israelis also, they want to live in safety and in security. But who is a threat? The safety and the security is the terror organizations that want to destroy everything. They want to destroy the bridge between the Israelis and the Palestinians.
Mohammed Kabi, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Coming up, the president of a synagogue in Detroit found stabbed to death outside her home. What we know about the investigation, we'll share that with you right after a quick break.
Put your firm row. Let your tongue show.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
This wasn't no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a sass. It's made up. He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
Having more energy for me means I want to go out and do more with my life. With Cerevital Advance, I wake up refreshed. I have the energy to travel and live the life I want. And people thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. Cerevital Advance helps me live a beautiful life.
Cerevital Advance is an award-winning supplemented alpha. Go to trycerevital.com for your risk-free trial. Just call 800-719-6260 or visit trycerevital.com.
If you're smart enough to know a good wireless deal when you see one, listen up. And if you're not, we'll give you a minute. Smart enough now? Good. At Consumer Cellular, we're all about transparency. We deliver premium wireless coverage for up to half of what the largest carriers charge. How do we do it? I'll show you. The truth is, we don't actually own those towers. We just pay to use them. And while someone else maintains that great nationwide 5G network, we've got more time to focus on something else. You. Boom! Say hello to one of our 100% US-based customer service call centers. If you need help or want to make the easy switch, you can call and talk to a real person in Arizona like Danae here.
Yep, I'm definitely a real person, not a robot.
Prove it. Amazing coverage and award-winning service, all with no contract. Just give us a call at this number.
Switch to Consumer Cellular now and get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at only $20 a month.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When you're
your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
Discover crisp morning air. Flavors of the Spice Trail. Peaceful places. Encounters with nature. And so much more. From forest trails to our urban center, West Coast warmth is ready to welcome you. Leave the cool behind. Now is the perfect time to discover Surrey.
I'm Natasha Chen in Los Angeles, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
Investigators are looking for motive in the death of Detroit Synagogue President Samantha Wool. Friends and family are remembering her at a memorial service in Detroit today. Wool led the Isaac Egri Synagogue in Detroit since 2022. She was found stabbed to death outside her home. The FBI is now assisting in the investigation. I want to bring in now CNN's Omar Jimenez, who is in Detroit for us. So Omar, detectives showed up at Wool's home today, and what have they learned?
Yeah, so right now, a lot of those detectives and police personnel are still on the scene, and I think when people hear this headline alone, Detroit Synagogue President stabbed, they may want to jump to conclusions, but that's exactly what police are cautioning against right now, mainly because they just don't have those conclusions at this point, as we understand. Now, they told us that we'd be getting an update at some point today. We haven't gotten that just yet, but I want to give you an idea of where we are. We're near downtown Detroit. Just behind me on this block here is where the body of 40-year-old Samantha Wool was found. As we understand from police, they followed a trail of blood from her body to her home, which is where they believed this killing happened. They don't have anyone in custody. They don't have a suspect named, as we understand, at this point, and they also don't know what led up to this killing. So a lot of questions still in the air here. Regardless of how it happened, it did happen, and it's why there's been a memorial service over the course of today where friends, family, people that knew her best are sharing what they remember about Samantha Wool, including Michigan's Attorney General. Take a listen.
Samantha Wool may have been the nicest person that I have ever met or will ever meet in my lifetime. Sam did more for our community, our state, our world, our lives, in her short time here on Earth than most will ever accomplish in 1,000 lifetimes over. And her killer will not rob us of the memory of her joy and warmth and kindness that she leaves behind.
Now, we actually just got an update from police right now. I'm just going to read you a little bit of the statement. It says, the investigation into the death of Miss Wool remains ongoing. At this time, however, no evidence has surfaced suggesting that this crime was motivated by anti-Semitism. They are still working with the FBI to forensically analyze all the information obtained, and this police statement says they're asking the community to remain patient as this investigation moves forward, and that police expect to update the community even further tomorrow, Fred.
All right, very sad. Omar Jimenez, thank you so much in Detroit. All right, coming up, more than 100,000 people have been evacuated from communities near both the north and south borders of Israel. We'll hear some of their stories next.
Fall calls to us. The season to enjoy life's simple pleasures. Cool days and crisp nights settle in. A smokeless bonfire, inviting all to gather round. because it's here. Among brilliant hues of orange, crimson, and gold, when some of life's best memories are made. Solo Stove, the official fire pit of fall.
He grew up a middle-class kid in a middle-class town. And while Joe Biden's traveled far and wide, Scranton, Pennsylvania has never left him. He knows what life is like for working people and knows middle-class life is too expensive right now. That's why he's passing laws to lower costs, capping insulin at $35 a month for seniors, giving Medicare the power to negotiate with drug companies for lower prices, lowering health insurance premiums for millions, and investing in American-made clean energy to lower power costs for families. For Joe Biden, it's about restoring the sense of security working people deserve. That simple promise, that peace of mind, he's determined to get it back because of where he's from and who he is.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and I've lost 60 pounds on Golo. I decided to try Golo when I had an international flight coming up, and I realized I couldn't fly being the size that I was. My sister-in-law tried Golo and had lost 50 pounds. So I thought I'd give Golo a try. I didn't expect the results I got on Golo. I was hopeful, but I did not expect it to be like this. Golo just makes sense. This plan works.
Change your life at Golo.com. That's GOLO.com.
Want a flatter, tighter tummy? Then check out new AbEX from Sono Bello.
After my pregnancies, my body just never bounced back. I had this stomach overhang that made me self-conscious.
Emotionally, it was really sad. Feeling good up here, but you look down and you don't.
After having my babies, it went a different direction. From here, it went to here, and I just couldn't get rid of that.
Introducing AbEX from Sono Bello. Remove fat and lose excess skin permanently in just one visit.
I got the tummy tuck results without the tummy tuck downtime. And I finally got the flat stomach I wanted.
I'm able to get back in my size 8 jeans. I feel sexy, I feel confident.
It feels good to feel good and look good.
The mommy belly is gone.
Schedule your free, no-obligation consultation and find out how you can get $250 off instantly. Call 1-800-889-4396 or go to sonobello.com.
Pano AI chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions because T-Mobile helps Pano AI innovate so they can stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
Hey, guys! Let's do it!
Protect your truck with laser-measured WeatherTech floor liners in the front.
It's perfect!
And rear. Under-seat storage system. No-drill mud flaps. The Tech Liner to protect the bed and tailgate. Bump stem to guard the rear bumper. And the cup phone to secure your phone.
Yes! Guys?
Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol Turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor-recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
More than 100,000 Israeli families are now displaced after fighting along the northern and southern borders of Israel forced them out of their homes. One ministry in Israel mobilized a volunteer operation to house and feed as many of these Israelis as they possibly can. CNN's Rafael Romo is joining us live from Tel Aviv right now. He's got details. Rafael, I know you had a chance to speak with some of these displaced Israeli families. What did they tell you?
Wolf, when we visited a shelter in Jerusalem, we spoke with people that not only saw missiles exploding right above them, but also others who witnessed the brutality of Hamas militants during the October 7th terrorist attacks. The Israeli military and other agencies here in Israel announced a plan last week to evacuate 28 communities living within 2 kilometers of the Lebanese border. Since then, it has included towns that fall within the vicinity.
We had terrorists all around us.
Jennifer Kahani says she and her family woke up to the sound of explosions and missiles whizzing by. It was the morning of October 7 in the village where they live in southern Israel, near the border with Gaza.
They soon realized they were under attack.
We saw helicopters overhead. We heard gunfire near us. The terrorists were not far from where I live.
Kahani and her 5-year-old son
What would you like?
are two of the more than 500 displaced people from Israel's north and south who are now living at a Jerusalem hotel turned into a shelter.
We take a hotel, house people inside, feed them, do activities. So we're trying to create some sort of normalcy. We will be hosting next week 1,200 people across the country.
This Christian organization, called the Fellowship of Israel-Related Ministries, or FIRM for short, has mobilized to help displaced people who had to flee their homes.
They want to destroy Israel.
Nissim Cohen and his wife Camelia live in northern Israel. Their son Joseph warned them a war was coming from the south after the October 7 attacks. Now they're also among the displaced. They say they fled their village located 2 kilometers from the border with Lebanon because they saw missiles launched by Hezbollah intercepted right above their heads by Israel's Iron Dome air defense system. From your house near the Lebanese border, could you see the missiles, the rockets flying by?
All the missiles. I saw all the missiles. We saw the army in the border.
According to the Israel Defense Forces, about 100,000 people have been evacuated from communities near both the Gaza and Lebanon borders due to the heightened risk of attacks.
Some of them have lost their homes, a lot of them have lost loved ones. Some of them, I met a family just yesterday that their 18-year-old daughter, her best friend, is being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. So the trauma is really pervasive. As a group of Messianic Jews and Christian Arabs really working together, so how can we care for as many people as possible?
Many of these families share a feeling of uncertainty right now. When will the war end? When will they be able to go home? Those are questions for which they don't have an answer right now. Jennifer Kahani says her husband stayed behind with others, trying to figure out how to defend their communities against further attacks.
We didn't just lose Jews. We didn't just lose, Zionists or Israelis that day. We lost tourists that came here for a celebration of peace at a party. We lost caregivers from the Philippines and from India that were caring for elderly.
For now, Kahani says all she can do is hug her son a little harder, pray for her husband's safe return, and hope that something like this never happens again. And well, beyond opening this shelter, FIRM will start delivering 2,500 hot meals a day in central Israel in places like bomb shelters. They will also hand out more than 1,000 grocery boxes this week to women that are at home with their families that will feed them for a week. Those involved in the effort are Messianic Jews and Christian Arabs working together to help those families in need. Wolf?
All right, Raphael, thank you very much. Raphael Romo in Tel Aviv. Appreciate it. The people of Gaza and Israel need a lot of aid right now. Clearly, if you want to help, here's what you can do. Go to CNN.com/impact or text relief to 707070. We'll have much more on the Israel-Hamas war as our special coverage continues. But first, the deadline has now passed for Republican lawmakers to declare whether or not they will run to become the next Speaker of the House. Who made the list? And what comes next? We have details right after the break.
Tonight, how did Hamas orchestrate their massive attack on Israel? Sarah Seidner explores the history of this secretive and dangerous terror group and what comes next. The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
What you're seeing today is Zoe Hoker creating more career opportunities for himself as a welder. And the time he invested in virtual training through Forge FX to make it happen. Addressing the shortage of skilled workers in today's industries by providing access to additional training and career growth. These are the ways skilled trade professionals at Tulsa Welding School are using the metaverse today.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-213-8000. That's 1-800-213-8000. Or go to mesobook.com.
Hi, I'm Jill, and I've lost 56 pounds on Golo.
Hi, I'm Barry, and I've lost 42 pounds. Jill and I are a team. If she tells me to do something, I usually jump on board.
Golo is doable, it's realistic, and it's something we can do the rest of our lives.
Relapsing MS isn't the only thing I have going on. That's why my doctor and I chose Kesimpta. Kesimpta is different. It's the only B-cell treatment for RMS I can take at home once a month. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio. For me, a once-monthly treatment just works for my schedule.
Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions.
When I'm ready, I spend less than 1 minute a month taking Kesimpta. How I spend the rest of my time is up to me.
Ask your doctor about treating RMS with Kesimpta.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, United Healthcare's dual complete plans come with the U-Card, the simple member card to use for your plan benefits.
Like, what kind of benefits?
We're talking credit every month to pay for healthy food, utilities, and over-the-counter items too.
All that with just one card?
Yep, only United Healthcare gives you the U-Card and much more.
I'll take more.
Get more of what matters at no extra cost to you with a dual complete plan, only from United Healthcare.
The Q-Collar helps me protect my most important asset, my brain. Just like you're not going to see me playing without a helmet, you're definitely not going to see me playing without Q-Collar. Collar up.
It's Gloriana. Gloriana, jewelry you'll love. Visit us in-store or online.
I got this $1,000 camera for only $41 on DealDash.
DealDash.com. Online auctions since 2009. This PlayStation 5 sold for only 50 cents. This iPad Pro sold for less than $34. And this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56. I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
I'm Caitlin Collins in Tel Aviv, and this is CNN.
The deadline to enter the U.S. House of Representatives Speaker's race is now closed. 9 House Republicans will make their case before the Republican conference tomorrow. The House has been paralyzed without a speaker for nearly 3 weeks now, which former Speaker Kevin McCarthy calls, quote, embarrassing. CNN anchor and chief congressional correspondent Netenyhahoo has the latest on the race.
House Republicans remain in turmoil almost 3 weeks after the unprecedented ouster of a sitting speaker. Kevin McCarthy was pushed out after 8 Republicans joined with Democrats and voted out Kevin McCarthy as speaker. This was initiated by House Republicans, and they have not been able to coalesce around anyone to replace McCarthy as of yet. And the House can't do any business, no legislating at all, until a speaker is elected. And they have been unable to unite behind any candidate. First, they nominated Steve Scalise, the House Republican Majority Leader. He was unable to get the votes to be elected Speaker. He bowed out before going to the floor. Jim Jordan, House Judiciary Committee Chairman, was nominated then to be the next Speaker of the House. He did go to the floor 3 times, and he failed to win over enough support. He could only afford to lose 4 Republican votes on this party line vote. He lost 25 on his 3rd ballot. Ultimately, he bowed to reality and stepped aside. Now, 9 Republican candidates have filed to run for Speaker. Unclear which of those 9 will ultimately get the Republican nomination, and more importantly, who can get the 217 votes that they would need on the floor of the House to be elected Speaker. It is unclear if any of them can, given the sharp divisions within the ranks.
It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen.
This conference is absolutely broken.
Americans are sick of it, and I know most members of the House are sick of it. It is time for big boys and big girls to stop with the nonsense.
As swampy as swamp gets.
We need to get over it and we need to move on.
We cannot have an entire branch of government offline. We got to get our act together because I'm getting calls from my constituents and saying, what the hell's going on with you Republicans?
I think history will assign the blame in the right places.
Now, a bit here about the timing. On Monday evening, that's when the House Republicans will meet behind closed doors yet again. Those candidates will try to make their pitch to the conference. They'll answer questions from their members. They'll do that one by one, and we'll see how that ultimately goes. Then Tuesday morning is the significant vote. Behind closed doors, Republicans will have a secret ballot leadership election. That means a majority of their conference will vote to nominate the next speaker candidate. That person, it'll be a secret ballot election, so it's unclear exactly who's the front runner and who might emerge here, but we'll see how close that person who gets the nomination is to the magic number on the House floor. 217 votes to be elected speaker. This is challenging for any Republican candidate because in the narrowly divided House, there are only 221 Republicans. Democrats are going to vote for Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader. That means that person, the candidate, the Republican nominee, must limit defections in the ranks, and it is unclear if any of them will be able to do that after we have seen just Republicans going after each other after McCarthy was pushed out, unable to get behind anyone, unable to do the nation's business, and much business is waiting, dealing with aid to Israel, calls for aid to Ukraine, avoiding a government shutdown by mid-November. None of that can be dealt with. The Republican agenda is completely stalled amid this GOP leadership infighting. Can they get it resolved this coming week? That remains a huge question, but a possibility it could still be unresolved and slip into another week if they can't get their act together behind a nominee.
Manu Rogers,
CNN, Capitol Hill.
All right, Manu, thank you so much. To Maryland now, where the manhunt continues for a suspect who allegedly shot and killed a judge at his home. The Washington County Sheriff's Office released this new photo of the suspect, Pedro Argate. The suspect's silver Mercedes was found near the crime scene by authorities on Saturday. Argate is considered to be armed and dangerous. Joining me right now is CNN's Polo Sandoval. What are you learning, Polo?
Hey Fred, so as you note there, police did release that photo of the suspect, hoping to generate any potential new leads here. Also, the U.S. Marshal Service offering up to $10,000 in reward money for any information leading up to the suspect of Pedro Argate, since this all-out search started on Thursday for the 49-year-old. As we've reported here, he is believed to have specifically targeted a Maryland state judge after that judge ruled against Argate as part of ongoing divorce proceedings, a child custody battle, essentially. There was some hope that they were closing in on him yesterday when they located the Mercedes-Benz that he was believed to have been driving. However, we heard from authorities today saying that they have concluded that search that took place only about 8 miles south of where that shooting happened at the judge's home in Hagerstown, Maryland, saying that at this point authorities have no new information indicating that he could still be in the area. So technically, he could be anywhere. Now, we do hope to hear from investigators. I will say this, Fred, it is worth noting that the suspect's ex-wife did release a statement through her attorney saying that her heart aches for the family of Judge Andrew Wilkinson, and also that her thoughts are with those law enforcement personnel that are trying to track down his ex-husband, who's a suspect in this case. And as we heard from law enforcement, Fred, saying they are confident they will find Argate. The sheriff saying it's a matter of time.
All right, Polo Sandoval, thank you so much. And thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'm Frederica Whitfield alongside my colleague Wolf Blitzer in Washington. He'll be back tomorrow in the Situation Room at 6 o'clock Eastern Time. Aaron Burnett joins me from Tel Aviv right after this quick break. Thanks so much, Wolf.
Nothing can prepare you for this kind of brutality.
None of us wanted this to happen.
They took babies after they killed their parents. It's something you can't imagine.
There's still bombardment ongoing inside Gaza.
Humanitarian conditions there grow more dire.
Are you hopeful still that Hezbollah will stay out of this war?
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you have or are eligible for Medicaid, please listen closely.
You may be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan from WellCare with a zero or low plan premium. Call now. We can answer your questions and help you enroll over the phone. WellCare provides access to essential benefits that go beyond original Medicare, such as dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage with free home delivery, free over-the-counter healthcare items, free gym membership, and home-delivered meals. Plus, extra benefits like WellCare's telehealth services, including online doctor visits. WellCare's contracted with Medicare to provide plans that may be perfect for you. Call 1-877-297-3598. Now, that's 1-877-297-3598. WellCare.
Constant Contact's advanced automation lets you send the right message at the right time, every time. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
About 2 years ago, I realized that Jade was overweight. I wish I would have introduced the fresh food a lot sooner. After Farmer's Dog, she's a much healthier weight. She's a lot more active, and she's able to join us on our adventures.
Get started at betterforthem.com.
Looks like it's brine time, huh?
Dr. Garcia?
Crest Reality Checkup.
That trendy film on your teeth, it's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities and months. And your toothpaste just isn't cutting it.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but the antibacterial fluoride in Crest Pro Health protects for up to 12 hours.
So I can stop cavities before they start.
Mm-hmm. Can I get a latte?
The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
I don't expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
CeraVital is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at CeraVital.com.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? It's so light, don't touch it. Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
It can be hard to keep track of which vaccines are recommended and when. The Canadian Lung Association can help. Getting a COVID-19 booster shot this fall will help protect you against the more recent variants of the virus that causes COVID-19. This is especially important if you're one of the millions of Canadians living with chronic lung disease. If you're 65 or older, have a compromised immune system, or are otherwise at high risk, speak to your healthcare provider about getting vaccinated against pneumonia. For more information, visit lung.ca.
If addiction is making you feel lost and alone, here is real help. The John Vulcan Academy is recognized as one of the best addiction treatment programs in North America because their long-term holistic approach to recovery goes far beyond initial drug and alcohol treatment. Program participants also progress physically, mentally, socially, and spiritually. It all assures lifelong sobriety. If you've been disappointed with treatment before, come and experience real recovery. The John Vulcan Academy. We change lives. Learn more at vulcan.org.
I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Audiobook Network. Authors tell your story. Produce an audiobook with us.
Want to earn more profits and find a new audience for your published book? Produce an audiobook. We handle narration, production, and digital distribution.
800-753-8559.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us in the CNN Newsroom. I'm Frederica Whitfield in Atlanta alongside my colleague Aaron Burnett in Tel Aviv. Aaron will talk to you in a hot second. So we begin with our special coverage with the quickly escalating developments in Israel and Gaza. And a warning, some of you might find it very disturbing. These are graphic images coming up. New fighting today inside Gaza. Israel Defense Forces say they clashed with Hamas fighters, marking only the second confirmed Israeli operation in the enclave since the beginning of this war. But beyond that skirmish, it has been another bloody day across the Gaza Strip. Israeli airstrikes ripping through the enclave with deadly results. One Gaza hospital saying they are being overwhelmed by the number of bodies. Videos obtained by CNN showed dozens of dead wrapped in shrouds surrounding the hospital. The morgue already filled to capacity. And while in the West Bank, a rare Israeli strike targeted a mosque to thwart what the IDF called an imminent terror attack. The Palestinian Authority called it a dangerous escalation. The IDF is vowing to increase its aerial assaults in Gaza ahead of a potential ground incursion. And with the bloodshed mounting, this afternoon, President Biden held phone calls with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Pope Francis, and leaders from Canada and across Europe. The White House says Biden and Netanyahu have agreed there will be a continued flow of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. And today, more critical aid arrived there. CNN has confirmed at least 14 relief aid trucks carrying urgent supplies entered the enclave a short time ago. I want to bring in now my colleague, Aaron Burnett in Tel Aviv. Aaron.
All right, Fred, and when Fred talks about that mosque bombing today, Israel admits it, and they say that there were rocket launchers. There was a rocket launch site right next to it. So they admit they did that, and they say that it was a target because that's what was happening next to it. And I want to go to our international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson, because he's on the ground south of here in Sderot, Israel. Nick, where you have been for 2 weeks. So today we saw something that we haven't really seen before. There were actual clashes inside Gaza between Hamas and Israeli forces. So we knew special forces had been in there, but this is the first time, at least I understand, that there have been actual clashes. What more are you learning about what happened there?
Yeah, I'm just looking over my shoulder because we're seeing some tank fire here in the border area, right around the border fence line there. I think what we're seeing, and this is an indication of it, the fact that there was a clash just over the border inside of Gaza, an unannounced incursion, a small incursion, a limited incursion to prepare the way for a potential bigger movement of troops into Gaza. This was a situation where Hamas say they were able to engage this IDF unit, and the Hamas claim that they were able to hit a tank and a couple of the heavy mechanical diggers that typically are used to prepare the way for troops to follow on if there's a larger incursion. Because there's a border fence, because there's a border wall, you need these big diggers to clear away, make sure that there's no bombs and mines that have been placed obstructing the movement of troops that may follow on. So in this situation, 1 IDF soldier was killed, 3 were injured. We don't specifically know what the final objective of this limited incursion was going to be, other than this sort of limited objective to prepare the way for other troops. Neither do we know when a full incursion might come. What we've seen along the border today is an extreme readiness of troops to go in, but it doesn't seem that from what we can see, that they were quite at the border just yet. But clearly this unit was over the border, and that was new and that was different.
All right, that's new and different, and we know they're in that extreme readiness state, right, waiting for go. We also saw today a rare airstrike in the West Bank, where I know Israel has, over the past few days, right, arrested well over 100, what they say are Hamas operatives in the West Bank. What more are you learning about that, though, and the fact that there was an actual airstrike? That's not normal either.
It's not. This was in Jenin. There have been a couple of IDF incursions into Jenin this year. I went in shortly after one of them back in, I think it was January, February this year. And that involved a lot of IDF forces on the ground, a couple of hundred. They took casualties. Now, on this particular occasion, they didn't send troops in, so it becomes less dangerous for the IDF. It ties up less troops. But what they say they were acting on was some real-time intelligence that inside a mosque in Jenin, in the West Bank, there were a couple of Hamas operatives who were preparing a military attack, that they had weapons, ammunition in a tunnel system underneath the mosque, and therefore the mosque was targeted, and these 2 operatives, according to the IDF, were killed. It's an operation that is less dangerous for the IDF, ties up less troops for the IDF at a time when they have a lot of troops deployed elsewhere in northern Israel, and also down here around Gaza.
And Nick, one final question here. There have been anticipation that there may be more hostages released today. There's been speculation about that. We know that the negotiations are frenetic and 24 hours a day. but at least at this point, we don't know of any. What do you read into that?
I think that we're in a phase right now that the IDF has described where it's increasing its airstrikes on Gaza in the preparation for a possible ground incursion to make their troops safer. This evening, in the past couple of hours, it has been the heaviest and most sustained bombardment that we've seen in Gaza for at least several weeks. You're just hearing some of the explosions there. It was more sustained, more consistent, perhaps just 15 minutes ago. But in terms of your question there, I think that that I think that for the troops at the moment that are waiting at the border, this is a moment where they don't know when the order's going to come, that they expect it to come, but it's not clear when it will come.
Right, and of course what goes into that calculus. Thank you very much. Nick Robertson, he has been there in Sderot for the past 2 weeks. And President Biden was busy today because he was making a lot of phone calls to leaders around the world. One of them was the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And sources are telling CNN that the United States, because of those hostages, is pushing Israel to delay a possible ground assault on Gaza because they want more time for hostage negotiations. Now, Alex Marquardt has the breaking news, all the reporting on these details. So, Alex, what are you learning?
Well, Aaron, what I'm being told is that the U.S. would like to see some kind of delay before Israel launches this ground invasion in order to allow for more progress to be made, both in terms of hostage release and getting that aid, that critically needed aid, into Gaza. We have seen progress on both of those fronts. We saw the 2 American women from Chicago released on Friday. We've also seen today some of those trucks moving towards the southern Gaza Strip. So I understand from 2 sources that there has been some pressing from the Biden administration side to the Israelis to get them to allow for more time to make advances on both of those fronts. Now, Secretary of State Antony Blinken was asked about this earlier today on a Sunday morning show. He said that this is a decision for the Israelis to make. He kind of skirted around the question. President Biden was also asked about this on Saturday. He just said that he's speaking with the Israelis. Aaron, we have gotten denials from the Israeli side. They say that there has been no pressure from the Biden administration to slow their what appears to be an imminent ground incursion into Gaza. The U.S. and the Israelis are certainly trying to give the impression that the U.S. is not dictating anything, not telling the Israelis what to do. But at the same time, Aaron, we have heard repeatedly from the Biden administration that there are significant concerns about the humanitarian issues, that while they support Israel's efforts against Hamas, that they are very concerned about getting those hostages out and getting that aid into Gaza. Aaron.
All right, Alex Marquardt, thank you very much with all of that new reporting from Washington tonight. And joining me now, Netenyhahoo. Her son alone was one of the many hostages taken by Hamas at the music festival 2 weeks ago yesterday. And Netenyhahoo, I am grateful to have the opportunity to speak with you so that, of course, the Israeli government and everyone can hear what you have to say. What is the very latest, as you understand it, from the Israeli government as to where your son is being held?
We don't know. I have no idea where he is. I know when he left home. I know what he went through until they kidnapped him, but I have no idea where he is now. I know that he was kidnapped when he was alive and well. But that's all I know.
I cannot imagine what every day is like for you, Netenyhahoo, hoping and the despair and the anger, that all of the feelings that you may have. I know you do have images, as you say. You know he was taken hostage. You do know this. You have images of Alon being dragged by the head. Nobody wants to look at these, but it is for you as a mother the proof that he was taken alive. Do you know anything else about what happened that day to Alon?
Well, Alon went to the Peace Festival with his friends. He got there at like 5:30 in the morning. About 6 in the morning, there was massive rockets that he heard with his friends, and he decided that he had to take cover. So they ran to the car and started to drive to find a bomb shelter, to help them survive this. They didn't know that there was terrorists around. They just thought that there was rockets and they needed to go and find shelter. 10 minutes going into the bomb shelter, there were 27 people with them, civilians, innocent civilians with them. After 10 minutes, the terrorists came in and threw grenades into the bomb shelter. My son was positioned close to the door or to the opening. So when they threw the grenades, I know that from his friend that survived this told us that he threw grenades out with other friends that were there. One grenade wasn't thrown out and it bombed into the bomb shelter. After that, the terrorists came in and dragged three of them outside. My son was one of them. I saw the video. It was very hard to see it. It took me a moment to realize what had happened. They were dragging him and pulling him. He tried to resist, but he couldn't. I think he was really smart after that. He understood that if he would resist, then they might kill him. So he stopped resisting, and you can really see how he's dragged, and then they take like his hair and like pull him through his hair to the truck. And this was very. It was hard to see it. Very, very hard to see it. His friends told me afterwards that the terrorists went inside and killed everyone. Out of the 27, 3 were captured and kidnapped, and 7 survived. All of them were hurt. 2 of his best friends were murdered that day, and 2 of his other friends lived to tell about it, which is amazing. So that's what.
Well, it is, and I know that you just have to. I know you're grateful to know he was taken alive. I can't imagine watching that video how that would feel as a mother, but that you have hope that he is alive and that he may come home. When those the hostages were released, the first 2. Now we're 2 days past that. Do you have hope that there could be a much bigger release, that Alon could be released soon, or do you not allow yourself to have that hope?
Well, I love it. Alon has been there for like 15 days now. I must say that Alon is an Israeli-Serbian citizen, and I know that the Serbian government, especially President Vučić, is doing everything in his power to get Alon back home. I know Alon is an innocent citizen. He was there at the wrong time, at the wrong place. I have no idea what will happen. I hope the IDF and the Israeli government with Serbian government together will do good and try to get him, not just him, everybody, all the kidnappers that were kidnapped, home to us. It's very hard. Sometimes I think, wow, how I'm gonna wake up in the morning and start my day and do and what I need to do to get him back home. It's inconceivable what had happened. He has another brother and his sister at home, and they have to live with the fact that that their brother is not home now.
How do you talk to them about it, and how do you, as a mother, I know I'm sure you try to be strong for them, but how do you even manage to do that?
I'll tell you how I do it. From the moment I found out that Alon was kidnapped, I could have gone through different trails, and I decided to go on this trail. My faith is this: I am strong, and I'm fighting, and the way that I'm fighting is asking for help. I ask my family members for help. I ask my community for help, my national, the Israeli people, and also you know, Americans and Serbians and everybody in the world, to help me, to help us fight this. You know, it's a fight for everybody. It's for humanity. It's a fight that we have to fight to get our lives back. So when my kids see me fight, asking for help, and doing good for my community, and helping my community go through this, the different things that I do at home, my kids see strength in this. And I know that Alon, as I know him, he's very strong, he has good faith, and he will go through this. And I know that he's helping people there. I know that that's what he learned from us. So I know that he's helping himself and the people around him to be able to go through this horrible thing. It's something that's hunting me. I'm saying that it's something that's hunting me every night. You know, I'm thinking about Alon, what he's going through, and I sometimes see myself going through this. You know, suddenly being with rockets around me and gunshots and somebody dragging me somewhere. I have no idea where. And when I think about that, you know, I think about my son and where he is and what is he doing. Is he getting food? Is he getting, you know, time to sleep? It's something that it's so hard for me. And I think anybody who can be in my place or in his place and think about how do you cope? How do you act? What do you do? So I really do. Yes, I'm listening.
You will be in our thoughts and everyone watching. I so greatly admire your courage and your bravery and being able to even speak about it and share something so personal that you are enduring. And thank you very much, Edith.
Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, hope for Alon's return and all of the hostages as the world is on this precipice. Coming up, more than 100,000 people have been evacuated from communities now near both the northern and southern borders of Israel. We're going to share some of their stories next.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-213-8000. That's 1-800-213-8000. Or go to mesobook.com.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi. Feel significant symptom relief with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help
Andrew just save big on a laser hair remover at Amazon? Because less hair, more air.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? It's so light, don't touch it. Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy is not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
Want a flatter, tighter tummy? Then check out new AbEX from Sonobello.
After my pregnancies, my body just never bounced back. I had this stomach overhang that made me self-conscious.
Emotionally, it was really sad. Feeling good up here, but you look down and you don't.
After having my babies, it went a different direction. From here, it went to here, and I just couldn't get rid of that.
Introducing AbEX from Sonobello. Remove fat and lose excess skin permanently in just one visit.
I got the tummy tuck results without the tummy tuck downtime.
And I finally got the flat stomach I wanted.
I'm able to get back in my size 8 jeans. I feel sexy, I feel confident.
It feels good to feel good and look good.
The mommy belly is gone.
Schedule your free, no obligation consultation and find out how you can get $250 off instantly. Call 1-800-889-4396 or go to sonobello.com.
Can I help? Camping was fun, but it looks like we brought the Blitz back with us.
If you have kids, then you really need WeatherTech. It's the ultimate way to kid-proof your vehicle. From laser-measured floor liners for the front and rear, to cargo liner, seat protector, and seat back protectors, we've got you covered.
Your turn.
Find these American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
It's electric. It's gas.
Quite the paradox.
It really is both. The first ever Lexus RX plug-in hybrid.
There are more than 100,000 Israeli families now displaced after fighting along the northern and southern borders have forced them from their homes. In the face of so much uncertainty, one ministry mobilized to house and feed as many as they can. It's basically a volunteer operation, and it's Jews and Arabs working together to serve others. CNN's Rafael Romo joins me live. And Rafael, what did these families say? I know you had a chance to really spend time with them, and obviously these are people coming together under great duress. What did you find out?
Yeah, Aaron, as you can imagine, they're traumatized, understandably afraid, but at the same time outraged. And let me tell you, the Israeli military and other agencies here in Israel announced a plan last week to evacuate 28 communities living within 2 kilometers of the Lebanese border. Since then, it has included towns that fall within the vicinity. We visited a shelter in Jerusalem and spoke with people who not only saw missiles exploding right above them, but also others who witnessed the brutality of Hamas militants during the October 7th terrorist attacks.
We had terrorists all around us.
Jennifer Kahani says she and her family woke up to the sound of explosions and missiles whizzing by. It was the morning of October 7 in the village where they live in southern Israel near the border with Gaza. They soon realized they were under attack.
We saw helicopters overhead. We heard gunfire near us. The terrorists were not far from where I live.
Kahani and her 5-year-old son
What would you like?
are two of the more than 500 displaced people from Israel's north and south who are now living at a Jerusalem hotel turned into a shelter.
We take a hotel, house people inside, feed them, do activities. So we're trying to create some sort of normalcy. We will be hosting next week 1,200 people across the country. And if they're not doing
This Christian organization, called the Fellowship of Israel-Related Ministries, or FIRM for short, has mobilized to help displaced people who had to flee their homes.
They want to destroy Israel.
Nissim Cohen and his wife Camelia live in northern Israel. Their son Joseph warned them a war was coming from the south after the October 7 attacks. Now they're also among the displaced. They
They say they fled their village located 2 kilometers from the border with Lebanon because they saw missiles launched by Hezbollah intercepted right above their heads by Israel's Iron Dome air defense system. From your house near the Lebanese border, could you see the missiles, the rockets flying by?
All the missiles. I saw all the missiles. We saw the army in the border.
According to the Israel Defense Forces, about 100,000 people have been evacuated from communities near both the Gaza and Lebanon borders due to the heightened risk of attacks.
Some of them lost their homes, a lot of them lost loved ones. Some of them, I met a family just yesterday that their 18-year-old daughter, her best friend, is being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. So the trauma is really pervasive. As a group of Messianic Jews and Christian Arabs really working together, so how can we care for as many people as possible?
Many of these families share a feeling of uncertainty right now. When will the war end? When will they be able to go home? Those are questions for which they don't have an answer right now. Jennifer Kahani says her husband stayed behind with others, trying to figure out how to defend their communities against further attacks.
We didn't just lose Jews. We didn't just lose, Zionists or Israelis that day. We lost tourists that came here for a celebration of peace at a party. We lost caregivers from the Philippines and from India that were caring for elderly.
For now, Kahani says all she can do is hug her son a little harder, pray for her husband's safe return, and hope that something like this never happens again.
And Aaron, beyond opening this shelter, firm will start delivering 2,500 hot meals a day in central Israel in places like bomb shelters. They will also hand out 1,000 grocery boxes this week to women that are at home with their families that will feed them for a week. Those involved in the effort, Aaron, are Messianic Jews and Christian Arabs working together to help the families in need. Back to you.
All right, Raphael, thank you very much. Here in Israel, and coming up, the president of a synagogue in Detroit found stabbed to death outside her home. And we are learning more about that investigation. We will share that with you next.
Put your front row. Let your tongue show.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
There are more identity threats than you realize. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
Why choose between a longer life or quality of life? You deserve both. And with Kisqali, a treatment for people with metastatic breast cancer, you can have both. Kisqali is a pill that, when taken with an aromatase inhibitor, is the only treatment of its kind shown to both help people live longer and improve or preserve quality of life. Because you shouldn't have to sacrifice one for the other. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Live longer and live well. Ask about Kisqali, and long live you.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
My frequent heartburn had me taking antacid after antacid all day long, but
With Prilosec OTC, just 1 pill a day blocks heartburn for a full 24 hours. For one-and-done heartburn relief, Prilosec OTC, 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn.
The all-new Ergo Smart Base from Tempur-Pedic automatically responds to snoring. So no more hiding under your pillow, because this system actually detects snoring, then adjusts to help reduce it. Experience the mattress ranked #1 in customer satisfaction by J.D. Power 4 years in a row.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
Every year, Make a Change Canada adds more faces to our career success stories. We've helped thousands of people with barriers find a meaningful direction with our career assistance and IT skills training. When you give to Make a Change Canada, you're helping Canadians from all over to realize their full potential. To learn more and to donate, visit makeachangecanada.com and help create thousands more Canadian career success stories. Make a Change Canada is an accredited Canadian charitable organization.
I'm Rahel Solomon in New York, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. At insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
The FBI is now assisting investigators looking for a suspect in the death of a Detroit synagogue president, Samantha Wool. Friends and family remembering her at a memorial service today. Wool led the Isaac Agree Synagogue in Detroit since 2022. She was found stabbed to death outside her home. Police say they found a trail of blood leading to her home where they believe the crime happened. I want to bring in now CNN's Omar Jimenez, who was in Detroit for us. So, Omar, what more are you learning?
Well, Fred, I think when people initially see that headline, Detroit synagogue president stabbed to death, it's easy to jump to conclusions immediately, but it's what Detroit police are cautioning against, at least right now. They just put out a statement over the course of this afternoon saying that so far, the investigation into the death of Miss Samantha Wool remains ongoing. At this time, however, no evidence has surfaced suggesting that this crime was motivated by anti-Semitism. Now, part of that statement, they also didn't include anything that ruled out that at this point, but we do know that this investigation is ongoing. Where I'm standing right now is near downtown Detroit. Just behind me on this block is where the body of Wool was found. She was 40 years old. As we understand from police, they followed a trail of blood to her home where they believe the killing actually took place here. They don't have a suspect in custody, as we understand to this point, and they don't know what led up to this killing. Regardless of how it happened, it did happen, and now a community is trying to figure out how to move forward. We've been monitoring memorials over the course of Friday, and take a listen to Michigan's Attorney General, Dana Nessel.
Samantha Wool may have been the nicest person that I have ever met or will ever meet in my lifetime. Sam did more for our community, our state, our world, our lives, in her short time here on earth than most will ever accomplish in 1,000 lifetimes over. And her killer will not rob us of the memory of her joy and warmth and kindness that she leaves behind.
And also, as part of those that spoke, a state senator said she was just with Samantha at a wedding the night before her body was found. And obviously, as the community here tries to come to grips with what happened, police are still, of course, trying to figure out why. Fred?
Yeah, terribly sad. Omar Jimenez, thank you so much. Next, we'll take you inside a Tel Aviv hospital, sheltering some of its patients underground.
When migraine strikes, you're faced with a choice. Ride it out with the trade-offs of treating, or push through the pain and symptoms. With Ubrelvy, there's another option. One dose works fast to eliminate migraine pain, Treat it anytime, anywhere, without worrying where you are or if it's too late.
Do not take with strong CYP3A4 inhibitors. Allergic reactions to Ubrelvy can happen. Most common side effects were nausea and sleepiness.
Migraine pain relief starts with you. Ask about Ubrelvy. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Neuriva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from 1 serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Neuriva Ultra. Think bigger.
Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie.
Dr. Garcia?
Whoa! They're a sign of bacterial infection.
Press Gum Detoxifies antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding. Press saves the day. Press.
How you feel can be affected by the bacteria in your gut. Try New Align Probiotic Bloating Relief plus Food Digestion. It contains a probiotic to help relieve occasional bloating, plus vitamin B12 to aid digestion. Try Align Probiotic.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
It's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
She runs and plays like a puppy again.
His number 2's perfect. He's a brand new dog all in less than a year.
When people switch their dog's food from kibble to the farmer's dog, they often say that it feels like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to imagine your future differently. With Capella University's game-changing FlexPath format, you can earn your nursing degree without putting life on hold.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now, I can disrupt eczema with Rinvoq. Rinvoq is not a steroid, topical, or injection. It's one pill once a day. Many taking Rinvoq saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. And they felt dramatic and fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's Rinvoq Relief.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers, including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. Talk to your doctor about Rinvoq.
Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
At Consumer Cellular, our customer service team is based here in America.
America?
America.
From sea to shining sea.
Beautiful.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Hamas fighters clashing with Israeli troops earlier today, and this time significant because it happened inside Gaza. It appears to be one of the first skirmishes, at least the first that we're aware of, within Gaza itself since Hamas unleashed that deadly terrorist attack on October 7th. The U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, meanwhile, has voiced concerns over a possible escalation of the conflict. Keep in mind, the U.S. is now urging Israel, according to multiple sources to our Alex Marquardt, to delay a ground attack on Gaza so that hostages may get out and more aid can come in. I want to bring in now Ayelet Shaked. She is a former Israeli Minister of Interior and the former Israeli Minister of Justice. And Ayelet, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time. So we at least have not been aware of a clash inside Gaza yet between Hamas and Israeli forces. We know that that happened today. What does that say to you?
Israel is making a lot of efforts in order to find more information about the hostages. And currently, you know that the Air Force mainly acting in Gaza, but apparently when the time will come, also ground forces in large quantity will get in.
And is that what you believe, Ayala, that it will be a large quantity of ground forces? I mean, certainly that's what it looks like along the border, but I would imagine that there are many scenarios at play. But you, it sounds like, believe that it will be a very large initial assault.
Yeah, you know, our target is to eliminate the Hamas. And they did a crime against humanity, something like ethnic cleansing, and they are, you know, the worst enemy you can imagine. They are like monsters, worse than ISIS, like the Nazis. So in order to eliminate them, we don't have any other choice. We didn't want it. We just wake up one morning on Saturday and meet all those atrocities. And in order to eliminate them, and when we're meaning to eliminate the leadership and everyone, we will have to get in with forces.
Ayala, I've been speaking to some people in Gaza, including some in northern Gaza, who have decided to stay. They believe it's their home, that if they leave, they may not be allowed to return. And in that context, I wanted to ask you about the latest IDF leaflets. I know that the IDF has been dropping leaflets warning people in northern Gaza to evacuate because of Israeli airstrikes, right? That you've been very clear what you're doing. You have telegraphed that. But the latest leaflet says that if you stay, you, quote, might be considered as a partner for the terrorist organization. Do you think
yes,
that is, at this point, anyone who stays should be considered a partner of Hamas?
Definitely. We warned them. You know, we told all the civilians to go south to Gaza River. The Hamas tried to push them to stay because they don't care, to use their own population as a human shield. But, it's up to them to decide. They can be safe in the south. If they choose to stay in the north, they know the coincidence, they know what will happen. The Hamas slaughtered our children, they slaughtered our babies, and they don't care to kill their own children as well. I want to show you something, something that I think the world should see in order to understand who is this enemy. Look, please take a look at this picture. Do you understand what you are seeing here? I want the world to understand who are the Hamas. In the picture, what we are seeing is a pile of burnt babies. This is what they did. They murdered our babies. They burned them, and they don't care to kill their own children as well. So you understand, it's a fight about humanity, and we will not let the evil win. So they need to choose whether they want to save their life and go to the south or to be part of the Hamas.
All right, Ayala Chikade, thank you very much. And Fred, back to you.
All right, Aaron, Israel is grappling with the consequences of war with Hamas, including finding ways to keep critical facilities safe. CNN's Sarah Seidner takes us inside a hospital sheltering its patients underground.
A doctor checks in on a patient. Just an ordinary day in the hospital, except there's nothing ordinary about where this is taking place.
This is the bunker underground hospital. This is a functioning hospital. In the highest level, every service, every technology, everything that they need, we provide them. And everything is being supplied here.
It has the look and the feel of a regular hospital with all the things that you'd expect, except for when you turn the corner and you can really see this is an underground parking garage. At least it was. Vehicle parking spaces are now for patient beds, driveways for push carts. This is how Tel Aviv Sourasky Medical Center is preparing to treat patients in wartime. So it's as perfectly normal as usual in the most abnormal scenario.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the right phrase to put it.
This is the result of 14 years of planning for war.
We planned this underground hospital 14 years ago, more or less, after the Second Lebanon War. Tel Aviv was for the first time, got missile attack.
That was then, before Hamas stormed across the border by land, air, and sea on Shabbat, killing, kidnapping, and maiming men, women, and children. Several floors above the hospital bunker, 60 hospital beds are now filled with victims from the Hamas attack.
I went to a party with my friends. It was a music festival, and in 6:30, something like that, alarm started.
He and his friends managed to jump in their car, but then
there was a squad of 4 terrorists just started spraying at us, shooting without conscience.
Shooting at you, just indiscriminate.
Yes, just shooting without conscience.
His car among those abandoned on the side of the road. He ran and hid for the next 5 hours, blood pouring from his arm, where a bullet smashed through his skin and bone.
There is no one in this world who wants peace more than I do. Trust me. I've been 4 years in the army, I got shot over peace. I don't want this, none of us wanted this to happen.
Do you still think that peace is possible?
Wow. I used to believe in peace all the time, but right now, after seeing what I saw, Yitzhak Rabin, who was the Prime Minister of Israel, said something very important. Yes. He said that peace you don't make with friends, you make with enemies. But even enemies need to be human beings.
No matter who you are, this hospital will treat you deep below the Earth's crust. It has already moved a whole section of the hospital to get the staff and patients prepared for life below during war. What do you think about being in a parking garage?
He's enjoying every minute of it.
Does this feel different this time?
It's feel different because we know that it's not like kind of a limited operation. It's a wartime.
Incredible. Sarah Seidner, thank you so much. Still to come. An Israeli-American doctor is leaving everything behind to work as a medic in the war. Why she's choosing to put her life at risk to volunteer at hospitals. Next.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Pano AI chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions because T-Mobile helps Pano AI innovate so they can stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
My active psoriatic arthritis can make me feel like I'm losing my rhythm. With Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm getting into my groove. Along with significantly clearer skin, Skyrizi helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And it's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Skyrizi attaches to and reduces a source of excess inflammation that can lead to skin and joint symptoms. With Skyrizi, 90% clearer skin and less joint pain are possible.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Now's the time to ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save. Stop starving your skin and start feeding it the nutrition it craves. True Skin has what skin craves. True Skin treats skincare like skin nutrition with hard-working plant-powered blends that nourish for radiant, healthy-looking skin. True Skin, get what your skin truly craves.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no-obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-608-0087. 800-608-0087.
I like to say that Cerevital has given me a new normal. Within, I'd say about 2 to 3 weeks, I already started to see changes.
I'm such a believer that it truly can change your quality of life.
You know, I don't expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
Order now, because we're letting as many women as possible try Cerevital for 90 days, absolutely risk-free. Go to trycerevital.com for your risk-free trial.
If you lived or worked at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina for at least 30 days from August 1953 through December 1987 and have been diagnosed with cancer, neurobehavioral effects, fertility issues, or more, you may qualify for financial compensation. A new law passed by Congress now allows veterans and survivors to seek damages for harm from exposure to contaminated water at Camp Lejeune. Call Saddle Rock Legal Group to discuss your case now.
Call 1-800-814-9977.
Messy happens. When it does, there's Homaglow. For just $19, Homaglow will clean your entire house. Everything from dishes to vacuuming, even laundry. Join thousands of Americans and book your first cleaning today for just $19.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
I'm MJ Lee at the White House, and this is CNN. A 27-year-old Israeli-American medic is headed to Israel to help victims impacted by the war. Kinneret Levine says she plans to work at a hospital and nursing homes while she's there. CNN national correspondent Camila Bernal joining me live with more on this. Camila, why did Kinneret choose to put her life at risk?
Well, Fred, she says this is a calling. She says she was horrified after seeing the attack on October 7th, and she says she's only been reminded of this feeling one other time, and that was when she was 6 years old, and she watched the September 11th attack. So she says that after seeing what happened on October 7th in Israel, she decided that this was her way as an American of pursuing justice. She says she will drop everything, leave her home, her father, a job opportunity in Fredericksburg, Texas, to go to Israel and volunteer her time. She says she will do it for as long as she's able to, because as an adult now, she says that this is what she's meant to do. Here's what she told me.
One of my ways of coping with this loss, this tragedy of what happened on October 7th, is to go to Israel and help. This is doing my part, and this is my values and who I am as a person and who I am as a nurse and a medical professional.
Now, we talked to her on her layover here in Los Angeles. She was actually born in Los Angeles, but texted us and told us that she landed in Israel safely. When I spoke to her here in LA, she did say she's considered a number of scenarios, including death, and she says she has made her peace, Fred.
All right. Thank you so much, Camila Bernal. Appreciate that. And if you want to help the people of Gaza and Israel, go to cnn.com/impact or text relief to 707070. Thanks so much for joining us today. I'm Frederica Whitfield in Atlanta. Our special coverage continues with Jim Acosta in Washington and Aaron Burnett in Tel Aviv right after this.
Nothing can prepare you for this kind of brutality.
None of us wanted this to happen.
They took babies after they killed their parents. Something you can't imagine.
There's still bombardment ongoing inside Gaza.
Humanitarian conditions there grow more dire. Are you hopeful still that Hezbollah will stay out of this war?
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
All clear, all clear. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? It's so light, don't touch it. Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brushette, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Nariva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from one serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Nariva Ultra. Think bigger.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
It's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I feel free to bare my skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy. I'm celebrating my clearer skin my way. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. In another study, most people had 90% clearer skin even at 5 years. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Thanks to clearer skin with Sky Rizzy, this is my moment. There's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
The Navy League of Canada is welcoming new cadets to join our youth program for 9 to 12-year-olds. Navy League cadets discover the thrill of the sea and the joy of lifelong friendships. Develop leadership skills, discipline, and resilience that will shape their future. Visit our website or call us today to learn about the exciting journey of Navy League cadets and the oceans of opportunities. Ask a parent before going online. The Navy League of Canada, empowering the leaders of tomorrow.
No one plans to accidentally fall overboard, but if you do, having your life jacket within reach might not be close enough. Want to see what happens next? Scan the QR code or come to enjoyboating.ca, and you can decide what happens to our struggling boater. When within reach might not be close enough. A life jacket left on board won't keep you floating.
I'm Warren Lieberman at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
You're live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington, joined by my colleague Aaron Burnett, who is live for us in Tel Aviv, Israel. We begin this hour with the latest escalation of Israel's war with Hamas. Israel's military is ramping up its bombardment of Gaza. It's part of Israel's plan to prepare for a possible ground incursion into Gaza. Israel carried out a rare airstrike in the West Bank earlier today, hitting a mosque. The IDF says it thwarted, quote, an imminent terror attack. The Palestinian Authority calls it a dangerous escalation. Aaron.
And Jim, the Israeli military confirms that its troops had a clash with Hamas fighters. It's significant, Jim, because this happened inside Gaza. So they are not just saying they're inside Gaza, but that there actually was fighting. It's just the second time that Israeli forces have even confirmed that they were operating inside Gaza since the Hamas terror attacks 2 weeks ago. And the last time was just in the past 48 hours, special forces. A CNN journalist has witnessed at least 14 trucks, meantime, crossing from Egypt into Gaza. That's desperately needed humanitarian aid. It is fair to say it is a drop in the bucket, though, but it is something. And for almost 2 weeks, there had been nothing. An official at Gaza's main hospital says the deteriorating conditions, meanwhile, there are catastrophic. And other hospitals say that they are simply overwhelmed by the number of dead and wounded from the intensifying bombardment. Israel tonight just saying that they conducted dozens of strikes just today, Jim.
Yeah, and Aaron, a fascinating development on this end here in Washington. CNN is also learning that the Biden administration is pressing Israel to delay a possible full-scale Israeli ground invasion of Gaza. CNN's Alex Marquardt is here with us in studio with his reporting. Alex, what are your sources telling you?
Well, Jim, as we've seen in the past few days, there has been some progress on both the hostage front and in terms of getting aid into Israel. We saw those 2 American women released on Friday after captivity by Hamas for almost 2 weeks. We saw today the trucks moving for the first time into the Gaza Strip. And so what I've learned from 2 separate sources is that there has been some pressure from the Biden administration to Israel to delay what we believe is an imminent ground invasion of Gaza, because there has been this progress. There's been signs in the conversations around both the hostages and the aid, and sustained aid, I should say, is the priority, that this could continue. And of course, the U.S. And other countries who have hostages in Gaza, as well as Israel, want to see all of those hostages freed. So we should note that the Israelis are flatly denying this, that there has been no request from the U.S. side to delay their incursion. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was asked this very question earlier in the day, and he did not deny it. He simply said that these are decisions for Israel to make. President Biden said very flatly yesterday that he is speaking with the Israelis when he was asked the same question. Jim, the U.S. and Israel have been very sensitive and very careful about not making it seem like the U.S. is telling Israel what to do and dictating their war. But at the same time, the U.S. has expressed concern repeatedly about the humanitarian situation in Gaza and those hostages.
And what does Hamas get out of releasing these hostages? I mean, I suppose you could see a scenario where they trickle the hostages out little by little to try to delay the incursion as long as possible.
Absolutely. That is a major concern of the Israelis. There is a sense that is what they may be trying to do, to buy time, to also buy some goodwill and give the impression that they are willing to release these foreign hostages, to release the civilians, and that would obviously escalate the pressure on Israel to allow for more time. They may also think that they could get a ceasefire or more aid out of this. And that pressure that comes as a result of essentially Hamas giving a glimmer of hope that more of these hostages may be coming out, that makes things a lot tougher for Israel. We should note that a senior Israeli official spoke with our colleague Matthew Chance earlier today, who said the humanitarian effort cannot be allowed to impact the mission to dismantle Hamas. This official saying there will be no ceasefire.
And yet this imminent invasion that we keep hearing about doesn't seem so imminent right now. Perhaps it is. But, and Alex, the State Department ordering non-emergency U.S. government personnel to leave Iraq, is that connected to some of this? What's going on here?
It's connected to the very significant concern by the Biden administration that Iran may encourage its proxies or even its own forces to get involved in this conflict and widen it beyond just Israel and Gaza. That is a major, major concern. We've seen those 2 carrier strike groups heading into the eastern Mediterranean. And so what we've learned from the State Department today is that they have they've increased their level of alertness. There's a level 4 alert, which basically says to American citizens, do not go to Iraq. They've also announced that American families who are connected to the U.S. stations in both Baghdad and Erbil in the north, they are coming home, that non-emergency personnel are also coming home. This is a real reflection of the fear, of what could happen, not just in Iraq, where there are a significant number of Iran-backed militia groups, but this is something that could happen elsewhere in the region. We heard from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin today, who said that there's a significant possibility for escalation against U.S. troops and personnel in the Middle East.
Yeah, I'm sure they're looking at American assets across the region right now. Alex Marquardt, very important reporting. Thank you very much. Aaron, back to you.
All right, and Jim, I want to bring in Mark Regev here with me in Tel Aviv, former Israeli ambassador to the UK and senior advisor now, of course, to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as you have been for a long time. I know you're in meetings today, often in meetings throughout these early hours of the morning. And you've got the leaders of Greece and France and others coming in this week. So let me just start with the latest reporting. Alex reporting that U.S. officials have been pressing Israel to delay whatever you're planning to do because they want more hostages out. I would imagine specifically American hostages out. What can you say about that?
We want hostages out too. We want all the hostages out immediately and unconditionally. And that's the demand of the international community. But we believe the best way to get the hostages out is to keep the pressure on. The only reason we got the 2 women out earlier this week was because Hamas is under amazing pressure. We keep the pressure up, we get more people out.
So what do you say to those who say, well, Hamas will give 2 hostages here and 2 hostages there while you're sitting in a state of incredible readiness, which I think a lot of people don't also realize means you have 350,000 of your best and brightest on that border and not working. How long can you, Jim just pointed out, it's been imminent for 2 weeks. How long can you stay in imminent pose?
We will move when we're ready to move. Israel is not acting, we're not shooting from the hip here. We're being very judicious. When we use our force, we'll do so after much thinking and much planning, and Hamas will feel our blow. Our goal is to dismantle the Hamas military machine. That will happen. It will happen on our terms at a time when we're ready.
So let me ask you about that, because you want to dismantle their military machine.
Correct.
I saw earlier that you said you took out the commander of the rockets unit for Hamas. You've taken out, it's got to be well over a dozen at this point of senior leaders, including many involved in these attacks. You've been doing that in the war that's already been ongoing, right? What you're talking about is the next stage. You've been clear. But how much is left? If you look at the leadership of Hamas's military, how much have you taken out in the past 2 weeks?
I think we need to say the following. There have been different rounds of fighting between Israel and Hamas since Hamas took over the Gaza Strip some 16 years ago.
Yes.
4 or 5 rounds of fighting.
Yes.
This is not another round. Hamas, in their brutal, horrendous massacre of Israelis Saturday 2 weeks ago, that was a declaration of war. We didn't want the war. They started it. We'll finish it on our terms. And when this is over, Hamas's military machine will be dismantled and their political control over the Gaza Strip will end. Just as the United States and its allies ended ISIS control over territory in Iraq and Syria, we will end Hamas's control over the Gaza Strip.
And I understand, but I am just trying to get a sense of, you have been doing heavy bombardment. I mean, some of the strikes, sometimes you put out a daily strike number. So yesterday it was 205. Today it was simply dozens, right? But you're doing an incredible amount. And if you look at the death toll in the Gaza Strip, obviously there has been a terrible loss of civilian life. But if you look at the number of strikes you've done, you know, it's 1 or 2 people per strike. You're trying to be targeted.
We're trying to be as surgical as is possible to hit the Hamas military machine and avoid as much as possible
civilian
collateral damage and civilian casualties. But please, can I warn you, the numbers coming out of Gaza about casualties, they're all supplied. There's no independent verification. They're all supplied by the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health. And those numbers would have you believe, and the world, that everyone's an innocent civilian. If we've hit and killed 2,000 Hamas terrorists, I'd say good, we want more. Obviously, we don't want to hit uninvolved people. We don't want to hit the civilian population.
Well, children have died, Mark.
But you don't know the numbers. Remember when there was those stories about the attack on the hospital?
Every
They said
child's
hundreds
life
of people.
is worth everything.
Correct, and we will make a maximum effort to avoid that sort of thing. But Hamas cannot have immunity. There has not been a war in modern history where innocent people haven't been caught up in the crossfire. As a democracy, we'll make a maximum effort to avoid that as much as possible. But we can't allow Hamas to have immunity by hiding behind Gaza's civilian population, exploiting them as human shields.
Some of your defense chiefs today were talking and were putting a time frame on things. Now, we had heard months, right, that you go in, and this isn't a At least it's been not described as a Russian-style shock and awe, because it is a war going on for 2 weeks, and this is your next steps. And they had said it will take time. But then today I saw that time frame. The first time I thought I saw some specifics around that. It was 1 to 2 months. Is that the time frame? Is it that short of a time frame?
I don't think it's responsible to talk about the time frames. It all depends on exercising the mission. We have to achieve our goal. And as long as it takes, we will remove Hamas from power and dismantle their military machine.
One time, Leon Panetta, former defense secretary and CIA chief, you know him well, he made a comment which I thought, and we were reporting in Africa at the time with Al-Qaeda there, and he was talking about how it was like a balloon. You squeeze the air out of Al-Qaeda and it becomes ISIS. You squeeze the air from ISIS, Hamas. Do you have that fear that you can decapitate, perhaps you're successful in your initial mission, but that it resurfaces with just another name?
Our goal is actually quite minimalistic. There's a specific area, the Gaza Strip, controlled by a terrorist organization. It's physically defined. We will remove the control of a terrorist group, of a brutal, horrendous terrorist group from Gaza. That is defined, that is possible. The United States, with its allies, did the same in Iraq and Syria with ISIS. We will do the same over a smaller area in the Gaza Strip.
All right, so that's a specific goal. Then the question, of course, is, though, what happens in that immediate aftermath? When you decapitate and take out, if you are successful in that, something must replace it immediately to provide basic services, no matter how poorly Hamas did that. Do you have a plan for that?
Yes, we're already thinking 2-3 steps ahead. What happens the day after? We've looked at different scenarios. We've even started to discuss that with close friends. But I think each scenario, there are issues with each scenario. There's no perfect solution. But each scenario is actually much preferable to the current situation where Gaza is controlled by Hamas.
When you say discussing with close friends, I'm making an assumption that includes the United States.
You can assume that.
Okay. Do you feel that the United States, when it comes to those discussions, has your back on the options that you're looking at?
I think what is different now, and we've heard this not just from the United States, but we've heard it from the British Prime Minister, we've heard it from European leaders. Everyone understands that the current situation is unsustainable. Israel will not return to the reality of 7th of October, 5 a.m., where we have a brutal terrorist organization as our neighbor and will launch the sort of attack that they launched against us. That is unfeasible, unsustainable. We refuse to go back to that. And in our desire to change the reality in Gaza, to end the rule there of this terrible terrorist organization, we have strong international support.
How do you put Gaza in a position where the people who live in those kibbutzim along that border can go back?
So we have to do it by destroying the Hamas military machine. The people going back who will rebuild their lives and rebuild their communities and plant trees where Hamas has burned them down and rebuild houses that Hamas destroyed, that can only happen when they don't feel a threat from across the border.
All right, so then what about the hospital, right? In the hospital situation, your assumption, what you put out all the data was that it was a group called Islamic Jihad.
Correct.
Palestinian Islamic Jihad. So that's not Hamas.
Correct.
Right, but it makes the point that there are other radical terrorist groups that exist there already.
Correct.
Do they all come out?
No, Islamic Jihad will take care of them as well. It's clear that when this is over, there will not be terrorist organizations in the Gaza Strip that can attack us the way we were attacked on the 7th of October. That's finished. We will not tolerate that any longer. And in getting rid of those groups, I don't think we're only protecting our own people. We're actually doing a favor for the people of Gaza who deserve better than their current rulers who brought them only pain and suffering and impoverishment.
Mark, I want to ask you about those Hamas attackers. Do you feel at this point that you have been able to categorize, even yourself, the war crimes that are committed? Because I say, speaking to survivors and families, even that we've been able to speak to, that even in the past couple of days I am hearing about things that I had not heard about a week before. Are you still hearing new things?
We're hearing, as people are talking more, we're hearing more about the horrendous nature of Hamas's attack. And Israeli public hears these stories, and every night more people on television telling their own story.
Yes.
It's truly for us a pivotal moment, because this state was established in 1948 to protect the Jews after the Jews suffered throughout history all sorts of crimes. And what happened with the Hamas attack on October 7th was it brought us back to dark periods in our past. This was not, the Jewish state was not created for Jews to be massacred like they were in other parts of the world. We have to return the promise of Israel, and we will do that by re-establishing security, and that will be done by eliminating Hamas.
Mark Regev, thank you very much. I really appreciate your time, Ambassador. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
And as I said, Mark Regev will be in meetings with the Prime Minister and other world leaders who are coming here to meet over the next couple of days. And I mentioned Leon Panetta to the Ambassador. Speaking of him, the former Defense Secretary is actually standing by live, and he'll be joined by Jim next.
My name is Marie. I'm 49 years old, and I'm a business owner. I own a lemonade and ice cream shop in Florida, so I can feel and see that my lines have gotten deeper just from a year out in the sun. I'm still Marie, and I got Botox Cosmetic. I did not want a dramatic change. I wanted something subtle, and I'm really, really happy with the results. It's still me, but with fewer lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean! Do you mean this one? The one with titanium? It's so light, don't touch it. Maybe stealing wishes from the birthday boy's not your best plan. Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
What?
Yep, and on an amazing network.
And I don't have to ruin any more birthday parties.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Let's go get you that iPhone. Here we go. Come on now.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
What's this?
That's for Pepper.
You keep dog food in your fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies.
It's dog food.
Fresh Pet. It's not dog food, it's food food.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I feel free to bare my skin, thanks to Sky Rizzy. I'm celebrating my clear skin my way. With Sky Rizzy, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. In another study, most people had 90% clearer skin even at 5 years. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Thanks to clearer skin and Sky Rizzy, this is my moment. There's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Now's the time. Ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
ADT Self-Setup featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
If there's pain when you try to pull and going, sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. #2 should be easy to do.
Colace Clear soften stools for comfortable relief. No dyes or preservatives.
How white do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test.
Oof, still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much.
There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips White. They whiten like a $400 professional treatment.
So much whiter. Crest.
As tensions in the Middle East raise fears of a wider regional conflict, the U.S. Department of Defense says it's sending more military assistance to the area and ordering U.S. troops to prepare for deployment. And former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta joins me now to talk about this. Mr. Secretary, always great to have you on. Really appreciate it. Let's jump right into this. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, he was talking about the situation on ABC earlier today. Let's listen to this and talk about it on the other side.
We're concerned about potential escalation. In fact, what we're seeing is the prospect of a significant escalation of attacks on our troops and our people throughout the region. And because of that, we're going to do what's necessary to make sure that our troops are in the right good position, they're protected, and that we have the ability to respond.
Mr. Secretary, I mean, the word escalation has been tossed around over the last couple of weeks. I mean, there are fears about things really getting out of hand in the region. Your thoughts on all of this?
Well, I think Secretary Austin is right to be concerned about the escalation. If you look at what's happening, Hezbollah has been sending anti-tank missiles into Israel and continues to be aggressive on that part of the border. You've got these proxy wars going on in Iraq against our services in Syria, and then we had these missiles that were launched from Yemen. So when you look at the situation, there are a lot of proxies, terrorists, who are trying to put pressure on Israel and the United States. And so for that reason, I think the United States has to be in a posture of making sure that we are protecting our forces in that region. So I think the Secretary is taking the right steps to try to make sure we defend our troops.
And we're hearing from our correspondent, Alex Barquart, that sources are telling CNN that the Biden administration is pressing the Israelis to delay a ground invasion of Gaza for aid to reach Gaza, for more time for hostages to get out. What is your sense of that? I mean, what should the administration be saying right now? Should it be saying that? Should it be pressing Israel to hold back for I guess, a time being?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, first of all, we don't really know what the administration is asking or whether they're asking anything of Israel. But in the end, I think it's Israel's call, very frankly, because Israel has every right to defend itself against that horrific attack by the terrorist group Hamas. And right now, there are two principal objectives for Israel. One is obviously to destroy, undermine Hamas, go after its leadership. But the second objective is to retrieve our hostages. And I'm going to leave it up to Israel to decide how to balance those two objectives. But those are the objectives of what this war is all about right now.
Yeah, I mean, but we have seen what looks like a delay. I mean, we've been talking about an imminent invasion for a couple of weeks now, and it just has not begun, that ground incursion into Gaza. Why do you suppose that is? Might it be because of the hostage situation? And what about the possibility that Hamas could trickle out hostages, a little bit at a time to buy themselves some time?
Well, I'm assuming that Israel is not hesitating to go after Hamas targets if necessary. I realize the whole issue kind of focuses on whether there's going to be a broad invasion of Gaza, and we don't really know the answer to that. But we do know that ultimately Israel has to target Hamas and their leadership. And very frankly, that can be done with good intelligence and with special forces. So I don't expect that Israel is going to suddenly pull back on whether or not to go after Hamas. That's going to continue, I think, under any circumstances. Now, this balancing act with the hostages, I think what they have to determine is whether, in fact, Hamas is operating in good faith, which I think we all question, or whether or not this is just another hoax to try to drag the war on. So that is a decision, very frankly, from my point of view, that Israel has to make.
And do you think a large-scale ground incursion is a good idea. What are the potential pitfalls in all of that? Are there?
Well, we all know the pitfalls of an invasion into an urban area like Gaza. It's not going to be easy. Door-to-door fighting, building-to-building fighting is very costly in terms of lives lost on both sides. And so for that reason, I happen to believe that a very good approach here for Israel would be to develop buffer zones that provide security for Israel, and at the same time use intelligence, use special forces to go after Hamas targets. We did that with Al-Qaeda, we did that with ISIS, and it worked very effectively. I hope that they're looking at that kind of approach to going after Hamas.
And the Biden administration has repeatedly stressed no boots on the ground, no American boots on the ground to get involved in this war between Israel and Hamas. But, as you know, this past week, a Navy warship operating in the Middle East intercepted projectiles near the coast of Yemen. The aircraft carrier groups, strike force groups going into the region and so on. Are you worried about mission creep? And if this spreads into other parts of the region that the U.S. may have to get involved? And I know that these questions come up and you don't have a crystal ball there, but does mission creep have to be a concern?
Look, frankly, Jim, every time we deploy our forces and put lives at risk, obviously we're taking a chance. And deploying our forces as we are to the Middle East, our carrier fleets to the Mediterranean, our forces, I think 2,000 are going into Israel. There's no question that it creates additional risk. But at the same time, if we're going to provide support for Israel, if we're going to be able to do everything we can in order to make sure that terrorism does not succeed in that part of the world, those are the risks that we have to take.
And your sense of how the president has been handling this, and has asked for some $61 billion in aid to Ukraine, as well as billions of dollars in aid to Israel. The president is hoping to lump those two things together and send that up to Capitol Hill and then ask for something in the neighborhood of $100 billion in funds that also involve Taiwan and border security here in the U.S. Do you like the way the president has packaged that together? Do you think that's a good idea, or might it get ensnared at all kinds of politics that are going up on Capitol Hill right now, especially on the House side, where the Republicans don't even have a Speaker of the House at this point?
Jim, I think the reality that President Biden is facing is the reality of a very dangerous world right now, probably more dangerous since World War II. Confronting China, confronting Russia, confronting North Korea, confronting Iran, confronting terrorists in the Middle East. This is a dangerous world, and it demands world leadership. And I think the president is bringing that world leadership to the fore. If the United States doesn't provide that leadership, very frankly, nobody else will. So I think the president's taking the right steps of providing assistance to make sure that neither terrorism or autocracy is able to succeed in undermining democracy.
All right. Former Defense Secretary Leon Panetta, always appreciate your insights. Thanks so much for the time this evening. Thanks a lot.
Good to be, Jim.
Good to be with you. All right, coming up, President Biden and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. They spoke earlier today, and the two agreed on continued aid to Gaza. We'll talk about that in just a few moments. Stay with us.
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Are you not entertained?
He just brought the house down.
What a play!
This is March.
Put your front row. Let your tongue shout.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
redemption. The Lexus TX. Three-row luxury that treats every seat like the best seat.
Sometimes it takes a different approach to imagine your future differently. With Capella University's game-changing FlexPath format, set your own deadlines and access coursework anytime.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi. Feel significant symptom relief with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Stop starving your skin and start feeding it True Skin Vitamin C Serum. True Skin has what skin craves. A different form of vitamin C that's gentle on skin and effective until the last drop. With nutrient-rich blends to keep skin glowing. True Skin. Get what your skin truly craves.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
In Vernon, we vibe on vitality, and we savor summer longer. Here we come alive on forest trails and play in colorful orchards that weave into rolling mountains. Raise your glass to the apples on trees and savor summer a little bit longer. Now's the time to travel to BC. Fall is on in Vernon.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
President Biden speaking today with several world leaders, Canada, Europe. He spoke with the Pope, and he spoke yet again with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. All of these calls come as sources tell CNN that the White House is pressing Israel to delay a ground invasion into Gaza, citing recent progress on the hostage front and the need for additional humanitarian aid. The senior Israeli official denied that report. Priscilla Alvarez is live. She is in Delaware with the details, where, of course, the president has been. Priscilla, what can you tell us about these calls the president is making? What is the purpose?
Well, the purpose is for the president to make the point that there is ongoing support by the United States as this conflict is ongoing. But notable that as this invasion looms, the president is making a round of calls over the course of the day to Canadian and European leaders, but also to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, according to a readout of that call, the two discussed developments in Israel and Gaza. President Biden affirmed the flow of critical assistance to Gaza, and also they discussed efforts to release hostages. Now, by our count, this is the 8th call between the two leaders since October 7th. Now, while here in Rehoboth, the president was also asked about whether the U.S. is encouraging Israel to delay an invasion. To that, the president said that he is talking to the Israelis. And so that was clear today. And of course, the president is also staying very close with his national security team. We're told that the president was briefed by his senior national security officials, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, today. Aaron.
So, Priscilla, the Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who of course has spent quite a few days in this region, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, 2 visits here to Israel. He also addressed the Americans who are still held hostage in Gaza. We know there are negotiations ongoing for that, obviously through third parties like Qatar. What did he say?
Well, that this is a priority for the administration, but he also said that it was Hamas that was preventing Americans from passing through. Take a listen.
We have several hundred Americans and other nationalities, other civilians from other countries who want to leave Gaza. We've had people come to Rafah, the crossing with Egypt, and to date at least, Hamas has blocked them from leaving, showing once again its total disregard for civilians of any kind who are stuck in Gaza.
Just to be clear, you're saying Hamas is preventing Americans from leaving Gaza?
That's correct.
And there are no U.S. personnel who are able to help on the ground?
We have U.S. personnel on the other side of the border in Egypt, consular personnel who can immediately help and assist those Americans who want to leave. We're working this very, very actively.
Now, as you heard there from the Secretary, the U.S. is tracking hundreds of U.S. citizens who are stuck in Gaza and that they are efforting to get out of Gaza. But this remains an ongoing issue, and one, Aaron, that President Biden raised with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in their call today. But still, no resolution on this matter.
All right, Priscilla, thank you very much. We've been speaking to a couple of those American citizens stuck there and what they're enduring. It's terrible. And when you think about the lack of water, the rocket fire, the conditions are dire. Well, we will have much more on this breaking coverage here from Israel straight ahead. We'll be back.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZzzQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, for a better night's sleep. So now, he wakes up feeling like himself, the reigning family room middleweight champion. Better days start with ZzzQuil nights.
Try killing bugs the worry-free way, not the other way. Zevo traps use light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor and no mess. They work continuously, so you don't have to. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Way back in 1982, we took care of about 40 kids and had to turn away over 250. It was the emotion of that moment that said, man, that just isn't fair. And I think it was at that moment that Operation Smile was born.
Every 3 minutes, a child is born with a cleft condition. Thousands are waiting for the cleft surgery and care your support gives. They need you. Give joy and a new smile. Scan the code or go online to give today. 5 billion people lack access to safe surgery. Thousands of children are suffering and dying from treatable causes. For 40 years, Mercy Ships has deployed floating hospitals to provide the free surgeries these children need. Join us. Together, we can give children the hope and healing they never thought possible. It's a mission powered by love, made possible by you. Give today.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but you have to use it all the time. That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage all on nationwide 5G for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Choosing a treatment for your chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more, can be overwhelming. So ask your doctor about Botox. Botox prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they even start. It's the #1 prescribed branded chronic migraine treatment. So far, more than 5 million Botox treatments have been given to over 850,000 chronic migraine patients.
Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
In a survey, 92% of current users said they wish they talked to their doctor and started Botox sooner. So ask your doctor if Botox is right for you. Learn how AbbVie could help you save on Botox.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. Call, click Grainger. Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know the challenges you face, the workforce uncertainties that keep you up at night. The economy is volatile, recession is inevitable, AI is disrupting. 325,000 CEOs, HR leaders, and politicos turn to SHRM. 95% of all Fortune 500 companies turn to SHRM. When work keeps you up at night, turn to SHRM.
I'm hearing different ways for me to screen for colon cancer.
It's time to use my voice. I've got a choice, or they won't answer.
I sat down with my doc. We had a talk. You're just what two say.
I asked for Cologuard and did it my way.
Cologuard is a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive. It's for people 45 plus at average risk, not high risk. False positive and negative results may occur. Ask your provider for Cologuard.
I did it my way.
The FBI is assisting Detroit police in their investigation into the murder of synagogue president Samantha Wool. Police say she was found with multiple stab wounds outside her home early Saturday, and CNN's Omar Jimenez is in Detroit for us. Omar, I understand Detroit PD, they've just released an update on their investigation. What are you learning?
Yeah, they just released an update not too long ago, Jim. I think just for starters, when people see the headline, Detroit synagogue leader found stabbed to death, it makes people want to jump immediately to conclusions, but that's exactly what Detroit police are cautioning against at this point because it's so early in the investigation. But yes, they released a statement from the police chief that says in part, the investigation into the death of Miss Samantha Wool remains ongoing. At this time, however, no evidence has surfaced suggesting that this crime was motivated by anti-Semitism. But they also didn't include that they'd ruled out anti-Semitism, which highlights sort of where we are in this particular investigation. Now, what we do know is on this block behind me near downtown Detroit, that is where police found the body of 40-year-old Samantha Wool outside of her home. Police say they traced a trail of blood to her home, which is where they believe the killing actually happened. They haven't released the identity of any suspect they believe may have did this, and they have not released, police haven't released any motive here as well. Now, regardless of how this happened, it did happen, and now community members are trying to figure out how they are going to process this sudden killing. And we saw a memorial service over the course of today for the 40-year-old Wool, where we heard from the people that knew her best, from community members all the way up to state officials. Take a listen to Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel, who knew Wool from her work on her re-election campaign.
Samantha Wool may have been the nicest person that I have ever met or will ever meet in my lifetime. Sam did more for our community, our state, our world, our lives, in her short time here on Earth than most will ever accomplish in 1,000 lifetimes over. And her killer will not rob us of the memory of her joy and warmth and kindness that she leaves behind.
Now, also over the course of that memorial, a state senator spoke about how she was with Wool the night before her body was found, and said that the only consolation here is that some of her last memories with Wool were of happiness. As for the investigation, the FBI is continuing to assist the Detroit police, who say that they expect to provide some sort of update tomorrow, so we'll keep an eye out for that as this community comes to grips with what happened, as investigators try to piece together why. Jim?
Very sad situation there in Detroit. Omar Jimenez, thank you very much for that update. Much appreciated. Coming up, an Israeli official says there will be no ceasefire in Gaza as hostage talks continue. Much more of our special coverage straight ahead.
Tonight, how did Hamas orchestrate their massive attack on Israel? Sarah Seidner explores the history of this secretive and dangerous terror group. And what comes next? The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
With the push of a button, Constant Contact's AI tools help you know what to say, even when you don't. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Having more energy for me means I want to go out and do more with my life. With Cerevital Advance, I wake up refreshed. I have the energy to travel and live the life I want. And people thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. Cerevital Advance helps me live a beautiful life.
Cerevital Advance is an award-winning supplement alpha. Go to trycerevital.com for your risk-free trial. Just call 800-719-6260 or visit trycerevital.com.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you have or are eligible for Medicaid, please listen closely. You may be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan from WellCare with a zero or low plan premium. Call now. We can answer your questions and help you enroll over the phone. WellCare provides access to essential benefits that go beyond original Medicare, such as dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage with free home delivery. Free over-the-counter healthcare items, free gym membership, and home-delivered meals. Plus, extra benefits like WellCare's telehealth services, including online doctor visits. WellCare's contracted with Medicare to provide plans that may be perfect for you. Call 1-877-297-3598. Now, that's 1-877-297-3598. WellCare.
This wasn't no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a sass. It's made up. He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
Can we get real clear about life with psoriasis?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is your treatment leaving you with uncontrolled symptoms? Like the cover-it-ups and brush-it-offs?
Enough with good enough.
Don't stay hiding or hurting. When your lotions and creams don't do enough to help treat the inflammation beneath the skin causing plaques and pain, it's time to get real about psoriasis so your dermatologist can help you get clear. Make the appointment and ask about Real Clear Skin.
Pano AI chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions because T-Mobile helps Pano AI innovate so they can stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
After switching to the farmer's dog, we noticed so many improvements in Remy's health. His allergies were going away, and he just had amazing energy.
It looks like nutritious food, and it is.
I'm investing in my dog's health and happiness.
Get started at longlivedogs.com.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at worthy.com.
After Homoglow cleaned our place for $19, we fired our old housekeeper. Homoglow tackled everything, from our kitchen to our bathroom, all our laundry. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19.
I wish I had you.
Oh, yeah. Love your necklace. It's Gloriana.
We'll serve that.
Cheers. Gloriana. Jewelry you'll love. Visit us in-store or online.
I'm Kara Scannell outside of New York State Courthouse, and this is CNN.
As the situation grows more volatile in the Middle East, sources tell CNN the U.S. is pressing Israel to delay its planned invasion of Gaza in the hopes of getting more hostages out. Joining us now to talk about this is Democratic Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina. He's the assistant Democratic leader in the House. Congressman Clyburn, great to see you this evening. Really appreciate the time. Let me ask you, do you think asking for a pause on this Israeli military incursion into Gaza makes sense right now? What's your sense of it?
Well, thank you very much for having me. It certainly makes sense to me. I do believe that President Biden has been very wise to counsel the leadership in Israel as to what happened with us after 9/11. Everybody was angry. People wanted to take revenge. And that is something that's almost natural. But we made some mistakes there, some of which we still are paying for. And we ought to learn from our mistakes, and he knows what those mistakes are, and I think it's wise for him to share them with the leaders in Israel, and hopefully they won't allow their anger to cloud their thinking and not do what's best.
And so, Congressman, do you think a full-scale incursion into Gaza is a mistake for the Israelis if they go through with it?
Well, it's been since my sophomore year in college that I've studied military science and tactics, and so I don't know a whole lot about that area, but I do know a little bit about human nature, and that is we should always act in such a way that a climate is always there in order to find a resolution. And if we do things that will keep us from finding a permanent, sustaining resolution, that might be problematic going forward.
And as you know, you're very close to President Biden, and he has inserted himself diplomatically into this crisis very directly. How do you think he has handled this so far? Are you concerned that he's too involved? Has he gotten too directly involved in all of this? Or do you think it's the right approach?
Well, I think the approach is right. I have no idea how to measure whether too much or too little, but I know we cannot, as a country, walk away from our allies. We cannot, as a leader of the free world, not do what we can to maintain that freedom for everybody. And so I think that President Biden is right to step into this. I would hope he will do so in a measured way and in a way that will benefit everybody.
And Congressman, perhaps you've seen this, but Democratic Senator John Fetterman, who's been very outspoken on many progressive issues, he's very much a progressive. He has been critical of some of the progressives among the House Democrats who have been calling for a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, who have been critical of Israel and how they've gone about attacking Hamas. What do you make of some of the younger members in your party in the House calling for a ceasefire, being somewhat critical of the Israelis? Do you agree with that? What do you make of some of the remarks that you've heard so far?
Well, when I wrote my memoirs, I called the book Blessed Experiences. And I said in the introduction to that book that all of my experiences have not been pleasant, but I considered all of them to be blessings. And those of us who've had unpleasant experiences in these kinds of situations are still blessed by those experiences. And I think that we should always remember that none of us can be any more than what our experiences allow us to be. And so we have in our caucus people with various backgrounds and experiences, and they tend to act out in accordance with that. And so I think that is to be understood. And so we are going to go through some pretty challenging times when you look at the makeup of our caucus and the makeup of the country. And we just have got to try to balance our approach to this in such a way that we do not put any one country or any one element at a disadvantage.
And as you know, we're heading into another week without a Speaker of the House. Do you think we'll see one this week? And if this continues to be a problem, what is the potential for further problems when it comes to getting aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine, preventing a government shutdown? Could things really snowball here in the coming days if the House can't get a Speaker, if the House Republican conference can't find a Speaker?
Yes, but that could happen. I hope that it won't happen, and it should not happen. I do believe that my friends on the other side of the aisle are making a mistake trying to ensure that you get 217 votes out of their caucus before they allow a name to be voted on. If you remember the Hastert rule, when I recall that they seem to be following, he said a majority of the majority. He didn't say unanimous of the majority. And so I can see them not bringing a name to the floor without a significant majority within their caucus.
Well, you worked with Nancy Pelosi when she was Speaker, and she was able to whip the votes and was able to get things passed. And why is that not happening on the Republican side from your standpoint?
Well, all of us have different levels of skill when it comes to this kind of thing. Nancy Pelosi was and still is very skillful at this sort of thing, and she kept together the leadership in our caucus, as is happening now. Our leadership is very together. You've seen those folks time and time again. The problem is there seem not to be the same level of skill on the other side of the aisle, and that's unfortunate.
All right, Congressman James Clyburn of South Carolina, really appreciate the time this evening. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, sir. All right, coming up, we will go back to Israel. The IDF says it has conducted dozens of strikes on Hamas targets today. Our special coverage continues next.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool. You're all set.
So your home is safe and smart.
We're gonna miss you.
You can check in on your home,
Arm the system. We should go.
manage your system from virtually anywhere, and get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick and try Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
If there's pain when you try to prove when going sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
Verizon Small Business Days are back from October 16th to the 22nd. Get a free tech check and special offers like a free 5G phone. Plus, switch, keep your number, and get up to $300 off with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
Got the cabin for 3 days, it'll be sweet! What? I'm 12 hours short.
Have a fun weekend.
Was that necessary?
No, neither is a blown weekend. With Paycom, employees do their own payroll, so you can fix problems before they become problems. Get Paycom and make the unnecessary unnecessary. See you down the line.
I belong here.
You may think I don't fit in,
That I don't look the part.
but to me, curling is more than a sport.
It's my community.
Together, we can sweep away the barriers
Create spaces where we all belong.
and experience the joy of curling. I belong here.
We belong here. We unite, and united we curl.
Have claimed their complimentary bottle and are feeling great.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Unleash your new secret weapon for drug-free blood sugar support to make sure your next checkup is better than your last.
This is a great product for sugar control.
You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting PURSUE to 321321. And if you text right now, you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors preferred. Better science. Better results.
I'm Eva McKen in Washington, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Page Publishing. Want to publish a book? We'll review your manuscript for free.
If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 800-563-0741.
You are live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington, joined by my colleague Aaron Burnett, who is live for us in Tel Aviv, Israel. We begin this hour with Israel's military ratcheting up its bombardment of Gaza. A short time ago, Israel's military reported it has conducted dozens of strikes on Hamas in Gaza in recent hours, as well as destroying 2 Hezbollah cells in Lebanon, according to an IDF post on Telegram. It's part of Israel's plan to prepare for a possible ground incursion into Gaza. That order could come at any time. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. is worried about an escalation in the Middle East, so the U.S. will deploy missile defense systems like the one you see right there throughout the region to protect U.S. troops. And Aaron, what's the latest on your end?
All right, well, Jim, here we are learning that the Biden administration is pressing Israel to delay a possible full-scale ground invasion of Gaza. Alex Marquardt reporting that, saying that the goal is to provide more time to negotiate for the release of hostages and allow for more humanitarian aid to go in to reach Palestinian civilians. Now, the White House says President Biden has spent the day on the phone. He's had conversations with multiple leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, Pope Francis, another conversation, as well as Justin Trudeau and others in Europe. According to the White House, Biden and Netanyahu have agreed that aid will continue to flow into Gaza. We understand thus far there have been about 14 trucks that have gone in, which by any account is a drop in the bucket of what would be needed on a daily basis, never mind as a one-off. So I want to begin, though, with where this imminent invasion is, Jim, and that means we're going to go to Sderot, where our international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson, has been over these past 2 weeks. So, Nick, the bombardment of Gaza continues. About an hour ago, when you were speaking with Jim and I, we could hear it and see it. How would you describe what you've seen even in these early hours of the morning here? It's now, of course, 2 a.m., and how this compares to the past few days.
Yeah, I think what we were witnessing here a couple of hours ago was the heaviest that we've seen in the past couple of weeks, the most sustained, the heaviest explosions, perhaps giving us to understand here, because the windows and doors on this building were rattling, that the detonations were happening just over the border inside of Gaza. Hard to imagine what it would be like there. And we know from inside of Gaza, perhaps 6 miles from here, the Jabalia refugee camp, there have been reports of casualties there, and it does fit in with this picture of what the IDF is talking about, which is increasing the number of strikes in advance of a ground incursion. I have to say, right in the last 10-15 minutes or so, it's been relatively quiet. I don't know if it'll stay that way, but that's what we see often, is it cycles right up, drops off, and it'll cycle back up again. But the bombardment before, absolutely constant.
Right, and they have announced, the IDF tonight, that they're going to increase strikes, so we'll see what that actually means. But again, it's 2 a.m. Just to give people a sense of the 24-hour nature of what we experience in this country. So what are you hearing about the pressures, though, on Prime Minister Netanyahu? We've been using the word imminent accurately, and yet he still has not gone ahead with any sort of a large-scale assault on Gaza.
Yeah, and you look at the troops, as we have been over the past few days, who are in their armored fighting vehicles, their tanks, their big diggers, very close to the border with Gaza, not right at it, not ready to cross it, it seems, but very, very close, within direct rocket fire. Some of the bases we were looking at today, very close to the border fence. So they're ready to go, and we understand from conversations that we've had with soldiers, they're getting the feeling that they're getting ready, and then they're stopping, they're holding back. So there's this, even among the troops, there's an uncertainty about when the order's going to come. But when it comes to pressure, that pressure is being felt by Prime Minister Netanyahu. he can't say no to everything President Biden wants because Israel depends on the United States for ammunition. It depends on it not just for the operations here in Gaza, but also potentially if the conflict widens and Israel has to target some of the deeply hidden rockets and missiles that Hezbollah has in Lebanon. It will need heavy munitions for that sort of thing. So there's a lot of pressure there, but then there's a pressure here from from the population that feels let down by the Prime Minister, let down by the security forces. They feel in danger from Hamas, from those barbaric attacks 2 weeks ago, and they want to see action. So there's pressure upwards on the Prime Minister. I think this is a very, very difficult time for him.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about the frustration of the armed forces. Talking to someone who was in Beirut who survived, she was talking about how there were Hamas commanders who were trying to actually turn themselves into Israeli police to try to negotiate to get the hostages over the border. They were doing that, Nick, because they thought that they couldn't get over the border with the hostages with surviving because the IDF would be there. All their plans had the IDF there, but of course the IDF was not there. So even Hamas was surprised by the slowness of the response. We do know that Israeli special forces have been in Gaza twice. Could be more, but we know about twice, right? In the past few days, one of them today, and there was a firefight. Do you know anything about that and what those special forces were in there to do today?
Yeah, it seems that they were going in to prepare the way for a possible bigger incursion. They had earth-moving vehicles, these sort of bulldozer trucks, and tanks as well. So this was a heavily armed force. And when we talk about bulldozers, we're not talking about what you have on a regular building site. We're talking about trucks here that have sometimes the diggers are actually up-armored. The cabs are certainly up-armored. They're driven by soldiers. So these are vehicles that are at the sort of sharp end of trying to clear the way for more troops to come in. But Hamas had an anti-tank rocket, a rocket that can go through the armor of a tank, and they fired it at the tank, and we understand that one soldier was killed and 3 others injured. Their families have been informed, but it just shows you that despite all these heavy airstrikes on Hamas, they are still able to put up a resistance, and a resistance close to the border fence, because this is where we understand this attack happened. So a small force, Israeli force going across, really found themselves up against a well-armed unit of Hamas, and this is a concern for any soldier right now contemplating being sent across the border.
But a hugely significant point you make, that even after thousands of airstrikes, which using the math, it's got to be around that, but they put out daily, that while they have taken out a lot, that they're still able to be a resistance for a small force like that in a specific place is meaningful. So, Nick, Israeli forces also launched a rare attack in the West Bank. This was an airstrike. What are officials saying about that?
Yeah, they say they had active, timely intelligence that there were 2 Hamas operatives inside a mosque where there were tunnels and ammunition stores, and they believed that they were planning an attack of some kind. Now, I was in Jenin earlier on this year, just after there had been a big Israeli ground incursion to go after a small group of Hamas operatives. I think Palestinian Islamic Jihad operatives, 5 or 6 of them. That took hundreds of troops. It took a big force, and the IDF took casualties on that. There were firefights on the streets. They were in people's apartments. So the option that the IDF appear to have gone for today is an option they don't often use, which is an airstrike, which killed the 2 operatives, but it didn't require them to use up a lot of troops on the ground. One, because the potential backlash on the streets of Jenin, and also because they have a lot of troops who are frankly tied up around Gaza, who are tied up in the north along the border with Lebanon. So it appears that this was potentially why this method was used, and for the IDF it worked.
Nick Robertson, thank you very much in Sderot. And today, President Biden spoke, as I mentioned, with several world leaders as CNN learns that the U.S. is pressuring Israel to delay its ground incursion. Something Israel says, too bad, they'll do it when they want to do it, but we'll see if that's the case. Our special coverage continues after this brief break.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized,
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies, The Chunky.
Manage all your sales from one place with a burner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
This couple spent 10 more minutes in bed thanks to Roman. With Roman, you can take care of erectile dysfunction conveniently and discreetly. Because sometimes everything else can wait. Get started at ro.co/Roman.
Before and bath fitter. Now's the time to call Bath Fitter to get a beautiful after. With our unique tub-over-tub process, there's no mess or stress. Bath Fitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
Does your wife let me spend this much money?
You know, I've got to be honest, I don't think she's seen.
You spent over $600 on takeout?
I have a big family.
Also, why are you paying for Netflix twice?
Is this why people read these things?
Just get Rocket Money. It shows you all your expenses in one place and even tracks your subscriptions. The app can also help you make a budget that works for your income, and anytime you get close to your spending limits, it alerts you. That way, you won't end up spending like $800 some odd on takeout. Seriously, who does that? Just download Rocket Money today.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Stop whitening your smile the old-fashioned way with strips and trays that can take 30 minutes to an hour. I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of Power Swabs. When I met Dr. Ginniker and he introduced me to Power Swabs and I saw how effective they were and how easy they were to use, I knew we had to share it with the world. Power Swabs was clinically studied to whiten natural teeth as well as stain caps, crowns, and veneers. It's so effective, it works on stains caused by coffee, tea, red wine, and even smoking. For those of you who have that one stained tooth that's darker than the rest, Power Swabs can target that area using swab precision.
My favorite thing about the Power Swabs is that I was actually able to take the swab and really get through some of those areas that are kind of like untreated. I felt like I can immediately see the results, and I'm like, oh, I'm definitely starting to see the shades getting brighter and brighter, or whiter and whiter.
If you have yellowing between your teeth, if you have coffee or tea stains near your gum line, just snap, swab, and smile. And in each 5-minute application, you'll see whiter teeth. So stop whitening your smile the old-fashioned way with strips and trays and start using the Power Swabs 5-minute solution.
Well, they're whiter, they're brighter, and I feel better about my smile. And it was so easy to do. One friend was like, your teeth look like really white. Did you do anything to it? And I was like, I did. I did Power Swabs.
Call for your 5-minute solution to whiter teeth. Order Power Swabs and receive up to 50% off the retail price. And as an added bonus, get a free Power Swabs Quick Stick Pen with your order. The Quick Stick Pen is your on-the-go solution to help prevent stains from adhering to your teeth after drinking coffee, tea, or even after smoking. And in addition to saving up to 50% off and your free Quick Stick Pen, get free shipping by ordering now. Dial the number on your screen or visit powerswabs.com today.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
President Biden spoke today with the Pope, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, French President Emmanuel Macron, and several other world leaders today as the war between Israel and Hamas rages on. The Palestinian Health Ministry says more than 4,600 people have been killed in Gaza, and as the humanitarian crisis there deepens, Mr. Biden is urging caution to Israel in its mission to take out Hamas.
But I caution this: while you feel that rage, don't be consumed by it. After 9/11, we were enraged in the United States. While we sought justice and got justice, we also made mistakes.
Fareed Zakaria, CNN anchor and host of Fareed Zakaria GPS, joins me now. Fareed, great to see you. Really enjoyed our conversation last week. Wanted to get into some of these deeper issues again, but just a simple question off the start here. Do you think Benjamin Netanyahu is listening to the president, from what you can tell?
I hope he is, because President Biden is offering very wise counsel.
And I think he may be because what I've heard from many people in Israel, and polling backs this up, President Biden is right now wildly popular in Israel, much more popular than Prime Minister Netanyahu. And so he's using that political capital he has, President Biden is, to say something that, Israelis may not want to hear, understandably, as he said, consumed with fear and rage and anger. He's telling them, look, think before you jump in. Look at our mistakes. I had General Petraeus on the show this morning, and he was pointing out that it took 9 months for the Iraqi army to clear out the city of Mosul, which is about the same size as Gaza City.
Yeah, that's a long time. I mean, and we're at the beginning of all of this. And Farida, in a Washington Post op-ed, you laid a lot of this out and talked about how the U.S. military strategy after 9/11 was pretty flawed from the start. How might we see the same fate unfold with Israel and Hamas? Could we see history repeat itself?
Yeah, I really hope we don't, but it does feel like we're moving in a very similar direction. Look at the nature of the siege. You have no food, no water, no electricity to a vast civilian population. Remember, 50% of the people living in Gaza are children. The median age of somebody in Gaza is 18 years old. So this person has very little, to do with any of this. I mean, you're talking about 10, 12, 13-year-old kids. The reports we're getting now is that the people who cannot flee from northern Gaza to southern Gaza are the poorest of the poor. The people who can't afford the taxi ride, who can't afford to mobilize, who have, So it feels as though there's got to be a better way, a more targeted, a more strategic way to do this. And once Israeli forces go in, completely understandably, they will be most concerned about protecting their lives. And they will be willing to do a lot of damage to protect their lives. That's how war works. That's what the American military did in Iraq. But as a result of that, you face a real dilemma. As General Petraeus again said, they had a sign on their Mosul headquarters saying, our actions today killing more bad guys than they're creating. And if you just keep that idea in mind, the politics of this, the longer-term consequences of this, I think the Israelis are smart. They have dealt with this for a long time. They have rarely wanted to do something this big. In the past, they would always do very targeted operations. So in a sense, what President Biden is telling them is, remember what your own strategy and tactics have been over the last 30 or 40 years.
Right. Well, and I mean, that leads me to this question that Aaron and I have been discussing with our various guests, and we can talk about it, is we keep talking about this large-scale ground incursion being imminent. It's been imminent, I guess, for 2 weeks now, and we were just looking at a live picture of Gaza a few moments ago. It's as quiet and as silent as it possibly could be. What do you suppose is going on? Do you think there's a delay going on, and why do you suppose that is?
If there's one, I think the possible reasons are, first, they're trying to figure out how much damage they've done. There's been massive aerial bombardment, thousands and thousands of bombs. Maybe they're trying to figure out where the hostages are, try to think about whether there is some path to negotiating through Qatar or somebody else about the hostages. And finally, as you began the questions with, maybe President Biden's counsel is prevailing, and they're just trying to think through what would, for example, what happens assuming they succeed? Who will run Gaza? Who can they hand it off to? Well,
that was my next question. What does victory look like for the Israelis? I mean, what does that look like? The U.S. took out Osama bin Laden and then was still bogged down in Iraq and Afghanistan for much longer.
Well, and, Prime Minister Ehud Barak, the former Prime Minister of Israel, was again on my show, and I asked him this, and he said, well, the last time we did a big operation, I went to the Egyptians, and I said, we'll get rid of Hamas, will you take control? Tell us that we've got to get out, we will agree, and you take over. And then President Mubarak said, no way, this is your problem, you handle it.
Right.
Because nobody wants to be seen to be going in on the back of Israeli tanks and ruling over the Palestinians. Not the Arabs, not the Europeans, not the Americans.
Absolutely. And Farida, I want to get into this because, I mean, this is just something that's been on the minds of a lot of young people in the United States, and I suspect around the world. These fiery debates taking place on college campuses across the U.S., other campuses around the world, pro-Palestinian student-led protests. They're being criticized by top donors to places like Harvard and Penn. I'm sure you've heard about some of this. Calling these demonstrations have been accused of being anti-Semitic. What is going on, do you think, with this debate? And why is it, do you think, we're seeing this among a lot of young people in the United States and other parts of the world?
Well, we've looked at the polling, and younger people have, very different views about the Israel-Palestine issue than older people. I think college campuses have become a much greater kind of place where people, particularly young people, vent their frustrations and their angers. My own view is, look, they should have the absolute freedom to say whatever they want on any side of this issue. Big donors or big employers want to make statements saying they're never going to hire people like that they have the freedom of speech to do that as well. If that's how they want to use their power, that's fine. It's a free country. You don't have to hire anyone. You don't have to fire. What's interesting about it, to my mind, Jim, is that in the old days, we didn't really ask institutions like universities to take positions on political issues. For example, I don't know how many universities took positions after 9/11. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel as though we've, in the last 20 years, all these institutions are being pressed to take sides, to take positions. And I wonder if it's a pretty complicated issue. The University of Chicago has stayed pure, where it has said, look, we are a university, we believe in free speech, we don't take positions on political issues. Our faculty, our students, they can take as many positions as they want, and we will protect them, but we as an institution stay out of it. I wonder if people will look back over, because, the next thing that happens, people are going to ask universities and to take positions and denounce this and denounce that, and maybe University of Chicago has it right. Let human beings take positions on these things. Let the university stay out of it.
And as best as possible, keep it to a civil discourse if we can, if at all possible. Fareed Zakaria, always appreciate it. Thank you so much. Appreciate the time.
Pleasure.
Up next, hear from a group of Israeli volunteers who took on Hamas fighters when the surprise attack on their kibbutz started. That fascinating conversation with Aaron is coming up. You're live in the CNN Newsroom.
Nothing can prepare you for this kind of brutality.
None of us wanted this to happen.
They took babies after they killed their parents. It's something you can't imagine.
There's still bombardment ongoing inside Gaza.
Humanitarian conditions there grow more dire.
Are you hopeful still that Hezbollah will stay out of this war?
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
From roughage to radiance. So many ways to save. Life ready. Wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
I'm Orlando, and I'm living with HIV. I don't have to worry about daily HIV pills because I switched to every other month Cabenuva.
For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from a healthcare provider.
Now when I have people over, HIV pills aren't on my mind.
Don't receive Cabenuva if you're allergic to its ingredients, or if you're taking certain medicines which may interact with Cabenuva. Serious side effects include allergic reactions, post-injection reactions, liver problems, and depression. If you have a rash and other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Cabenuva and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have liver problems or mental health concerns, and if you are pregnant, breastfeeding, or considering pregnancy. Some of the most common side effects include injection site reactions, fever, and tiredness. If you switch to Cabenuva, attend all treatment appointments.
It feels good to just live in the moment. With every other month Cabenuva, I'm good to go.
Ask your doctor about Cabenuva today.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Travis, did you know you can get this season's COVID-19 shot when you get your flu shot?
Huh. Two things at once.
Two things at once! Two things at once!
I'll have two things at once, please.
Now back to two things at once.
Two things at once.
That's not two things at once.
Mom!
Travis, ask about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Verizon Small Business Days are back from October 16th to the 22nd. Get a free tech check and special offers like a free 5G phone. Plus, switch, keep your number, and get up to $300 off with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
Discover the fine art of relaxation and rejuvenation. The perfect place to watch the world go by. Big waves, big smiles. There's always something to do. Just 10 minutes from downtown Victoria. Come for a day, a week, or forever. Come and play in Oak Bay, Victoria's seaside destination.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
Amid the stories of horror that we have been covering, I do want to share one with you that is of bravery and triumph. There was a kibbutz in southern Israel near the Gaza Strip where a group of volunteers managed to fight off more than 30 Hamas terrorists during that surprise attack. More than 30. This was the kibbutz where nobody actually died. Nobody inside Mefalsim was killed. And the reason was the community defenders, the volunteer defenders. It wasn't the Israeli police or the IDF. They weren't there, just like they weren't in any of the other kibbutz that morning. Here's my interview with the heroes who saved their town. You were at the gate. They tried to come in the vehicle gate, and I know in Barrie we saw all the burnout cars they used to block. You were able to stop that, but they burst through the pedestrian gate. We have footage of some of this from the security cameras.
Exactly. Yeah. They were actually shooting anti-tank missiles on the gate. So there's actually an actual carnage going on outside the gate. People are trying to rush in from the party. People that were just driving.
They're trying to come in for safety.
Trying to come in. Yeah. The gate is closed. They cannot see the terrorists, and they just go outside and run to the gate, and they're being shotted from short distance. Fall down.
So the terrorists at the gate are trying to come in. These people are rushing, so they basically they were just like picking them off as they run in.
Terrorists are actually taking cover around the gate from the outside
and firing at them.
And firing at those civilians that's running to the gate, stabbing them after they were shot down to make sure they're dead. They are engaging. There is a small unit, this bomb shelter, outside the gate. Some of the party members were hiding there. So you can see a group of terrorists going and doing their massacre there.
They throw hand grenades.
Grenades into the shelter.
Yeah.
Yes.
You can see in the movie, the security movie. You can see the hand of the terrorist throw hand grenades inside. So I went out solo and starting moving towards the main gate, but not in a straight line. I mean, I went through the houses. I got to parking lot number 2 that is like on the, and there is a small hill overwatching it, but from outside. And there were 3 guys wearing black, looking at the road. I wasn't sure if this is our people or maybe I don't know what. And in the moment they turned around, I saw AK-47s. So
that's how you know, because you all had M16s.
Yes.
All of you.
We don't use AK-47.
Right. So when you know,
that's not
immediate
us.
signal that
that's not us. I shot at this group. One of them got hit. The other 2 scattered
Do you have any idea how many? I mean, obviously you have M16s, you have magazines, but just a sense of this went on for hours. How many bullets did you even shoot? I mean, do you have any even idea of what this took? You know?
I shot hundreds. I shot 240 bullets.
I knew that I have only 6 magazines, and I counted every bullet. I knew that I cannot shoot like I have a backup or something like that. So I've been shooting every bullet has its own target. I didn't try just to make them lie.
Right. You had to shoot. You had to shoot to kill.
I had to shoot to kill.
So I know you all know you've seen these. This is what was found on them. I mean, at least on somebody, right? This is their plans. I mean, of what they were going to do. I just was reading through it. I mean, it's dated October 2022. They were, I mean, if that they were planning it for a whole year. The details in here. Ellie, I wanted to ask you about one specific thing. I mean, they knew everything about your...
Except our names.
Yeah, except your name. But they put their phone numbers in here. They put, you know, the task, kibbutz, mafasim, raid plan B14. I mean, it's military.
Very specified, very military.
God is great, the martyr, Al-Qassam brigades, they label it all. But at the top, they have, you know, the cameras that are going to be visible, who is going to come to help you. They need a tank brigade. But it's this part I wanted to ask you all about. This was exactly what they planned to do inside the kibbutz. The duty of where they were supposed to go, what street numbers, everything.
They know where the generator is. There's a mentioning in
and did you now that you see this and you saw them, were they trying to execute this plan? Exactly.
Their plan was actually to engage the security group, to open the main gates to allow vehicles in, to sabotage the main power and the generator, and to make as much casualties for the security team, to allow the second wave to go in. And the fact that they know the exact street where to go to, where the generator is, and stated.
Yeah, I mean, it's street by street.
Street by street. That's exactly what they were executing. Exactly. They came to the exact points where the gates are. For instance, the point beside my house is the gate. It's the southern gate. It's a small gate that is closed. It's in the plan. I actually saw a page
which I saw too with symbols like
there's actually arrows.
Gate.
When you sit here now and you think about it, that they didn't just plan and train. I mean, this is military. I mean, this is. How do you even react to that? This took. The date's October 2022.
It's terrifying because it is a military plan that the combatants, the terrorists trained on it. It was quite clear they knew exactly what they are doing. They were disciplined. This is a military grade planning.
Jim, you know, it was amazing. They were then looking through details, and they were actually going through. In the plans, it lists where the cameras are in the kibbutz.
Wow.
And this group of guys, they are trained, right, to protect their kibbutz, theoretically for 20 minutes until the IDF comes. That's what they're trained for, right? They had to do it for hours upon hours upon hours, more than 6 hours. But they said, well, we didn't even know where all those cameras were. We didn't even know where those were. They knew where the generator was. They didn't know where our backup was. So they were very clear that it required inside work, that people who had been in the kibbutz had been able to observe and do surveillance or reconnaissance in order to prepare these plans. But it was pretty incredible to have them to actually look through it and to see that. But they saved every life in that kibbutz.
It's just incredible, and it underlines how much planning went into Hamas's attack on these communities. And I was just struck by, you're sitting around a table with just a regular bunch of guys in t-shirts and polo shirts, and yet they had this courage, just something inside of them that made them want to fight this off, and they succeeded. Just incredible.
Yeah.
Well,
absolutely.
Aaron, great report. Really appreciate that. Much more from Israel ahead. When we come back, stay with us.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts. How's the heart?
Good.
You sure?
I think so.
How do you know? Let me show you something. Put 2 fingers right on those pads. Look at that. That's your heart.
That is pretty awesome.
With KardioMobile, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. KardioMobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. KardioMobile is now available for just $79. Order at kardia.com or Amazon.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. So I got this season's shot designed to keep up to date with recent variants. Got it?
How come groups of rich men get to decide who lives and who dies? That's why I'm here.
You're really the kid, ain't you?
We are now effectively at war. If I want justice, I have to take the law into my own hands. This ain't over, Barry. It's getting real dangerous here in Lincoln. We have a war to win.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. MLB partners with T-Mobile to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. AAA relies on T-Mobile's network to stay connected nationwide so they can help get their members back on the road. And we're helping Pano AI innovate to stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
Young lady who was mid-30s, a couple of kids, recently went through a divorce. She had a lot of questions when she came in. I watched my mother go through being a single mom. At the end of the day, my mom raised 3 children, including myself. And so once the client knew that she was hurt, we were able to help her move forward. Your client won't care how much you know until they know how much you care.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Only United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plans come with a U-Card, one simple member card that opens doors for what matters.
How about using it at the pharmacy?
Yes, your U-Card is all you need.
That's easy.
The all-in-one U-Card, only from United Healthcare.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements, and Tailor Custom Jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the MTailor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. MTailor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. MTailor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
We'll have much more of our special coverage from Israel straight ahead, but first, this week, the high-stakes race for House Speaker enters a new and crowded phase. 9 Republicans have announced they'll vie for the gavel after GOP Congressman Jim Jordan failed to win enough support from his party last week. Joining us now to discuss, CNN senior political commentator Scott Jennings. Scott, really appreciate you joining us. I'm tempted to say instead of 1 head of lettuce, maybe we have 9 heads of lettuce now. Maybe you can walk us through this, but do any of these candidates have a shot at becoming the speaker by the end of this week?
Well, certainly they have a shot, but of course Jim Jordan had a shot, Steve Scalise had a shot, and those shots came up short. Based on what I hear, I think Tom Emmer, who's currently part of leadership, has probably the most robust operation, but there are some other people like Byron Donalds of Florida who are very well-known conservatives, and they're going to attract some support as well. They're going to have a candidate forum and then start voting on Monday night and then start voting on Tuesday. They certainly need to get their act together because I really do think the House of Representatives being paralyzed, if nothing else, is a major security risk for the United States.
Right. I mean, you saw the president there last week call for aid to Israel, aid to Ukraine, as well as other assistance down at the border and to Taiwan and so on. So there's obviously some very important legislation that needs to make its way through the meat grinder of Capitol Hill. And without a Speaker of the House, Scott, you know this, you used to work up on the Hill. It's just not easy to get stuff done. You can't get it done.
Well, yeah, it's against the rules to get anything done. The Senate right now is actually moving ahead with their plans on spending, but of course it takes two to tango in Congress, and the House is paralyzed, and this deadline for government funding will be on top of us before we know it. So it really would behoove the Republicans to get a speaker this week and get in the game. Remember, the Democrats control the Senate, there's a Democrat in the White House, so the principal Republican negotiating arm here is supposed to be the House of Representatives. And so if you're a Republican who donated to or voted for Republicans to get this majority, you're probably pretty unhappy right now.
Yeah, no question. And CNN political commentator Bakari Sellers joins us as well. We got Bakari on the line. Bakari, great to see you as well. I mean, what is your sense of it on the Democratic side of things? Is there any appetite at all to help the Republicans get out of this jam and get to a speaker?
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that you've realized over the past, decade, definitely a few years, but at least a decade, is that Republicans simply don't have the ability to lead. I mean, we saw this conundrum when we were talking about the Affordable Care Act, and now you have Republicans in control of the House again and just simply cannot get out of their own way. You asked a good question, Jim. Is there an appetite for us to help Republicans kind of figure this thing out? And the answer to the question is maybe. We want to do what's best for the American people. Every Democrat in this country wants to do what's best for the American people. However, Democrats are not the reason why we're here right now. Republicans filed a motion to vacate. They voted for it. And right now, you don't even have enough Republicans to actually win the speakership. So, I think it's going to take someone who has common sense, someone who has common ground. Jim Jordan was not that individual. We'll see what happens. It won't be Byron Donalds or any of the long litany of names that people have floated, but we'll see what happens over the next week, because I think, as Scott said, it's a national security risk.
Yeah, and Bakari, I guess to some extent you can't let the Republicans flail for too long, right? Because if the president has this aid package that he wants to get through the Congress, obviously you need a Speaker of the House. And so I think while Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats were all too pleased to let Jim Jordan sort of hang out there in the wind, I can't imagine you can do that for too much longer with these other items that have to get through the Congress.
Sure. I mean, I think you have a compromise candidate like Patrick McHenry, who will be, for all intents and purposes, a human CR. I mean, I think you'll have somebody who will be able to come in and be able to stay for 30 days or 60 days or 90 days until Republicans are able to get their act together, and I think Democrats would support that. I do not imagine that you're going to have Democrats vote for someone who's out of touch with the rest of the American public, or some extreme individual like Jim Jordan. That ship has sailed. I think Steve Scalise was the speaker designate for about a day, and Jim Jordan had his week. I do think you'll have a compromise candidate like Patrick McHenry. And we're in the know, I want to disabuse the American public or anybody watching that thinks that for some reason Hakeem Jeffries may be Speaker of the House because 5 Republicans will jump ship and vote for him. That will not happen. But what also will not happen is someone who is an extreme Republican being elected Speaker. Those days are long gone.
Scott, that is not happening. Hakeem Jeffries Speaker. I mean, you do hear that from progressives from time to time.
Yeah, it's not
hoping
on
a wing and a prayer, I guess, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the best chance for that to have happened would have been over this weekend. If they had stayed in and a bunch of Republicans had gone home, then by function of math, it could have happened, for a day. But, that's not going to happen. Republicans have to come together and get somebody. And if they can't, then Democrats are going to have to figure out if they want to, enough vote present to allow this to move forward. Aid package aside, we are coming up on a deadline. The mid-November funding deadline for the government is coming, and that doesn't move. It comes whether we have a speaker or not. And so at some point, I would think Democrats would want to try to join in here and help if the Republicans can't get their act together. But I have to say, I suspect the American people are fairly annoyed by everybody here, especially the Republicans, for not keeping their eye on the ball. Their own priorities. They can't do anything right now, so how can they be focused on your priorities if they can't do anything other than sit in a room and say each other's names all night?
Right. And Bakari, I'll give you the last word. I mean, one thing we were talking about with Jim Clyburn in the last hour is that maybe there's a newfound appreciation for what Nancy Pelosi was able to do as the House Speaker.
Yes.
I mean, when she cracked the whip, and people had, she could whip votes like nobody else, and that is just an art form that has not, I think, materialized on the Republican side just yet.
No. She's going to go down as one of the greatest legislators of all time. I think that individuals who served with her during her time will acknowledge that as well. Well, what the Republican Party has now is a bunch of characters and caricatures. I mean, I think from Matt Gaetz to Nancy Mace to many of the individuals who serve right now, the Boberts, these individuals who just come to make it a show, who want to get Instagram Reels or TikToks, who are not about the business of the people. I think you're starting to see that their allure may be fading within the Republican caucus, but the Republican Party has a cancer, and that cancer is really showing itself right now in that House GOP caucus. And Nancy Pelosi was one of one. She was her. She was somebody who could literally get anything done, and even with the small majority, no one dare try to do what they have done to Kevin McCarthy, because she commanded respect, and she had that fortitude, and it's something that Scalise, Jordan, McCarthy, the list goes on, just simply don't have. I think there are a lot of individuals, there are a lot of men in the Republican caucus who wish they could be Nancy Pelosi tonight.
All right. Scott Jennings, Bakari Sellers. Guys, thanks very much for your time. Bakari, glad you could get in there. Appreciate it. All right.
Glad to be here too. Thank you.
Better late than never. No problem. All right, good to see you. An Ivy League school coming under fire. Major donors cutting off support to the University of Pennsylvania after the school held a
Tonight, how did Hamas orchestrate their massive attack on Israel? Sarah Seidner explores the history of this secretive and dangerous terror group. And what comes next? The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50 plus gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. Treat it that way. Aveeno Daily Moisture with prebiotic oat is proven to moisturize dry skin all day. You'll love our formula for face too. Aveeno.
Why choose between a longer life or quality of life? You deserve both. And with Kisqali, a treatment for people with metastatic breast cancer, you can have both. Kisqali is a pill that, when taken with an aromatase inhibitor, is the only treatment of its kind shown to both help people live longer and improve or preserve quality of life. Because you shouldn't have to sacrifice one for the other. Kisqali can cause lung problems or an abnormal heartbeat, which can lead to death. It can cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts that may result in severe infections. Avoid grapefruit during treatment. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including breathing problems, cough, chest pain, a change in your heartbeat, dizziness, yellowing of the skin or eyes, dark urine, tiredness, loss of appetite, abdomen pain, bleeding, bruising, fever, chills, or other symptoms of an infection, a severe or worsening rash, or plan to become pregnant or breastfeeding. Live longer and live well. Ask about Kisqali, and long live you.
Create a backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $30 on the GTA 26 handheld battery pruner. Real steel. Find yours.
As the world keeps changing, so does COVID-19. That's why this season's COVID-19 shots have been updated. They're one of the best ways to help protect yourself against COVID-19. Learn more and schedule at vaccines.gov.
Life, diabetes. Each day is a unique blend of going, doing, and living. Lucerna Protein Smart with 30 grams of protein to help keep you moving. Uniquely designed with Carb Steady to help manage blood sugar response. Lucerna, bring on the day.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how?
Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios to their long-term goals.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission products. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our clients' best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we do better when our clients do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years.
On tour, I can't let sore joints hold me up, so I use Instaflex Advance. It's restored my joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms and without scary side effects. I told my whole crew they have to try it.
Get a complimentary sample just like texting yoga to 321321. Instaflex Advance targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients found nowhere else. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
Instaflex Advance is so powerful. I had better knees in just 1 week.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample at texting yoga to 321321. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief in the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles. Absolutely free. Text YOGA to 321321 today.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
What we have seen, though, around the world is, even frankly, before Israel began any kind of a response in Gaza, we saw this massive expansion and explosion of demonstrations around the world, anti-Semitic, anti-Israel, here in the United States on our university campuses. It's outrageous, it's dangerous, it needs to stop.
That was former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, and she's not alone in her views. A growing number of big donors are cutting off financial support to top universities, including the University of Pennsylvania. This comes after UPenn last month hosted a Palestine Rights Literature Festival, which included speakers with a history of making anti-Semitic comments. I should note, ahead of the event, the university released a statement saying they condemn anti-Semitism, but, quote, as a university, we also fiercely support the free exchange of ideas. This includes the expression of views that are controversial and even those that are incompatible with our institutional values. And I'm joined now by David Magerman, a co-founder and managing partner of Differential Ventures. David, I know you're one of the major donors who pulled your financial support from Penn. Let's talk about it. Why did you decide to weigh into this?
Yes, thank you for having me. You know, I was in Israel when the war started with my family celebrating Sukkot. And when I came back to America, I was kind of like stunned and, you know, kind of paralyzed, not really sure what I wanted to say. And a couple of donors had stepped forward and declared that they wanted to pull their support for the school unless the school had a better reaction. And I realized that I didn't feel the same way. I felt like the reaction that they had at first was authentic. It represented who they were. And I didn't think anything they said could change that. And I realized I just wanted to basically break up with them, to let them know that I wasn't going to support them. I wasn't asking them to fire anybody, make any more statements. Their values aren't my values, and I didn't feel like I could give them any more of my financial support.
And the president of the university issued another statement in response, saying alumni are important members of the Penn community. I hear their anger, pain, and frustration, and taking action to make clear that I stand, and Penn stands emphatically against the terrorist attacks by Hamas in Israel and against anti-Semitism. Does that statement go far enough for you?
I mean, it doesn't, but again, it's not what they think. The donors are negotiating with them to come up with the least offensive thing to say to satisfy them so they can stay in the fold. But that's not really changing the facts on the ground, which is the school, for whatever reason, can't feel like it can defend Israel and attack evil and call out Hamas for what it is. The things that they did were evil, and they weren't willing to say it the first time, they weren't willing to say it the second time, and anything they say after that is just compromise.
Yeah, David, what do you make of the passion that we're seeing on these college campuses across the U.S., especially when it comes to these pro-Palestinian rallies? Why do you suppose that is taking place?
I mean, I think that the universities that I went to, the colleges that people of my generation went to, that we continue to donate to, are not the places that they were when we were there. Their values have changed, their constituencies have changed, the faculty has changed, And I think that we have to recognize that the values that the institutions represent today are not our values. And the protests and the voices that are being expressed on campus are permissioned by administrations and faculty that do things like host anti-Semites at a Palestine rights kind of an event, and that are willing to enable the kind of hate that escalates every time you allow some amount of hate. They realize they can get away with more and more, and then it grows into this point where they are celebrating the martyrs of Hamas who died by murdering Israelis.
And do you suppose there are just some lessons of the past that have been forgotten, and they're just not being taught enough on our college campuses?
No, I think that the lessons that we've forgotten of the last 2,000 years, the reality that Jews have been through periods of time where we've had places of security in different governments around the world, and eventually that runs its course. I think the reality that's motivating what colleges are doing, what administrations are doing, and what faculties are doing is that they fundamentally, at some level, think that Israel is evil. And that belief system, which is contradictory to the facts and contradictory to everything that's happened in the last 20, 30, 40 years on the ground in Israel, is permissioning them to apologize for the ISIS-like, the Al-Qaeda-like, and the Nazi-like behavior that Hamas has demonstrated time and again, but in no uncertain terms, the past 2 weeks.
Well, David Magerman, it's a very provocative discussion, great conversation to have. Let's continue to have that conversation. We'd love to have you back and talk about it further. David Magerman, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Good to talk to you.
Thank you very much.
And Israeli troops clash with Hamas fighters. They did that earlier today inside Gaza. Our special coverage continues live in Israel after a short break.
4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Are you not entertained? He just brought the house down. What a play! This is March.
Put your front row. Let your tongue shout.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
Verizon Small Business Days are back from October 16th to the 22nd. Get a free tech check and special offers like a free 5G phone. Plus, switch, keep your number, and get up to $300 off with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products. It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney Plus.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
End corner of the earth. A tree can be transformational, helping us turn local action into global impact. That's why now is the time for trees. Lots of trees. Let's tell the world everything a tree can be. Because a tree can be a solution. Let's put millions of solutions in the ground together.
I'm Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InVetHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
I'm Anderson Cooper in Tel Aviv with my colleague Jim Acosta in Washington, D.C. This evening, we begin this hour with the latest escalation of Israel's war with Hamas. Israel's military is ramping up its bombardment of Gaza. A short time ago, Israel's military reported it conducted dozens of strikes on Hamas in Gaza in recent hours. They say they destroyed 2 Hezbollah cells in Lebanon, according to an IDF post on Telegram, part of Israel's plan to prepare for a possible ground operation into Gaza. Israel carried out a rare airstrike in the West Bank. They say they were targeting a tunnel system under a mosque. The IDF says it thwarted what they called an imminent terror attack. The Palestinian Authority called it a dangerous escalation.
And Anderson, Israel's military now confirms that its troops clashed with Hamas fighters inside Gaza earlier today. It's just the second time Israeli forces have confirmed operating inside Gaza since the Hamas terror attack 2 weeks ago. A CNN journalist has witnessed at least 14 trucks, meanwhile, crossing from Egypt into Gaza, delivering desperately needed humanitarian aid. Officials say much more is needed. An official at Gaza's main hospital says the deteriorating conditions are catastrophic, and other hospitals say they're overwhelmed by the number of dead and wounded from Israel's intensifying bombardment. And just a few minutes ago, we learned that an Israeli-American IDF soldier from Rockville, Maryland, has died in a missile attack near Israel's northern border with Lebanon. Omer Balva, we're told, was just 22 years old. Anderson.
Well, I want to begin in the Israeli city of Sderot. CNN's international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson is there. So, Nick, Israel's air campaign over Gaza continues. What are you seeing?
Yeah, I think this evening we're seeing and witnessing the most heavy and sustained airstrikes and artillery strikes on Gaza, on this northern end of Gaza, I think than we've witnessed over the past 2 weeks. Just in the last 10 minutes, there have been about 10 huge missile strikes going into the northern part of Gaza, some of them quite loud enough and strong enough to rattle the doors and windows on this building and other buildings in the street here. And they're probably landing about 3 or 4 miles away from us, judging the time lapse between the huge illuminations on the skyline that we're seeing and the big bangs that we're hearing here. So if we're feeling it here 3 or 4 miles away, you can only begin to imagine the scale of the detonations there. And there were reports a few hours ago from Jabalia refugee camp, which is about 6 miles from where we're standing here, that there were casualties casualties as a result of these strikes that the IDF say are targeting Hamas leaders, and they're describing this step up in bombardment as a way to make it safer for when troops go in for an expected incursion, Anderson.
Yeah, Nick, we've been seeing over the last several days and hearing from the IDF as well that there have been a number of operations, some of them going on for many hours in the West Bank, targeting what they say are Hamas operatives or even others. I think the Mosque tunnel, they said, was a joint Hamas Islamic Jihad cell.
Yes, and some of the operations we've seen have involved units of IDF going in and police making arrests, but the one early this morning in Jenin was different, and it was different because it was an airstrike. The IDF say that they had timely and active intelligence that there were two militants in a mosque. There were tunnels in the mosque where there could be weapons stored, and that these militants were going to perpetrate an attack. It's unusual, very unusual, actually, for an airstrike of this kind. It was in Jenin, in a mosque there. There have been two incursions by the Israeli military into Jenin to take out militants earlier this year. After one of those operations, I went in. The firefight that was described to us by residents there was a very intense firefight. A number of Israeli troops injured. So by the airstrike today, perhaps reducing the footprint on the ground and therefore the possibility of casualties. And there's another big detonation behind me in Gaza there, Anderson, and we'll probably hear the jet flying away overhead. This has just been repeat and repeat and repeat. There's another detonation there through this evening. It really, another flash. You probably were able to see that behind me there, and if we count to about 10, probably hear that detonation. Sometimes just before the detonation you can actually hear the sound of the missile going in, and you hear it there. That I think is what the IDF is describing as a ramp up in the airstrikes at the moment, Anderson.
Nick, CNN is learning that the Biden administration has been pressing Israel to delay a possible full-scale ground operation in Gaza. The goal would be allowing more time, perhaps, for the release of more hostages, more humanitarian aid into the south of Gaza over the Rafah border. What is Israel saying about that, or Israeli officials? Has anyone commented on that?
Yeah, the Israeli officials are saying, look, they want to see hostages and get hostages released, and they're sensitive to what President Biden is saying. But the calculation on the Israeli side is once aid begins to go into Gaza, particularly if it's more than the 20 trucks on Saturday, the 14 trucks Sunday, if it becomes more than that, there's a real concern that gets into the hands of Hamas, makes Hamas stronger. This sort of siege, if you will, the closing of borders into Gaza is a tool that Israel is using to weaken Hamas and weaken its resolve. That becomes leverage, if you will, against getting hostages released. And of course, this pressure is being felt by Prime Minister Netanyahu. I've talked to a number of Israeli analysts here who study the situation closely and say, Prime Minister Netanyahu finds it very difficult to say no to President Biden because the United States is supplying a lot of the weapons, particularly the very heavy munitions and the defensive missiles for taking out incoming rockets, that Israel needs those. There was another flash, you probably caught it then, and we'll probably get another detonation. But Israel needs U.S. support, so it can't deny requests coming from the United States. But then there's this upward pressure in the country from the military, from many people here who still feel a sense of danger because of Hamas's barbaric attack 2 weeks ago, and really want to see action going after Hamas. So that there are competing and difficult pressures on the Prime Minister right now, Anderson.
Yeah, Nick Robertson, thanks very much. Joining us now is Netenyhahoo, Israel's former ambassador to the United Nations, also a member of Israel's parliament, the Knesset, and the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. Appreciate you being with us. Obviously, I mean, we've been saying this may be imminent now for 2 weeks. It does certainly feel like there has been a ramp up. What are your expectations for the coming days?
We're taking our time. We know it will happen. We will not sit idly by after the atrocities committed. So we take the time. We don't care how long it will take. but we're gonna go into Gaza, we're gonna hunt down the terrorists, and we urge the population to move south. About 70% already moved south, and we want to encourage more people to move south because it's going to be a war zone. It's not going to be pleasant to be in the area once we step in.
It seems obviously one way to motivate people to move south is to have more food, water, medicine stationed in the south, more of those tents that we've seen in some being put up. Are you in favor of a more steady supply of trucks going in as long as they're inspected from the Rafah border crossing?
So first of all, the northern part will be a war zone. We know that Hamas is waiting for us. For more than a decade, they built operations to wait for a ground operation in northern Gaza. So civilians who will be there will be hurt either by Hamas explosives or by our troops. So we ask them to move south. And in the south, you have the UN organs, UNRWA, and other NGOs that are waiting for them with water, with medicine.
Right, but they have been saying that they need more. Are you in support of the idea of more steady flow of just trucks going across every day? It's been 20 2 days ago, 14 on Sunday.
So today 20 trucks moved in. I think we have to speak about our humanitarian needs. We have more than 200 kidnapped Israelis.
No, I understand that, but you just said you want people going south. I'm just saying, wouldn't that entice more people to come to the south if they knew there are more supplies? We've heard reports from people in Gaza that there are some people who have come south and are choosing to go back north because they're having trouble finding a place or finding any kind of things in the south.
So the fact that you have water in the south and you have NGOs active there, and they will stay there. So I think they will feel more the presence of those NGOs. They will allow to bring more stuff into Gaza. But we have to make it clear, it's not going to be safe to be in the northern part of Gaza.
What happens, there's been a debate in Israel for quite a while about the rules of engagement. Do you know, are the rules of engagement clear in northern Gaza when you go in? Because obviously you have been very clear for weeks saying everybody move south. If you're a civilian, move south. We don't want you up in the north. What, if there are people who have stayed in Gaza City, are they, in the rules of engagement, what do Israeli troops do? Because that's one of the confusions in any kind of combat, in a city, as you know better than anybody.
So we fight according to international law, and we proved it in the past. The morality of the IDF is proven. But once you fight a terrorist organization, there are more than 30,000 terrorists there. They will fight with us. So it's not going to be safe for anyone being there. So we will try to minimize the civilian casualties, but Hamas will do exactly the opposite. They will find ways to bring more civilians to protect them, maybe around the tunnel, around their headquarters. So I think today the civilians should take their stuff and move out.
In terms of what the IDF forces have been doing in this interim period as reservists were called up, I assume there's been a training component or just a refresh component for reservist troops who haven't been in uniform in a while. Has that been part of what we haven't been seeing over the last couple of weeks? I mean, we've seen some images of training, soldiers going through training.
So all reserves in Israel train once a year, so they're in good shape. But yes, we took the 12 days, 14 days to train them again, to explain them what to expect. And we have to understand, it's not a war when you fight the enemy. It's going to be very hard to locate the enemy. They're going to be in tunnels beneath Gaza. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars in the tunnels.
Right, this tunnel network is said to be, miles and miles long, incredibly extensive.
Bigger than the metro system in New York City. Imagine how much money they put into it, technology. They took the aid from the international community and they put it in the ground for the tunnels.
In terms of fighting that, Israel has made advances in tunnel technology. I think correct me if I'm wrong, the Israeli government has advised U.S. Customs and Border on detecting tunnels on the southern border in the United States. Do you have to actually go into the tunnels? I mean, how do you fight in a tunnel complex?
Well, it depends, Anderson, because it's so complicated. You have so many kinds of tunnels in so many locations, but you have to imagine Gaza City. Beneath Gaza City, you have another city of tunnels, and that's where they're hiding. Not the head of the Hamas. They are cowards. They left already to Khan Yunis, to the south, we know that, but you have hundreds, maybe thousands of terrorists waiting for us in the tunnels in Gaza.
You believe leadership of Hamas has left south
We know that the Carol, the main leadership is outside in hotels in Qatar, and the leaders in Gaza, they left already to the southern part. But we will find them, we will hunt them, and we will kill them.
How long, I mean, there's obviously, it's impossible to know, but given past operations on the ground, what time frame are you preparing people for here?
So, I discussed this with my colleague in the military, and we realized that it can be a long operation, and the people in Israel are ready for that. More than 100,000 Israelis moved out from their homes, from the south and the north. The economy is not in the best shape today, but we are ready to pay that price. So we're getting ready for a long operation. It can be weeks, it can be months. As long as it takes to eradicate Hamas, we are ready to do that.
Netenyhahoo, I appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to have much more coming up from here in Israel. We've been hearing a barrage of explosions right now near the Israeli-Gaza border. Back in a moment.
Nothing can prepare you for this kind of brutality.
None of us wanted this to happen.
They took babies after they killed their parents. It's something you can't imagine.
There's still bombardment ongoing inside Gaza.
Humanitarian conditions there grow more dire.
Are you hopeful still that Hezbollah will stay out of this war?
I'm Sarah Seidner in Tel Aviv with CNN's breaking news coverage of Israel at war.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Right now, save $30 on the VG56 CE blower. Real steel. Find yours.
Nope.
Constant Contact delivers the marketing tools your small business needs to keep up, excel, and grow. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado.
Just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
When you're ready to begin treatment for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can do the exploring. You can do the splashing, the sightseeing, and the playing. Calquence is an oral targeted therapy for CLL. More patients begin with Calquence than any treatment of its kind, and Calquence is proven to work better than chemoimmunotherapy in patients with previously untreated CLL. Calquence may cause serious side effects which may lead to death. These include serious infections with fever, chills, or flu-like symptoms, and bleeding problems that may increase with blood thinners. Decreased blood counts are common and can be severe. New cancers have happened, including skin cancers. Heart rhythm problems with fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness, feeling faint, chest discomfort, or shortness of breath have happened. Tell your doctor if you have bleeding, heart rhythm, or liver problems, infection, or if you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding. Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can focus on the things you're loving. Ask your doctor if Calquence is right for you.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
A senior Israeli official tells CNN there will be no ceasefire in Gaza amid U.S. efforts to free more hostages held there by Hamas. This comes as tensions continue to grow in the Middle East with protests calling for an end to Israeli airstrikes. The Pentagon says it's sending more military assistance to the region and ordering U.S. troops to prepare for deployment. And joining me now to talk about this, CNN military analyst, retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling. General Hertling, great to see you as always. So what do you think is happening right now? What do you make of we've been talking about an imminent incursion for a couple of weeks now. Your sense of things as to why this might be taking a little bit longer than a lot of us thought?
Well, I've never talked about an imminent incursion, Jim.
Yeah.
Truthfully, I knew it was going to take a long time. We're talking about, number one, Israel mobilizing 300,000 soldiers. The last time they went into Gaza, they only mobilized 70,000, which was a huge amount. But also, they have not been focused on Gaza. So they're gathering intel on an area that they haven't watched closely for years. They're planning an extremely large operation in an urban environment that has high-rise buildings, tunnels, narrow streets that are rubbled, where there are millions of civilians on the battlefield caught between the warring party, plus, add to that, hundreds of hostages. If you have that kind of a scenario, a situation, you've got to plan for a long time. You've got to take what you have, understand what you're facing, and then develop plans that will cause the least amount of civilian casualties, where at the same time accomplishing the mission. You don't do that in just a couple of days, especially when you don't have intelligence on the region. And Israel, truthfully, has somewhat ignored Gaza and the buildup of what's been happening there for the last several years.
And Israel says they're not going to do a ceasefire, even as these hostages remain held captive by Hamas in Gaza. I suppose that's what the Israelis have to say at this point. But what do you think of Hamas releasing these hostages a few days ago, just a couple of them? Are we perhaps looking at the prospect that they may just trickle them out slowly over time to try to drag this out and prevent this large-scale incursion?
I don't personally, Jim, from a military perspective, believe that they're going to trickle them out. They released 2 to give people hope, but they have 200. So what is the 2 saying? Well, that makes we in the West start saying things like, oh, gee, they've released 2. I'm sure if we waited a little bit longer, they'll release more. And all that time that we've waited for more releases, Hamas continues to fire rockets into Israel. So to me, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and especially when you understand the political strategy and the objectives of Hamas. They go by a doctrine which they call the victim doctrine, that everything goes wrong, the failure of Israel to do one thing, the potential bombing of a hospital, which didn't prove to be true, or the fact that they're not giving a ceasefire, all puts Israel on the wrong side, and that's what Hamas wants. They want Israel to be drawn into this so they can make them more of a bad guy.
And what did you think of the Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin saying earlier today that the U.S. is concerned about potential escalation in the region? Are you worried about that there's a lot of spillover potential?
Yeah, most assuredly, I'm worried about it. Knowing the Middle East, Jim, what you're talking about is what we've seen over the last several weeks with other organizations, terrorist units, and even citizens getting involved and saying Israel can't do this after Israel has had over 1,000 of their citizens killed, barbarously killed. So when you hear people like the Secretary of Defense, someone I know very well, say that he's concerned, so am I, because this is a powder keg. And and if you study history, this is similar to Sarajevo in the early 1900s that started World War I. Unless people are calm and make sure that the right things are done, and I think this is where you're getting the influence of President Biden toward Prime Minister Netanyahu, is take it slow, make sure you do the right things. Let's make sure we keep civilians safe, the Palestinians safe, or at least as safe as possible. But we also know that you have to go after key Hamas targets that have as their number one objective, kill Jews and destroy the Israeli state. So with all those considerations, this is very complex, and certainly it could turn into something much uglier, and I'm hoping that's what we can diffuse.
Well, and we were talking about this with Fareed Zakaria in the previous hour, and that is what does a mission accomplish? What does a victory look like for the Israelis? If you go in there with a large ground incursion, it gets complicated getting to that point where you can say, okay, we achieved our objectives here.
It does, and I've been listening to Fareed today, and he's been making a lot of sense because first of all, you have to look at what you think your strategic objectives are. What are the end state that you're trying to achieve? That's what Israel's doing. But at the same time, you always have to consider what's the enemy's end state? What are they trying to achieve? What are they trying to suck you into? What are they trying to do? And with Hamas, it's always been the case that they have continued to use the Palestinian citizens as shields, either literally or figuratively, to force Israel to come in to take revenge. And they said they don't want to use that term, but it is taking revenge. It would be the same as someone saying we can't attack Al-Qaeda after 9/11. It just doesn't make sense. But there is the requirement to eliminate this terrorist threat, but in doing it on Hamas's home turf with millions of Palestinians is extremely difficult. So Israel has to have an end state. What are they trying to accomplish, not only in destroying Hamas, which they've said multiple times, but what does Gaza look like at the end? And they have not messaged that at all.
Yeah, and we should note to our viewers, we have been seeing some flashes over the last several minutes. Nick Robertson's live shot and some of the latest footage we've been showing you. And General Hertling, we were talking about Hamas, but the IDF says it struck 2 Hezbollah terrorist cells on the Lebanese side of the border with Israel earlier today. There is that end of the equation as well. Do the U.S. assets being sent to the region act as a deterrent from that standpoint? Or Hezbollah is going to do what Hezbollah is going to do, and the Israelis have to respond?
I would say it's a little bit of both, Jim. It's the weaponry and the organizations and the units and the ships that we have sent, I think, is providing a deterrent to larger factions. And what I mean by that is Iran. We will see. But Hezbollah is going to do what Hezbollah is going to do. Anyone that's studied this area and knows what Hezbollah has done to Lebanon in terms of destroying the government there will know that there are no controls on that particular terrorist organization, and they are getting their messaging directly from Iran. You also have the potential, as we've seen today, of flare-ups in the West Bank. There have been continuous killings of Palestinian citizens there over the last 2 weeks too. Plus, as we've seen the U.S. government say, there's danger in the area, in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen. This has the potential, as we said before, of being a powder keg.
All right, General Hertling, really appreciate the time. Great insights as always. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, and coming up, humanitarian organizations are working around the clock to get desperately needed food and water to civilians impacted by this conflict. One of those is World Central Kitchen, founded by our friend Chef Jose Andres. He joins us live next.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
John, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
To finally lose 80 pounds and keep it off with Golo is amazing.
I've been maintaining, the weight is gone, and it's never coming back.
With Golo, I've not only kept off the weight, but I'm happier, I'm healthier, and I have a new lease on life.
Golo is the only thing that will let you lose weight and keep it off.
Who loses 138 pounds in 9 months? I did. Golo's a lifestyle change, and you make the change, and it stays off.
Hold it!
Imagine
Imagine a world with no drama.
I haven't signed Jody's card yet.
At 4imprint, finding the promotional products you need to create a memorable moment is an easy mission. Our expert team will take care of every detail to make your success a certainty. Take the drama out of ordering promotional products at 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
Pretzel fanatics are freaking out. Give your taste buds a twist. We at Pretzels.com freshly bake over 45 varieties of chef-crafted gourmet pretzels in the heart of Pennsylvania. Get a new twist for someone you love or yourself at Pretzels.com.
Imagine the moment when your world comes back into focus. Healthy vision means kids can go to school, parents can provide for their families, and seniors can stay independent. For 60 years, Operation Eyesight has partnered with communities to prevent blindness and restore sight. We believe everyone deserves eye health care regardless of age, gender, or ability to pay. Visit OperationEyesight.com to donate today for all the world to see. Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Today, another 14 aid trucks crossed from Egypt into Gaza to deliver essential humanitarian aid to people there in southern Gaza. The United Nations World Food Program says the shortage of basic supplies is pushing Gaza to what they call the edge of catastrophe. Aid organizations are trying to step up, working around the clock to try to get aid, food, water, medicine to people in southern Gaza. I want to bring in Jose Andres, founder of the nonprofit World Central Kitchen. His organization is on the ground feeding those impacted by conflict around the world, providing thousands of meals to people. Jose, I appreciate you being with us. First of all, I mean, look, you've worked in a lot of places. What are you able to do at this point in this region?
Anderson, obviously this situation is complex, and we began doing what we do, trying to bring aid through food and water and send a message of hope. We began very quickly feeding people in Israel after the brutal Hamas attack, and at the same time we began feeding people inside Gaza. In Israel, we do what we always do. We partner with the community. We began partnering with restaurants. World Central Kitchen teams were able to land in Israel, and we began providing meals to the different people affected by, again, this brutal attack by Hamas. So far, we've done over 140,000 hot meals in Israel. At the same time, in Gaza, we've been unfortunately, before we were able to partner with an organization that mainly is about medical. It's called ANERA. You can find more information about them on anera.org, but we've been doing a great partnership. What they do is obviously knowing the situation in Gaza very well, and because we do food, in the past we partnered to bring food. So inside Gaza we've been doing also over 120,000 hot meals, and we've been able to deliver over 1 million meals in the form of fresh fruit and vegetables and other goods that we've been distributing in different locations around South, Central, and even Northern Gaza. Not covering all the needs. We see the need is major. You saw the tracks you said that came yesterday and today, but I'm estimating that only for food, Gaza is going to be needing at the very least around 200 to 300 trucks of food a day. So it's okay that now 10 and 14 trucks are coming, but obviously, hopefully UN and the other partners in the area will achieve a bigger success in hopefully bringing more food, because right now the situation inside Gaza, as we all know, is desperate.
In terms of a ground operation by Israel in Gaza, that would obviously severely curtail any possibility of you expanding any kind of operation there.
Obviously, the food we've been able to do with ANERA is not eternal. the food we had there in different warehouses. Obviously, it's going to end sooner rather than later. But yes, what we're doing is positioning World Central Kitchen teams to support the different UN organizations trying to bring relief. So we are already positioning ourselves very near the Rafah in the Mount Sinai in Egypt, where we are right now, as we speak, building a kitchen that will be able to do almost 50 to 100,000 meals a day. We are obviously continuing feeding in Israel. We are going to be feeding in Lebanon because this event is having ramifications all over the region. We're positioning teams also in Jordan in case we need to be doing more helping and supporting inside Cisjordania. So what we're doing is what we always do. People are going to need water. We're working with Water Mission, one of the best NGOs in the world for water, to make sure that once we're able to go in, once we are allowed to go in, we can start contributing to the humanitarian aid in creative ways. That's what World Central Kitchen does. We're bringing water filtration systems, so we can be getting water from the ocean and do desalination in the coastal areas. We're buying water trucks so we can start helping on the distribution. But right now is a game of waiting until this conflict doesn't end and we are not allowed to go in. It's going to be hard. We're going to be there to support the people of Israel and the people of Palestine that right now they're going through such a hard time.
Ultimately, again, all this is contingent on that southern border opening up. This operation on the ground from Israel could go on for weeks. It could go on for months. I mean, there's simply no way to know. If that southern border did open up and there was this continuous flow, there's questions about Israel wanting to inspect trucks that go in, which is part of one of the demands that they have made through the U.S. on that southern border. But traditionally, you have operated in places, we've seen in the wake of storms and in Ukraine and elsewhere, kind of mobilizing local kitchens that already exist, trained cooks and chefs who already are there, volunteers who are already there. Even with the destruction, I imagine there are kitchens still in southern Gaza. There are places, it's just there's no fuel, very little actual food itself, cooking supplies, all of that. So all of that is dependent ultimately on that border opening, right?
Obviously, that border opening is vital for the humanitarian aid to go in. Obviously, hopefully the hostilities will end sooner and later. But that the parties interested hopefully will arrive to a moment of peace. And then organizations like us, we do what we do. In a way, World Central Kitchen is a young organization, but we are learning. As you know, we've done more than 240 million meals in a conflict like Ukraine. Right now, we are in Armenia. The message is very clear. Food and water cannot be a weapon. I think everybody will agree with me, even in a moment that the tensions are high, that every single human being deserves to live in a peaceful environment and where water and food is able to reach every single human. So let's hope that we can find a way just to open that southern point, find hopefully maybe other places that they can open, because this is a real emergency. To feed 2 million people inside Gaza is going to be a very big endeavor. UN, I know, and all their agencies, they're going to do everything they can in their power to do, but that's why World Central Kitchen and other NGOs are there, because I think UN is going to need the help, all the help they can get from organizations like ANERA, from organizations like Water Mission, and obviously from organizations like World Central Kitchen.
Yeah, we're talking very essential, food, water, medicine, and as you said, it has become a weapon or a bargaining tool, bargaining chips, and there are so many people in need. Jose, Andres.
It's the same you see in Ukraine. Russia is using food as a weapon. They are not letting grain be exported. Food, I think, has to be a simple understanding that every human being, food and water is a basic human right. Let's make sure that even in these very difficult times, at the very least, food, water, medicine, the fuel to make sure that generators and other basics function. that this will be something like hopefully we'll see happening sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and obviously one of the things Israel has pointed out is they believe Hamas has taken those supplies in the past, and particularly fuel, and as hasn't gone to the civilian population. There's certainly a lot of groups on the ground, the UN and others, who the hope is can be utilized, and World Central Kitchen could be utilized to feed the people and get supplies to people who need it. Jose, it's good to talk to you always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much more of our special coverage ahead. We'll be right back.
Tonight, how did Hamas orchestrate their massive attack on Israel? Sarah Seidner explores the history of this secretive and dangerous terror group and what comes next. The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
This couple spent 10 more minutes in bed thanks to Roman. With Roman, you can take care of erectile dysfunction conveniently and discreetly. Because sometimes everything else can wait. Get started at ro.co/Roman.
For centuries, the world's best pizza has been baked in ovens made of stone. But you can't put one of those on the countertop in your home. Introducing Paisano, the authentic pizza oven by Granite Stone. Now make the world's most delicious pizza with real stone right in your own home. You'll simply set it and let it. Make golden, crispy, extra cheesy stone-baked pies in under 6 minutes. The secret is the dual-control heat zones that quickly heat the real ceramic stone up to 800 degrees while melting the cheese and crisping the crust so you can stone-bake just like the pros in under 6 minutes. Look, take any pizza dough, sauce, add your favorite toppings, and you're making gourmet pizza with Paisano. You can even watch the pies rise through the window. Thin or thick, your pizza comes out crispy and quick. Even stone-baked, better-tasting frozen pies in a fraction of the time. You can even make a s'mores dessert pizza. Plus, there's no gas, wood, or charcoal needed. Paisano is electric, plug-in, and portable. Great for tailgating and RVing. Look, you'd expect to pay over $500 for a professional pizza oven. But during this special TV introduction, you can get your Paisano pizza oven at a price so low, you can't say no. Just 4 easy payments of $49.99. And for everyone who orders today, we're going to drop 1 payment. You get it all for just 3 easy payments of $49.99. Paisano comes with a 10-year warranty, plus these professional pizza peels and the authentic pizza recipe guide. Yours absolutely free. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. For the best pizza in the world, it's P-I-E-Z-A-N-O. Paisano. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-694-8702. That's 1-800-694-8702, or order online at buypaisano.com. Call now.
Not all fruit and vegetable supplements are created equal. While many use common produce, Field of Greens uses specific whole fruits and vegetables, each known for their powerful health benefits. Field of Greens is an organic superfood. Each fruit and vegetable support an essential health function. Some support heart, lungs, and kidney health. Others support immune system, energy, and metabolism for healthy weight loss. So how do you know if you should take Field of Greens? If you're stressed out and busy, if you don't always eat right, including too much fast food, and you don't get enough exercise, you need Field of Greens. How will you know if Field of Greens is working? At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. I trust Field of Greens for my health, and you can too.
Get 15% off with promo code BOOST at fieldofgreens.com. That's fieldofgreens.com. Product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Money back terms and conditions apply.
I'm Priscilla Alvarez at the White House, and this is CNN.
The UN is warning fuel supply in Gaza will run out in 3 days, a prospect that threatens to exacerbate an already very, very horrific humanitarian crisis as hospitals and morgues are overwhelmed. CNN's Scott McLean has a look inside Gaza, and we want to warn you some of the images in the report are disturbing.
Those who arrived at the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in central Gaza alive are the lucky ones. There were 5 airstrikes this morning near the hospital. This video shows the smoke from one rising nearby. Some 110 bodies were brought here overnight and this morning, one medical source tells CNN. The morgue is now full. The rest of the bodies, wrapped in white sheets, now lay outside in the heat of the day. Relatives try to identify their loved ones. Finding them confirms their worst fears. Inside the hospital, children, including a toddler, are among the dead. Several of these victims were found with their names written in Arabic on their legs, an increasingly common marking as parents try to make identification easier if they or their kids are killed. This hospital is located outside of the area of northern Gaza that Israel has been trying to get civilians to evacuate. On Saturday, the IDF dropped leaflets telling people that everyone who chose to not evacuate from the north of the Strip to the south of Wadi Gaza might be considered as a partner for the terrorist organization. In a statement, the IDF confirmed it dropped the leaflets, but said it has no intention to consider those who have not evacuated from the affected area of fighting as a member of the terrorist group. Even those who have managed to avoid the bombs are not out of danger. A trickle of aid, 20 trucks, were allowed to cross the Rafah border crossing from Egypt on Saturday, but that's a tiny fraction of what is needed.
20 trucks of aid to Gaza will not change much. Gaza needs at least 500 trucks daily of fuel, food, medicines, and water. As a matter of fact, for 14 days, Gaza got nothing under the Israeli siege. And its immediate need now is 7,000 trucks.
Satellite images show dozens of trucks waiting at the border and dozens more a quarter-mile down the road, all unable to get in. Aid groups say that the death toll could skyrocket because of disease and hospitals that are overwhelmed and undersupplied. With no electricity or generator, this shopkeeper in central Gaza is keeping the store open by candlelight as the shelves look increasingly bare. The World Food Program says the shortage of basic supplies is pushing Gaza to the edge of catastrophe. The IDF says it killed dozens of terrorists overnight, but vows that the number of airstrikes will only increase ahead of an expected ground operation. Meanwhile, conditions for the people of Gaza worsen by the hour. Scott McLean, CNN, London.
And thousands of Israeli civilians have been displaced in the 2 weeks since Hamas's terror attacks. One group has mobilized to house and feed as many as they can. And CNN's Rafael Romo has that story.
We had terrorists all around us.
Jennifer Kahani says she and her family woke up to the sound of explosions and missiles whizzing by. It was the morning of October 7 in the village where they live in southern Israel, near the border with Gaza. They soon realized they were under attack.
We saw helicopters overhead. We heard gunfire near us. The terrorists were not far from where I live.
Kahani and her 5-year-old son
What would you like?
are two of the more than 500 displaced people from Israel's north and south who are now living at a Jerusalem hotel turned into a shelter.
We take a hotel, house people inside, feed them, do activities. So we're trying to create some sort of normalcy. We will be hosting next week 1,200 people across the country.
This Christian organization, called the Fellowship of Israel-Related Ministries, or FIRM for short, has mobilized to help displaced people who had to flee their homes.
They want to destroy Israel.
Nissim Cohen and his wife Camelia live in northern Israel. Their son Joseph warned them a war was coming from the south after the October 7 attacks. Now they're also among the displaced. They say they fled their village located 2 kilometers from the border with Lebanon because they saw missiles launched by Hezbollah intercepted right above their heads by Israel's Iron Dome air defense system. From your house near the Lebanese border, could you see the missiles, the rockets flying by?
All the missiles. I saw all the missiles. We saw the army in the border.
According to the Israel Defense Forces, about 100,000 people have been evacuated from communities near both the Gaza and Lebanon borders due to the heightened risk of attacks.
Some of them lost their homes, a lot of them lost loved ones. Some of them, I met a family just yesterday that their 18-year-old daughter, her best friend, is being held hostage by Hamas in Gaza. So the trauma is really pervasive. as a group of Messianic Jews and Christian Arabs really working together to see how can we care for as many people as possible.
Many of these families share a feeling of uncertainty right now. When will the war end? When will they be able to go home? Those are questions for which they don't have an answer right now.
Jennifer Kahani says her husband stayed behind with others, trying to figure out how to defend their communities against further attacks.
We didn't just lose Jews. We didn't just lose, Zionists or Israelis that day. We lost tourists that came here for a celebration of peace at a party. We lost caregivers from the Philippines and from India that were caring for elderly.
For now, Kahani says all she can do is hug her son a little harder, pray for her husband's safe return, and hope that something like this never happens again. Rafael Romo, CNN, Jerusalem.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
I have moderate to severe Crohn's disease. Now there's Skyrizi. Feel significant symptom relief with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Skyrizi is the first and only IL-23 inhibitor for Crohn's that can deliver both clinical remission and endoscopic improvement. The majority of people on Skyrizi achieve long-lasting remission at 1 year.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to. Liver problems may occur in Crohn's disease.
Ask your gastroenterologist how you can take control of your Crohn's with Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. MLB partners with T-Mobile to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. AAA relies on T-Mobile's network to stay connected nationwide so they can help get their members back on the road. And we're helping Pano AI innovate to stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
Hey, you, with the small business.
Whoa.
You've got all kinds of bright ideas that your customers need to know about. Constant Contact makes it easy. With everything from managing your social posts and events to email and SMS marketing. Constant Contact delivers all the tools you need to help your business grow. Get started today at ConstantContact.com. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at Eucora.com.
Hello.
Welcome. Cheers. Let's go. Let's go.
Join me on my perfect feel-good vacation adventure in Penticton, BC. And I did it all fuel-free. Almost. Wow, this is gorgeous.
Tonight, an urgent manhunt is expanding for the suspect accused of killing a Maryland judge. We're learning the judge Andrew Wilkinson had just ruled against the suspect in a child custody case, and officials say the judge was targeted because of that ruling. Let's go straight to CNN Polo Sandoval with the latest on this. Polo, what are officials saying?
Of this search, and because of that, authorities in Washington County, Maryland have released a new photo of their suspect, Pedro Argote, hoping to generate any leads into the whereabouts of the 49-year-old man. The U.S. Marshals Service also offering a $10,000 reward as they try to track down the man who they say shot and killed a state judge who just hours before the Thursday shooting had reportedly actually ruled against Argote in a child custody battle, which is why authorities are trying to track him down. You recall it was on Thursday that 52-year-old State Circuit Judge Andrew Wilkinson was found shot to death outside of his home in Hagerstown, Maryland. His family was inside the house at the time of the shooting. There was some hope yesterday that this search was nearing an end when the Mercedes-Benz, believed to have been what Argote was driving, was actually located about 8 miles south of the shooting location. But today, the Washington County Sheriff saying that search provided no results, that they have no information that led them to believe that he was still in the area. The car may have even been dumped there the day of the shooting, potentially. So that is why authorities are looking at the larger picture here. In fact, the U.S. Marshals Service says that he does have ties to Indiana, Florida, North Carolina, and here in New York as well. So that search is ongoing. And finally, the ex-wife of the suspect, speaking through her attorney in a statement to CNN, saying that her heart aches not only for the victim's family here, but also she continues to have in her thoughts those law enforcement personnel that are trying to track down her ex-husband. Judge Wilkinson's family grieving while law enforcement on the hunt here. We heard from the sheriff this weekend that's overseeing the search, Jim. He says they will find their suspect. He says it's a matter of time.
All right, Polo Sandoval, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Coming up, we'll head back to Israel in just a few moments as we continue to see explosions near the Israel-Gaza border. More of our special coverage straight ahead. Be right back.
Put your front row. Let your tongue shout.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Verizon Small Business Days are back from October 16th to the 22nd. Get a free tech check and special offers like a free 5G phone. Plus, switch, keep your number, and get up to $300 off with Verizon Business. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
Hi, I'm Jason. I've lost 228 pounds on Golo. Changing your habits is the only way that gets you to lose the weight. And Golo is the plan that's going to help you do that. Just take the first step. Go to Golo.com.
I wouldn't have my business if it wasn't for my website. Once I decided to go with GoDaddy, the process was seamless. I was able to create my website on my own, to have it be exactly what I wanted to be able to integrate my appointment app. GoDaddy was able to provide everything that I needed. The whole image of who I am and what Empire is presented through my GoDaddy website.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
Pro-level performance at work and at home.
Right now, save $20 on the VGA 57 battery blower. Real steel. Find yours.
Be the difference for women, children, and families hungry for a better future. Care.org. Donate today to feed tomorrow.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
I'm Anderson Cooper, Tel Aviv, with my colleague Jim Acosta in Washington, D.C. We begin this hour with Israel's military ratcheting up its bombing in Gaza. A short time ago, Israel's military reported it conducted dozens of strikes on Hamas in Gaza in recent hours. They said they've destroyed 2 Hezbollah cells in Lebanon, according to an IDF post on Telegram, part of Israel's plan to prepare for a possible ground assault in Gaza. That order could come at any time. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin says the U.S. is worried about an escalation in the Middle East. The U.S. is going to deploy defense batteries like these missile defense systems throughout the region to try to protect U.S. forces. Jim, what's the latest on your end?
Anderson, CNN is learning that the Biden administration is pressing Israel to delay a possible full-scale ground operation in Gaza. The goal, providing more time to negotiate for the release of hostages, also allowing for more desperately needed humanitarian aid to reach Palestinian civilians trapped in Gaza. An Israeli official tells CNN that Israel is, quote, not aware of calls for a delay. The White House says President Biden has spent the day on the phone having conversations with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Pope Francis, and leaders from Canada and across Europe. According to the White House, Biden and Netanyahu have agreed that aid will continue to flow into Gaza. And just a short time ago, Anderson, we learned that an Israeli-American IDF soldier from Rockville, Maryland, right outside Washington, D.C., has died in a missile attack near Israel's northern border with Lebanon. This is the yearbook photo of Omer Balva. We're told he was just 22 years old. Anderson.
Now, I want to begin this hour with CNN international diplomatic editor Nick Robertson. He is in the Israeli city of Sderot.
And the IDF, Anderson, has been talking about stepping up their airstrikes and their artillery strikes on Gaza ahead of a potential ground incursion. And late Sunday, past few hours here into the early hours now, Monday morning, we've been seeing perhaps some of the heaviest rounds of strikes, this building reverberating. But when it comes to those troops on the border waiting for that incursion, they're still not clear when it's going to happen. Bristling with battle-ready troops, farmers' fields north of Gaza churn with the controlled fury of a nation readying for an incursion to strike Hamas. Yet they are waiting with no explanation why. It feels like the early rush for battle readiness has passed. The troops are deployed, standing by. The question is, how long can they be kept out here? According to former IDF General Israel Ziv, as long as is needed, there are military gains.
We are now improving our intelligence and our capacity of targets.
But the political calculation here is more complicated.
I think both in Washington and in Jerusalem, they understand that the legitimization window is closing quickly.
Civilian losses in Gaza are growing. More than a third of them children, according to Palestinian health officials. Lengthy negotiations have led to 2 American hostages released. As a tiny amount of humanitarian aid has crossed into Gaza that Israel fears ends up in Hamas's hands. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's calculus of when to send in ground troops has never been so fraught, under pressure from the White House for more hostage releases.
Netanyahu is in real problem. He cannot say no to Biden, but he cannot say yes to the humanitarian aid that drifts into northern Gaza.
But he is also under pressure at home too. Military and others hawkish for a decisive blow against Hamas.
We are finishing preparing, the ground force because we've changed plans. We are going to for heavy maneuvering.
Netanyahu's dilemma compounded by his dependence on American weapons.
The pressure is from Washington is real. Is real and strong, and the Prime Minister says many times to his ministers, listen, we are getting from the United States more than you know.
Where less than a week ago these fields were teeming with tanks, troops making last-minute repairs. Today there are just tracks in the sand. There's a soldier's jacket here, bread in a bag on the table. The question is, where have all the tanks gone? Forward for an incursion, or back to base for a pause? Close to the front line in Gaza these days, more questions than answers. An incursion still highly probable, but when? You know, that said, it really is hard to tell with so many things in the balance. Could more hostages be released? Could more aid go into Gaza? Could all of these things change the dynamic? But I think the overwhelming force at play here is really that domestic pressure on the Prime Minister to do something. And my guess is that really is going to outweigh whatever pressure comes from the White House, Anderson.
Nick Robertson, thanks very much. For more on the impending ground operation, I want to go straight to our next guest, spokesman for the IDF, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. Lieutenant Colonel, thanks very much for being with us again tonight. Nick Robertson just reporting there are dozens of Israeli troops ready at the southern border. Well, it's not obviously much more than dozens. We've yet to see a larger scale ground assault. Where do things stand tonight?
Good evening, thanks for having me, or good morning, should I say. We are preparing ground activities, and as we've said before, all options are on the table and ready. And until anything else happens, we continue to strike Hamas. We're hunting the commanders, as we have said in the past, and we're trying to strike the various targets that we have regarding to Hamas. We're focusing a lot of intelligence sensors on the Gaza Strip, looking for new targets to emerge. Whenever they do, we strike them. Just today, we released footage of how Hamas uses the very dangerous proximity to UN facilities, schools, and even hospitals. We share that with the media in order for everybody to understand that it is a very tense situation in Gaza. We're targeting Hamas, but Hamas is hiding in or between different humanitarian positions.
The Israeli soldier that we've learned about who was killed on the northern border with Lebanon, what more do you know about what happened?
What I can say at this time is that Hezbollah continues to deploy mostly squads of anti-tank missiles. They have been firing them across the entire blue line, from Rosh Hanikra in the west, the coast, all the way up to Mount Dov in the east. And they've been targeting both military positions and civilian casualties, and this is the most current one, this Israeli soldier who now has been reported dead. What we're doing in response is a very measured response so far. We are striking and defending ourselves against those anti-tank missile crews. We're using UAVs in order to take them out, and now we've been able to, in the last few hours, to take out a few of those crews before they were able to launch any of their missiles. But it's definitely an escalation on the side of Hezbollah. They seem to be very focused on escalating and worsening the situation, killing civilians and soldiers, and really trying to drag Lebanon into a very dangerous situation.
Last night around this time, you and I spoke about an operation that the IDF conducted.
Pressure's on Netanyahu. A lot of pressure on him. A lot of pressure on Netanyahu. A lot of pressure on him. A lot of pressure. A lot of pressure, yeah.
Operations that are ongoing in the West Bank now?
Yes, that strike, by the way, the imminent threat was information that we had.
A lot of pressure on Netanyahu. He's got pressure on him. He's got pressure on him. A lot of pressure on Netanyahu, my friend.
And we did it in order to strike against a very legitimate military target. Unfortunately, they were using a mosque to hide. Yes, there are operations ongoing in Judea and Samaria as we speak. Almost every night, Israeli troops, based on specific intelligence, go in and look for and apprehend Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and other operatives that are either planning or preparing different types of attacks against Israelis. We have rounded up more than 450 Hamas operatives in Judea and Samaria since the operation started, since October 7th. And it seems as if Hamas is trying to destabilize that area as well. We're operating there, and we definitely do not want to see an escalation there. So we are trying to preempt any type of activity there that may set into motion more violence and more attacks against Israelis.
Obviously, the IDF has been asking and urging Gaza residents to move to the south. We've been witnessing that. Hundreds of thousands of people have. We've been talking about the increase in the trickle of humanitarian aid supply coming in trucks, 20 one day, 14 I believe it was today. And the hope is by Egyptian officials, humanitarian officials, there would be more of that. In terms of the people who have decided to stay in Gaza, what are the rules of engagement when a ground operation is taken? If a ground operation is taken, obviously in any kind of urban combat environment where you have a terror group and also civilians still, that is an extremely complex operation. We saw that in Ramallah, we saw that in Mosul. What are the rules of engagement? Are they what are they now? Because I've been reading that they've been loosened in some way. Is that accurate?
No, the rules of engagement are that we always distinguish between combatant and non-combatant. Even in war, definitely in routine operations, a civilian is a civilian until he acts different and becomes a combatant. And we try to distinguish between those two and target the militants or the combatants and not target the civilians. The people in northern Gaza, Gaza City, I think are making a very, very dangerous decision. They are jeopardizing themselves. They are playing into the hands of Hamas. Hamas is just using them as cannon fodder, as human shields. Hamas has no concern for their security, and I think that they should evacuate as soon as possible to go down south to a safer area. I think that what we're seeing, Hamas kind of gravitating towards humanitarian facilities, specifically hospitals, is a very dangerous situation. I've seen reports that Hamas isn't allowing the evacuation of hospitals and actually keeping people in and disturbing the evacuation of hospitals. And I think we're going to see very difficult situations if Hamas indeed continues to prevent and if the remainders of Palestinians in Gaza City don't make the smart move and actually evacuate.
We had an Israeli politician on in the last hour who said that he believes that Hamas, people in leadership positions, have moved down south to Hans Yunus, sitting in the south. Is that accurate to your knowledge? I mean, do you believe that there are Hamas operatives and leaders who have moved further south?
So, yes and no. On the yes part, we know that Hamas, definitely rank and file and others, have a tendency to, whenever things get tough, blend in the civilian population and seek refuge within the civilian population. The no part is that there's a lot of underground infrastructure and important assets for Hamas in Gaza. It is their center of gravity. So I can't go into detailed intel analysis, but I can only say that we don't think that Gaza City is void of terrorists. Lots and lots of Hamas terrorists are in and under Gaza City, and they have very important infrastructure, hardware, weapons, communications, and logistics there. So there may be some truth in what that official said, but the bottom line is that we see significant combat capabilities of Hamas in Gaza. Of course, we are trying to strike those capabilities and degrade them from the air, and we will see where and how the situation unfolds.
Lieutenant Colonel Conriquez, thank you. Coming up, hear from an Israeli-American volunteer called to action when the deadly attack took place.